Viva Maria, me espera. Te mando um sorriso quando chegar a hora. Ela assim será, fossa de alto mar. Eu vou construir real pousada, e ela será sempre a mulher amada. Nem Mirandolina foi tão querida. Amor condiz e duques de mentira. O sorriso da minha nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? O sorriso da minha nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? Viva Maria, me espera. Te mando um sorriso quando chegar a hora. Ela assim será, fossa de alto mar. Eu vou construir real pousada, e ela será sempre a mulher amada. Nem Mirandolina foi tão querida. Amor condiz e duques de mentira. O sorriso da minha nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? O sorriso da minha nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? Nem Mirandolina foi tão querida. Amor condiz e duques de mentira. O sorriso da minha nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? O sorriso da minha nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? O sorriso da nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? O sorriso da nega, onde irei amanhã a vida inteira. Onde irei? O sorriso da nega.
Sometimes in life when you go too far, the truth will bring you to who you are. Sometimes in life when you go too far, the truth will bring you to who you are. Sometimes in life when you go too far, the truth will bring you to who you are. Life can bring you down when you're living in it. These circles and cycles go round though you didn't spin it. The truth tapping you on your shoulder is a reminder to not run yourself in the ground, to yourself be kinder. Sometimes I drive right past my truth, leave them in the rear view, driving aimlessly around with nowhere to steer to. Shit, this should be memorized like an abstract poet. If somebody asks who you are, well you better know it, better know it, better know it, better know it.
Ces souvenirs. While we speak the English. Ces souvenirs. While we speak the French. Ces souvenirs. While we speak the Spanish. Ces souvenirs. While we are. Ces souvenirs. And bargain with the vendors, not to sell our souls. In between, remember how to speak no
there is an energy within that we are given the capacity to use it. We use it in a way that is a part of our basic culture. We use it in a way that we have been trained to use it. Or maybe we use it in a way that that results when all training drops off and the clear, pure strength of the person comes through. And that is the energy of that person, which is put into different forms and different shapes. But once we discover that energy, I think that such a thing as dance becomes such a delight, because you're moving on a stream that is you, but it's even over and beyond you. That is your energy.
Greetings from Detroit. I'm Penny Godboldo, co-founder and executive director of the second annual virtual Dunham Global Celebration, June 22nd, 2023. You are in for an exciting 12 hours of dance, tributes, and Dunham technique classes from preservationists, supporters, and lovers of Miss Katherine Dunham and her legacy. On behalf of our sponsors, Penny Godboldo Institute, the Dunham Institute Incorporated, Kumbe Center for African and Diaspora Dance, and the Institute for Dunham Technique Certification, we welcome you and encourage you to be a part of the global Dunham family. Sending you all light and love.
University of New Jersey. I want to take a moment to wish a happy heavenly birthday to Miss Dunham and express my gratitude for her legacy and for the many generations of artists and teachers that she inspired, some of whom I have the privilege of taking classes with through Kumbe in New York. Happy birthday, Miss Dunham.
Hello, everyone. Today we celebrate dance pioneer Katherine Dunham. Let's begin with her name. D is for dance ancestor or dancestor, a word that choreographer Matthew Rushing coined in his piece Tribute for the Dallas Black Dance Theater. Tribute honors those trailblazing movers and shakers like Miss Dunham, whose work and life has fostered a continuity of creativity. D is also for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Consider the Dunham School in New York first began in 1944 and by 1952 had expanded to the Katherine Dunham School of Cultural Arts, where everything from dance, drama, ethnological fieldwork techniques, languages, and music for dancers was taught. Racially integrated, it attracted notable performers and future stars, including Eartha Kitt and Marlon Brando. U is for understanding. Educator, choreographer, Dunham scholar Penny Godboldo encourages us in class to delve deeper into Dunham, the movement, the pedagogy, the technique, along with the story behind the dance. N is for narrative, expanding the conversation about what dance is and how it is accessed. Miss Dunham was mining the cultural milieu of the African diaspora, the cakewalk, the ring shout, yanvalu, batucada, rituals, ceremonies, and more. H is for hierarchy. Alvin Ailey said, dance came from the people and should be given back to the people. Dismantling the hierarchy of stage expression, a willingness to advocate for the expansion of dance presentation and study that includes those who are marginalized by using their folk movement and traditional dance as springboards for choreography. Miss Dunham was about amplifying the cultural value of the Black experience. A is for anthropology, employing a system of studying the cultural practices and stories about the dances of the people. M is for the magic of Katherine Dunham, the costumes often created by her collaborator and partner, John Pratt, the set, the choreography, the spectacle, the controversy, the courage. I remember the production of The Magic of Katherine Dunham from the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater in 1988. Here is April Berry in Shango, and the dance Afrique with Desiree Seward, Marilyn Banks, Barbara Pouncey, and Renee Robinson. Thank you for the memories, Miss Dunham. Thank you for the inspiration. Share your words. I'm Lena Sanders.
Gonna make you move. Hello, my name is Trina Parks. I am going to tell you the history of choreographer and director and activist and humanitarian Mrs. Katherine Dunham. I had the honor to dance in her last company in 1964 at the famous Apollo Theater in Harlem, New York. That was also the last time Miss Dunham danced with her company. Then I joined her company in Paris, France in 1965, performing till 1966. Miss Dunham was born June 22nd, 1909, in Glen Ellen, Illinois, near Chicago. Raised in Joliet, Illinois. She would be 114 this June 2023. She was awarded a Rosenwald Travel Fellowship in 1936 for her expertise in dance and anthropology. After graduation, she traveled to the West Indies, Cuba, some African cities, and Haiti. Mrs. Dunham, or as we, her dancers, call her, Miss D, ended her trip in Haiti, where she lived with the peoples and became a priestess in the Voodoo religion. In America, she would be referred to as a female minister. Miss D combined three techniques: the Caribbean, African, and modern dance, with the bass technique being Haitian. Miss D later wrote several books and articles. Journey to a Kambang, 1946. The Dances of Haiti, her master thesis, 1947. The Island Possessed, about African religion and rituals, 1969. In 1937, Miss D founded the Negro Dance Group in Chicago. It was a company of Black artists performing aspects of African American and Caribbean dance. In 1937, she moved her company to New York City. In 1940, Miss D and her company performed the Black Broadway musical Cabin in the Sky, where she played a sultry siren, Georgia Brown. That same year, she married John Pratt, a theatrical designer. He worked with her in 1938 at the Chicago Federal Theater Project. He was Miss D's husband and artistic costume designer till his death in 1986. Since the 1940s, the Dunham Company appeared on Broadway, toured the United States, Mexico, and Europe, and performed in several Hollywood movies. Some were Carnival of Rhythm, 1939, Stormy Weather, And the Casbah, 1948. And Mambo, 1954. In 1951, Miss D premiered her famous one-hour-long ballet, Southland, about lynching in the United States, but it was only performed in Chile and Paris. In 1945, Miss D opened the Dunham School of Dance and Theater in Manhattan. Then, in 1962, she choreographed the Broadway production Bambouche. It featured the Dunham Company, singers and musicians of the Royal Troupe of Morocco. In 1963, she choreographed Aida, being the first Black choreographer for the Metropolitan Opera. At the same time, I started taking classes at the Katherine Dunham School from Mrs. Dunham and some of her original company members, like Tally Beatty, Walter Nix, Livonia Williams, Hope Clark, Vinoy Akins, Comencita Romero, and Sevilla Ford. Miss D's school was located on 42nd Street and 9th Avenues. It was my second year at the New York High School of Performing Arts, which was on 46th Street near Broadway, where I majored in modern dance. Miss D in her class would speak to us about where the Dunham technique originated from and the reason for each step. She'd express to us that we should feel the earth under our feet, feel the fresh air in the Haitian wilderness, feel the sky, the clouds and the trees, and animals around us. To give us inner strength, sometimes she'd take a wicker basket, hold it in front of us as we moved across the floor, and asked us to hit the basket with strength, but without punching a hole in it or hurting our hand. That was also a part of our karate classes, which I credit Miss D for giving me such great dance strength and the strong karate technique to land the role of Thumper as the first Black James Bond woman villain in the James Bond movie Diamonds Are Forever, starring Sir Sean Connery. In her iconic piece called La Agia, meaning the fighting dance in Haitian, there's a fight scene between two males, one bad, one good, over one woman, danced by Miss D. Every piece Miss D choreographed had a true and specific meaning. She always used drummers from Haiti and Africa who play the congas in all her productions. Miss D, after her trips to the Caribbean and African countries, completed her anthropology and her thesis in dance. She learned all the ways of life, of their customs, and eventually created her famous Katherine Dunham technique. From their religion, their lives, their love, their weddings, and even their burials. Along with her knowledge of ballet and modern dance technique, she combined all of that into her iconic technique. Miss D, created the Dunham bar, which is the most intricate and intense bar, not like any other ballet bar exercises or combinations. In the world of dance, there are several specific names Ms. D were given to her movements. The main movement in most all of her choreography, done in all ritual Haitian dances, is called the Yan Valu. It is the rolling of the back, looking similar to waves in the sea. The most important element in the Dunham technique are isolations. Done in most of all of her choreography, basic examples is actually what it says. Each part of the body is isolated from the other, meaning if you're doing a head roll, only your head moves, not your neck or your shoulders. If you're doing a hip movement, it's your hip that moves, hip muscle, not your back or your thighs, just the hip muscle.
I had gained enough knowledge in the West Indies that I knew that I was doing some things from a point that was quite different from what the average person would see when he went to the theater or a rehearsal.
When Dunham returns to Chicago, she realizes that new choreography will have to wait. She must first teach her dancers the movements she's experienced and their spiritual dimension. She tells her company they'll learn the steps of the gods.
When she came back from Haiti, it was quite a revelation because we found ourselves doing things that did not even seem to me like dance anymore. There were a lot of voodoo movements and pelvic movements that our families were horrified when they saw us doing. A whole different concept of dance because we learned the spiritual part of the dance.
In time, these movements become the foundation of an approach to dance known as the Dunham technique, based on the principle of isolation.
She formed this incredible movement system, and that is still prevalent today, although she's not given credit for it.
You learn to move each part of your body separately as though it has no connection with the other part of your body.
This was isolation of everything, hands, shoulders, hips.
The most important element in executing Haitian dance is that you are constantly in plie position. Some other specific positions are pushes. Your hands are over the bar, feet parallel. You push in, out with a straight body, as you would do push-ups on the floor. Flat back, over. Bending from your waist, like an opposite 7. Legs straight, arms straight, parallel to your ears. Fall recovery. Fall recovery comes from the flat back position, down to the floor. Backs of your fingers up. You push down to your floor with the backs of your hand and then pushing up, going back down in plie position. Heel presses. With leg lifts, your heel presses down behind you. Then lifting that leg to your chest with a pointed foot, then your back leg, opposite leg down, then you repeat the same with the opposite leg. Heel presses. With leg lifts, your heel presses down behind you, then lifting that leg to your chest with a pointed foot, back down, then the opposite leg comes back up, doing this, repeating the same. Brushes, foot brushes, like you are brushing a small broom, front, back, across the opposite foot. Then the same with the opposite foot. Leg swings, swinging that leg across the body, bent knee, up, back, brushing the floor as you go through 5th position, lifting the knee up to the opposite shoulder, plie in 2nd, and then repeat with the other leg. Rocking chair, crossing the opposite leg, jumping in front of that opposite leg, back, lifting that knee in front, lifting the back knee in attitude front, back, front, back, just like a rocking chair would move. Of course, repeating the other side. All the steps I've mentioned have several variations to their combinations. Miss D choreographed the production Deux anges sont venus, meaning 2 angels have come, in Paris, France. I was the lead female production dancer in that production too. When Miss D returned to the States, she closed her school in New York and opened her new school and museum, the Performing Arts Training Center in East St. Louis. Miss D insisted on having very strong dancers. She wanted the female dancers to be strong as the male dancers and also learn most of the male dance parts other than just lifting a female dancer. Miss D has received numerous awards: the Albert Schweitzer Music Award, the Kennedy Center Award, the Samuel Scripps American Dance Festival Award, and the introduction to the Hall of Fame of the National Museum of Dance. The NAACP Award and the Essence Award. Also, the French Legion of Honor Award, the National Medal of Honor from President George Bush Sr., the Duke Ellington and the Bessie Award from Jacob's Pillow in New York, the UNESCO Humanitarian Award, and the Black Theater Festival Achievement Awards. Her iconic technique is like none other, created by an iconic Black female who till today has not been even closely imitated. As a Dunham dancer, I have seen her technique in so many forms of dance, in several choreographic pieces. A Black woman who accomplished the impossible at a very difficult time for Black people. Miss D constantly was an advocate for her Black race and supported others in their creative endeavors. Miss D transcended in 2006 at the age of 96. We call her Miss Katherine the Great, the matriarch of dance. Thank you.
I know you've heard about it, the occasion when I was in Lexington, Kentucky, and the audience was totally segregated. I did not, foolishly, I didn't think about it because I was so busy with the company, and that has saved me so many, many times. I was just too busy to get into what I considered the small things. It's turned out to be a big thing. It turned out that no Black people could sit in the orchestra seats. And I, after going through a whole lot of resistance, threats, you name it. I did everything possible to be able to get on that stage and feel good about it. And I couldn't win then. Therefore, I decided if I couldn't win at the beginning, I'd win at the end. I did the show. They loved it. Maybe the show was better than it had ever been because everybody was uptight. And in the end, I told them we would never come back until we could appear before people who were sitting next to each other. People of my color were sitting next to people of your color. A lot of people in the audience didn't know it. They had no idea that this was the case. And this is one thing I have to say, you have to be very, very careful about racism. There is conscious, active, violent racism. There's a kind of racism that is simply pure ignorance. People just don't know. And they don't know, and they don't think, and they follow. And all of a sudden they're faced with something which is against their Christian principles, social values, everything. But they did not know that until it was put before them. That night I decided to put this before them. Pinned on the back of one of my fancy little skirts. No whites allowed. I think that's what it said. Which was sort of a rude thing to do, I know. But I was so upset. And I said at the end, until we could sit next to you, I wouldn't come back. And then after that, they got to thinking about it, and they said, well, we want Paul Robeson, we want Marian Anderson, so we better get ourselves together. And they got themselves together, and they sat next to each other, and none of it rubbed off, so they were very happy.
Katherine Dunham blended many different genres of dance together. She got great reviews everywhere she went, not only from the audience, but also from the critics. She performed in theaters where she herself would not be able to buy a ticket and watch the show. And in Louisville, Kentucky, the all-white crowd wanted her to do even more even after the show ended. But she didn't, and she stated that she would not return until people like her can sit next to people in the audience and at the shows.
Hello, my name is Sue Samuels, and I'm here to talk about JoJo Smith, who was very influenced by Katherine Dunham. He used to crawl in her class when he was just a toddler. So he crawled behind some drums and he became a great drummer. And his jazz style was very flowing, which I'm sure was influenced by Katherine Dunham's beautiful flowing style. But one of the biggest influences was the bar warm-up, which JoJo really took from Katherine Dunham's style and made it a little jazzier, and was one of the few jazz styles that offered a jazz bar warm-up. So JoJo was very influenced by Katherine Dunham's style, and his mother and his aunt danced in the company. Thank you so much.
You start all of a sudden, the head is coming up. Flatten, no. Don't do it. There. Come up. Arch back. Come up. And go over.
I go to 116th Street in my neighborhood where I was living at the time, 1756 Madison Avenue. And I get my girlfriend Joyce, and I take her to the movies. And it was either Carmen Miranda, because we used to do a show and then a film, a show and then a film. Still vaudeville was going on at the time. I don't feel comfortable in a crowd. I get very agitado. And I said to Joyce, I can't go in here. I feel too scared. There are too many people. And she said, okay, come on, let's just see the stage show. So nervously I sat there and I saw the stage show. And whatever it was, I felt how wonderful it was for those people on the stage to be accepted by the audience so beautifully as that. So I began to get this feeling that maybe I can do that, never knowing if I could or not. We come outside of the theater. Now remember, I had been going to the New York School of Performing Arts. Mrs. Bishop, a beautiful brown-skinned lady of one of my teachers at PS 136 in Harlem, she gave me a poem to learn, to audition to get into the drama department of the New York School of Performing Arts. Until this day, I didn't realize it then, but then I realized that since I didn't talk, this is what she was trying to do, bring me out, make me talk. And that teacher made me get up in front of that class, getting into the drama department, and made me recite that whole poem, and it went on forever. No, not one word. I don't remember one word of that poem. I was so scared. Oh, but when I sat down, everybody was so silent. It scared the devil out of me. What happened? All I did was do what the teacher told me to do, recite this poem. And that's how I got into the drama department. Now, from that, and I came to get Joyce and take her to the movies, and I come outside of the theater because I couldn't take the crowd. It was too much claustrophobia for me. There we were standing on the sidewalk. Now we have a dime left. And we were deciding whether we should take the dime and buy 2 bars of chocolate, which were 5 cents each at the time, on walk home, or take the subway. While I'm standing there deciding this, a girl walks up to me who's also my complexion. And she said, "Can you tell me where Max Factor's makeup shop is?" And I was saying to her, "Makeup? You're such a pretty girl. Why would you want to wear makeup?" Because we didn't wear makeup in those days. So she said, "No, it's not for me. It's for Katherine Dunham." Click. I had just seen the movie with the beautiful legs in the air. Click. If you tell me how I can meet Katherine Dunham, I'll take you to the makeup shop. That's how I got in, because she did it, and we got to the Dunham School, which I think was on Park Avenue and 57th Street at the time. And I was sitting there waiting to see Miss Dunham. I was not interested in anything except just to see her.
But had you studied dance?
No, I had studied nothing. I was in the drama department at the New York School of Performing Arts, and that's all I know.
You were dancing up and down the factory aisles, but that was
yes. I learned everything that was,
that was pretty much it.
Between 115th Street and 110th Street, which was we called Spanish Town at Spanish Harlem at the time. That's what I was into, and that's what I was learning. I was the best Roomba dancer in town, street dancer. So there I was, sitting there waiting to see Miss Dunham, and somebody dared me to join the class because she was having auditions. And somebody kept hunching me like that. So my girlfriend finally said, "I dare you to get in the class." Somebody threw me a rehearsal garment. I went into the bathroom, changed my clothes, came back, joined the class because the teacher, and I followed the teacher doing everything the teacher was doing, and I won a full scholarship. And that's how I got into show. So I'm still auditioning. Don't think I ever stop. No, because every time I walk out on that stage, I'm thinking I'm auditioning for my next job. And believe me, my life has been a lot of fun, auditioning to the last minute.
And so how did you feel when Katherine Dunham said, "I'll take you, you're in"?
I still had earned my position. Her secretary came to me and said, "Can you be to the school on," this was a Saturday, remember, and she said, "Can you be to the school on Monday?" And I said, "What for?" She said, because you've won a full scholarship. I said, what's that? So then she told me, we would give you...
You were only about 16 years old.
Yeah, something like that. And she said, we give you $10 a week if you come to the school and study with Katherine Dunham. From 10 o'clock in the morning, you have to take one ballet class, Dunham technique, in the morning. In the afternoon, after lunch, you take a Dunham technique and whatever else there is in the school. So that's what I did. There was everything to learn in that school, including drumming, including sewing, including anything that was there to learn is what I joined. Because I went to the school at 10 o'clock in the morning for the first class, and my $10, I paid rent to the girl who threw me the dance costume, Roxy Foster, who was living on Convent Avenue. I paid rent to stay with her because I couldn't go back to my aunt's. How could I explain that, you know?
What, that you were going to be joining this dance company as opposed to continuing on at the high school?
She wanted me to be a concert pianist. Nothing else. She didn't want to have anything to do with show business other than concert pianist.
So she wasn't impressed that you were accepted as a drama student?
Never have been. She wouldn't have understood it. So how can you explain something to somebody who won't understand anyway? So why bother?
So you moved out, and I read that at one point you were you slept in the subway?
Yeah. That's when I ran away from my aunt again. It was at a time that I think I'd gotten a job at 110th Street at a factory in the neighborhood. And I didn't want to go back to her because I didn't go to piano lessons one day. And she gave me the money to pay my teacher. But I went to the movies instead. And when she found out about it, she had a piano stool, or some stool or the other, and I was hugged up in the corner in the room, and she was about to take this, whatever she had in her hand, which was a big piece, like a piano stool, and was about to bash me over the head with it. It used to look like that to me. And her boyfriend came in and took it out of her hand. That's when I thought I'd better get out of here. And that's when I really left. And then that's when I started. I was sleeping on the subway for a while. And I would go into a building if the door was open, sleep in the hallway, wherever I could.
Were you frightened?
No. Those were times, I think those were times in my life that I think until this day, I'm not afraid of anybody physically hurting me. I think I'm more afraid of emotional hurt than anything else. And I still feel that if somebody hurts me emotionally, you never see me again. I go away and I never come back. It's like taking me out of the photograph. You never see me again. I don't want to be in that position again.
But the physical scars or the physical hurt you can handle?
I can handle that.
It's the North Cat, baby, I'm a boss. Carolina barbecue sauce with the slaw. I'm the safe, the cellar, and the vault. I'm the best, the effect, and the cause, I'm the law. It's the North Cat, baby, I'm a boss. Carolina barbecue sauce with the slaw. I'm the safe, the cellar, and the vault. I'm the best, the effect, and the cause, I'm the law. I'm the truth, man, looking real false. Whenever I hit the booth, I come out to an applause. If I'm talking to my crew, you heard a southern drawl. Yo, I ain't talking to you, stop eavesdropping the ball. I be rocking with y'all, I be off of the wall. A pit bull off the leash, I keep locking my jaws. I see a cop at the mall, I see a cop at the vault. Peter picking a fight, I can see the Viking in y'all. One of my punchlines are where your Vicodin off. I know I'm frightening y'all long as a mic is involved. Relocated to Cali, but I ain't liking the smog. I'm a southern North Star, I be the light in the dark. Be the right and the wrong, I be the reason the Bull City feeds me. Bull City grease me, Bull City needs me. Everywhere I go, I got that Bull City greeting. That's why they throw the horns when the Bull City sees. It's the North Cat, baby, I'm a boss. Carolina barbecue sauce with the slaw. I'm the safe, the cellar, and the vault. I'm the best, the effect, and the cause, I'm the law. It's the North Cat, baby, I'm a boss. Carolina barbecue sauce with the slaw. I'm the safe, the cellar, and the vault. I'm the best.
The Hayti Heritage Center is a place that functions to preserve and advance the heritage of the African American experience. We are here in the St. Joseph's AME Church, built in 1891, hence Haiti's 130th anniversary. This building was run as a church until it became the Hayti Heritage Center in 1975, and then registered as a National Historic Place in 1976. This building was the last building standing as a result of the City of Durham's Urban Renewal Plan when Highway 147 was built through this community. And it's a special place to our community in terms of it being the last building standing from that prominent Haiti heyday. The programming here that happens on a regular basis happens as a result of the history the Hayti Heritage Center has created. I want to give some credit to the Blues Festival, which is what put the Hayti Heritage Center on the map for people all over the world. It has given rise to the Hayti Heritage Film Festival, the Jambalaya Soul Slam that happens every third Saturday here at the Hayti Heritage Center, as well as a Black American Music Series, the third Friday Art and Business Walk. What I love about Hayti, there's something that calls you here. Sometimes you can't put your finger on it, but you feel it. It's a spiritual thing. And I think that that would be along the lines of what a lot of people who feel called to this place would say about Hayti. They don't quite know what it is. It feels like it's more than a poetry slam. It feels like it's more than a film or, a concert. There's this thing that keeps calling you here. And it goes back to that family reunion vibe. You feel like you're coming home here at Hayti. And you feel like home is within you. Hayti reminds you of that.
Good morning. I hope you're all doing really well today. It's a beautiful day because we're all here in this sacred space, getting to know one another better, getting to learn more about arts. And I don't know about you, but if you try to imagine going through one day in your life without any kind of art, I don't think you'd be able to. That's just how important art is to our lives. It brings joy, and it heals you when you're emotionally having some pain or some troubles, and it's uplifting. And a lot of artists make a living at it, so it's also empowering. Anyway, I want to welcome you all here as we celebrate I believe the 114th birthday of Katherine Dunham. This global celebration, there are people all over the world who are having celebrations to honor Ms. Dunham today, not just here at Hayti. So just remember that there's a reason that we're all in this space, and we're going to perform, and we're going to lift up our best efforts to honor this wonderful woman who brought so much to the world of dance and music. So enjoy it. And thank you again for letting me be a part of your efforts here today. Okay? Thank you.
Tired of injustice, tired of the scheme, tired of the
Brandy one now? Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. That was our first piece. I am Toya Chinflu, dance director at Hillside High School. I want to introduce to you our 25, actually, let me hold that. Hillside High School Dance Department and Program has been running for over 20 years. I am the current dance director. There are many wonderful and talented artists that came before me. The piece that you just witnessed is one of our pieces from our current spring dance concert. Our students are gifted and talented in many ways. That particular piece was also choreographed by one of the dancers in it. The piece was choreographed by Ashanti Bellamy. The piece was performed by Ashanti Bellamy, Gianna Peterson, and Cameron McGee. These are our current company members. So I just want you to be aware that we don't just talk the talk, walk the walk, we do it. And we choreograph as well. So we're nurturing, motivated artists. Our next piece that we will present from our Hillside High School Dance Repertory, Hillside High School Dance Company Repertory, is choreographed by our current STEAM member, Anna Marie Williams. This piece will be performed by several dancers. Let me introduce those dancers to you. We have Hannah Howard, Olivia Howard, Gianna Peterson, Cameron McGee, Joshua Williams, Ashanti Bellamy. Did I leave anybody out? Anna Williams will also be performing in her piece. So our next piece for you, Say Something, performed by all those I mentioned, choreographed by Anna Marie Williams. Thank you.
Some things that I thought was a fact. Said some things that I could never take back. Figures of speech, I put you on the map. You take back promises, where did they go? Acting up, I know it's there for the show. Hurt you, my bad, but how low can you go? Say something, something to believe again. Tell me to believe you. Think you're gonna need me someday. Say something, something to believe again. Tell me to believe you. Think you're gonna need me someday. Talk back, take it back. Get mad, matter of fact. Overthink, how did I? Should've learned, it's a rap, boy. I'm on defense cause of how you react. Been on the fence and I ain't looking back. Question my shit, never picked up your slack. You did some things, but I'm over all that. Figured I leave and you're right about that. You take back promises, where did they go? Acting up, but no one's there for the show. Hurt you, my bad, but how low can you go? Say something, something to believe again. Tell me to believe you. Think you're gonna need me someday. Say something, something to believe again. Tell me to believe you. Think you're gonna need me someday.
All right, here we go. So everybody should be in. Standing nice and tall and strong. Dunham first, which is parallel. Low presentation, both knees straight. Low presentation, navel to spine, eyes closed, or look on a diagonal. And breathing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2. Exhale, 1. Be still. 2. Inhale, 1, 2. Exhale, 1, 2. And inhale. Exhale. 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 Inhale. And going up. High presentation. Second. Low presentation. Plie. And stretch. Again. Up. Navel to spine. Plie. Stretch, ballet first. And repeat. And time to second. And time to first. And time to other side. And time to first. And parallel. Ready. Arms. And time to right. Close. Extend, heel down, and left. Extend, side, parallel. working our feet. Other side. Jimmy, open, belly first, go through second, hold it, and Jimmy, parallel, up. All right, heel question. Say there. 1 and 2. Notch turn. Ready? Go. Create. Here we go. Exit. Ready, walk in, off, walk, run. Keep the arm. So thank you. That was a small demonstration of what we've been working on since last summer. So again, I am Toya Chinflu. I am the current director of the Dunham Summer Arts Institute program led by Carol Lloyd here at Hayti Heritage Center. We started last June. We were fortunate to have students that worked with us throughout the year. And again, some new students that joined us throughout the year, and then even more new students that joined us through this summer session. I want to introduce our musician, our awesome accompaniment. We have Baba Bashir Shakur. We have Baba Ayende Hurry. They have been here to work with us as well. Bashir and I have been working together for this particular project since last summer.
Hello, glad to be here. Thank you for inviting us and having us be a part of the Summer Arts Intensive. I'm a percussionist based here in Durham, North Carolina, and we shed a beautiful energy with the students here, and we hope to keep it going.
You're all great, and it's great to be here next to all of you. Continue to shine.
Hello and welcome. I just want to give a little background about this program. Our Executive Artistic Director, Angela Lee, actually we formulated this program to bring the kids together out of the COVID isolation. So this is a program of Hayti Heritage Center, which has been continuously operating since 1976 for 46 years. The building you're in now was built in 1891. And so now we all are a part of the history and heritage of Hayti. Our Executive Artistic Director, Miss Angela Lee, has been here for the past 10 years. The reason why we're here now is because she has been a great steward of this institution. And with it, she has brought this phenomenal program into fruition. So right now, I want to thank Ms. Toya, Allende, and Bashir. But I want to be appropriate because sometimes people, the context is very important. You know, sometimes we don't understand why we're in the place we're in now, but we're here now because we're all here for a reason to celebrate the life of Miss Katherine Dunham, who would have been 114 years old on June the 22nd. We are honored to have in our presence Mr. Keith Williams, who is a master Dunham technique instructor. He trained with Katherine Dunham herself, along with many of her company members, too numerous to mention. But he is here in residence at Hayti, and he is now a part of the history of Hayti. So without further ado, I do want to bring him forward so that he can do his presentation. But thank you all, and we appreciate your continued support of Hayti.
Thank you, Carol. Greetings, everyone. First of all, I'm truly thankful, honored, and humbled to be here in Durham, North Carolina at the Hayti. It's a cultural arts center, Heritage, Hayti Heritage. And to be here with Baba Bashir Ayunde and Carol Lloyd. But more importantly, I'm very thankful and humbled to be a part of this global celebration of Katherine Dunham, who influenced my life just tremendously. Without giving a historical background, Ms. Dunham really paved the way for dancers, and the honor for me is being here to share this legacy with these young people. That's a beautiful part of the legacy. So to all the participants globally who are celebrating Ms. Dunham's legacy, we are truly honored to be a part of that. And without further ado, we'd like to start our class. I think this is Ms. Toya. Are your dancers? Some of them are here?
Yes.
Okay. So dancers, would you all like to join us on stage, please? Pardon? So for this today's class, we're going to use this space to the best of our ability. But I think the important thing to recognize about Dunham technique is the integration of body, mind, and spirit. It's the trilogy. So the physical movement, the codified technique is vitally important, but it's the integration of body, mind, and spirit. And one of the things that you would notice in the technique is the use of the port-de-bras, the carriage of the arm. And one of the things I like to say is that the arm is not linear, it's circular. So that's the energy of the continuation of life, the importance of the port-de-bras. So let's get started. You want to take this mic, because I can't teach it.
I understand.
Let's start off with we're gonna have our plie. Ta-da, plie, and out, plie, and out. Come on, isolate your shoulder. And out, isolate, ba, ba, out. Check it out. On together, three together. We have circle back, plie, back, plie, circle back, back. Right, six, seven, PA, and the right, center, left, front, center, back, don't move the arm, now left, center, right, front and back, front, and we have ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, to the left, right, ba-da, and the left, right rib cage. We have right in front and left and back, right in front and left and back. Ah, to the left, front, right, back. Ah, let me see it. And right, up, right, front, left, back. Right, front, left, back. Slow. Let's take it slow. 5, change line, back line, come front. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Slow. Spread out. Slow. Parallel feet. Plie. Knees over toes. Arms to the circle energy. Lifting up. Slow. 5, 6, 7, and 8. To the right, to the front, and the left, and back, and the right, and the front, and left, and back, and circle. Counterclockwise to the left, and front, and right, and back. To the left, and front, and right, and back. And rib cage, rib cage, rib cage, hand time. Right, front, left, back. Right, front, left, back. Back, 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 back. Hey, I saw that left, and left, front, and the left, front. Watch. Face front. PA. Elbow to the side. This high. 5, 6, to the right, and the right, front, the front, right, front. 5, 6, 7, and 8, and the right, front, left, back, left, squeeze up, back, counterclock to the left now, and the left, front, back, back. Relax your shoulders and clockwise. So, and right and center, and left and center, and right smile, contract, and center, release, support the release, contract, and right, left, circle, to the left, right, and circle, just a pen, just a hit. Now we have right, left, counterclockwise, and left, right, and Let me see it. And right, left like a bowl.
Eto. No, Yambalu. Yambalu. That's sharing the legacy of Katherine Dunham throughout the world, with the entire world, from our hearts to the entire world. We say Ashe. We sit at the feet and stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. We are proud and honored to carry on the legacy of Katherine Dunham that continues, a legacy that continues to enrich the world. It is important for our youth to know, experience, and utilize the legacy of Katherine Dunham in their lives. And to the world, we say, Ashe, Ashe. We say, Ashe-o. May the legacy of Katherine Dunham continue to live on through our hearts, through our communities, through our lives. Dunham technique, a way of life. Warrior. Resistance. A social activist, humanitarian, author, motivation, inspiration, mother, and healer. We honor Katherine Dunham. Ashe. Ashe. Ashe-o.
Katherine Dunham was an extraordinary woman who changed the face of American modern dance. Her creative influence was significant to the pioneering work she did in the field of dance anthropology and the school she founded that embodied multicultural principles decades before the term was used in the field of education. She was a world-famous dancer, choreographer, author, anthropologist, social activist, and humanitarian. Katherine Dunham was born June 22, 1909 in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Her mother, Fannie June Dunham, was white French-Canadian and of American Indian heritage. Her father was Black American. Her mother was an assistant principal at a school in Chicago. Her father, Albert Millett Dunham, was a tailor and apprenticed to German tailors. Her father was very successful in his business. According to Katherine, despite her parents' interracial marriage, which was rare at the time, the family had a happy existence in their small town. At the age of 3, Katherine's mother died. Her death was a devastating shock to her father. She was in her 30s when they married. Her father, a young man of only 21, gave up his dream of opening a dry cleaners in Glen Ellen and became a traveling tailor. He left Katherine and her older brother Albert with relatives until he came back with his new bride, Annette Dunham. She was the only mother Katherine ever knew. Later, the family moved to Joliet, Illinois, where she spent her adolescent years. She began dancing at an early age and had a passion for writing. Katherine was known as a brainy and scholarly young lady. At the age of 12, she wrote a short story, Come Back to Arizona, which appeared in Volume 2, August 1921, of the Brownies book, a periodical edited by W.E.B. Du Bois. She moved to Chicago in 1928 to study ballet with Ludmila Speranzieva and eventually enrolled at the University of Chicago. Speranzieva was one of the first ballet teachers to accept Black dancers as students. She introduced Katherine to Spanish dancers La Argentina, Quill Monroe, and Vicente Escudero. Katherine also studied ballet with Mark Tuberville and Ruth Page, and through Vera Morova, she was exposed to East Indian, Javanese, and Balinese dance forms. While at the University of Chicago, she attended a lecture by Robert Redfield, a professor of anthropology who specialized in American Indian and African cultures. From him, she learned that much of Black culture in modern America had begun in Africa. She decided to major in anthropology and to focus on dances of the African diaspora. In the course of her studies, she attended classes taught by Redfield, A.R. Radcliffe Brown, Edward Sapir, Lloyd Warner, and others. In 1930, she formed a dance company, Ballet Nick, one of the first Negro ballet companies in America. Ballet Nick had its debut performance at the annual Beaux Arts Ball in Chicago. One of the numbers on the program, Negro Rhapsody, was well received. However, no engagements followed. The group eventually disbanded. In 1931, she married Jordis McCoo, a postal worker. Although he danced in some of her productions, he did not share her interests. They gradually drifted apart. Katherine was determined not to give up on her dream. With the help and advice from her teacher and mentor, Ludmila Speranzieva, she decided to open a school for young Black dancers where she can teach them about their African heritage. She shifted her focus away from ballet to focus on modern dance, developing her own style. One evening during a public performance she gave in an abandoned Chicago loft, she was spotted by the daughters of philanthropist Julius Rosenwald, who promptly suggested she apply for a Rosenwald Foundation grant. For almost 2 years, she studied the dances and cultures of the West Indies. She used her fellowship to travel, study, and take notes on primitive dance and customs from various island people. In Jamaica, she lived with the Maroon peoples of the High Country, who taught her Coromantee dances remembered from Africa. In Marintique, she saw for the first time the wrestling dance called La Ajaeach, from which she later drew inspiration for a number in her famous Bal Nègre revue. In Haiti, she felt a strong sense of identification with the place and people. She became fascinated with the dance religion called Vodun. She returned to the U.S. armed with enough material for a master's thesis, as well as for a full-length book on the Maroons. Her account of her experiences, Journey to Akampong, published in 1946, reveals a perceptive young woman with a lush, romantic sensibility. In August of 1936, she received a PhD degree, Bachelor of Philosophy degree, from the University of Chicago. Her major was recorded as Social Anthropology. In 1938, Katherine began her film career with Carnival of Rhythm, a short film written by Stanley Martin, directed by Jean Neglesko, and produced by Warner Brothers. It's devoted entirely to her, her company, and her choreography. She, Archie Savage, and Tally Beatty are the stars. Released in 1941, it includes Ciudad Maravillosa and early versions of Los Indios, Batucada, and Adios Terras. All are based on Brazilian themes. Katherine put her field studies to work. In the 1940s, she came to New York with her dance company. In a short time, the city was awash with stories of the innovative and highly dramatic dancer-choreographer whose series of ballet recitals titled Tropics and Le Jazz Hot introduced audiences to primitive rhythms, rumbas, both Cuban and Mexican, island songs, plantation and minstrel dances, including the ballet Bear Rabbit, and Le Jazz Hot, with everything from boogie-woogie and honky-tonk numbers. Almost single-handedly, Katherine Dunham saw to it that black dance was taken seriously, critic John Martin wrote in the New York Times. With the arrival of Katherine Dunham on the scene, the prospects for the development of a substantial Negro art dance began to look decidedly bright. Her performance with her group may very well become a historic occasion, for certainly never before in all its efforts of recent years to establish the Negro dance as a serious medium has there been so convincing and an authoritative an approach. Miss Dunham has apparently based her theory on the obvious fact, so often overlooked, that if the Negro is to develop an art of his own, he can only begin with the seed of that art that lie within him. The seeds are abundant and unique. Indeed, it would be difficult to think of any people with a richer heritage of dance begging to be made use of. Yet in the past, there has been those who have started out by denying this heritage and smoothing it over with the gloss of another alien racial culture that deceives no one. The potential greatness of the Negro dance lies in its discovery of its own roots and the crucial nursing of them into growth and flower. It is because she has showed herself to have both the objective quality of the student and the natural instinct of the artist that she has done such a truly important job. In 1940, she appeared on Broadway in Cabin in the Sky, the all-black musical extravaganza starring Ethel Waters and Dooley Wilson, directed by George Balanchine. She also collaborated with Balanchine on the choreography. The show opened at the Martin Beck Theater in October of 1940 and ran until March of 1941, playing 156 performances. Following Cabin in the Sky, Dunham and her company were able to reach a far wider audience with Tropical Review, Carib Song, and Bow Neck. Yet the serious artist that Dunham was, audiences often seemed focused on her as the kind of sultry, sexy vixen she had played in Cabin in the Sky. American audiences of the period still were not ready to officially parade or accept a black woman as any kind of feminine ideal, but there were always covert ways which such a woman was discovered nonetheless. So while audiences congratulated themselves on appreciating Dunham's skillful renderings of island ritual dances, what they actually responded to the most was the healthy sexual ambience Dunham and her troupe exuded. Excerpts from the reviews of the company's work simply spotlight the era's fascination with Dunham's sexuality. Of Tropical Review, the New York Mirror's critic wrote, "A tropical review that is likely to send thermometers soaring to the bursting point, tempestuous and torrid, raffish and revealing." None of this sexuality business was lost on Hollywood, which, seldom known for spotlighting a serious dance company, soon imported Dunham's troupe west for appearances in Star-Spangled Rhythm, Stormy Weather, and Cashba. Movie audiences from around the nation often viewed them as colorful, exotic, erotic black entertainers with plenty of rhythm and pizzazz. Interestingly, When MGM filmed Cabin in the Sky, it chose the mild-mannered, less exotically sexy Lena Horne to play Georgia. For a movie industry that both enjoyed and feared the idea of black sexuality, Katherine Dunham may have well been considered too brazen to be cast in a proper role in a film that cut her off from the cultural veneer that generally made her sex acceptable. In 1941, Dunham married Canadian John Pratt, an established white artist who joined her company as its set and costume designer. Henceforth, he would design sets and costumes for virtually every production of the Dunham Company and every costume Katherine would wear on stage and in films. During a 120-city tour of her Tropical Review in 1944, Dunham made newspaper headlines following an incident at a Cincinnati hotel. Arriving at the hotel with reservations made for her by her white secretary, only to be told by the management that there was no room and that she would have to leave, Dunham flatly refused to budge, informing the hotel, "You'll have to carry me out." Later, she sued. Then in Louisville, Kentucky, when she discovered that except for 6 blacks on the lower floor, the rest of the black population at her performance in a municipal auditorium was to sit in a special section, in a balcony, she interrupted the applause at the conclusion of her show to make an announcement to the audience. "Friends," she was quoted saying, "we are glad we have made you happy. We hope you have enjoyed us. This is the last time I shall play Louisville because the management refuses to let people like us sit by people like you. Maybe after the war we shall have democracy and I can return. Until then," and at this point it is said in the newspapers that she shook her finger at the audience, "God bless you, for you'll need it." Needless to say, the white audience was in an uproar, both afterward the management did announce that it would be no more segregated audiences for other Negro performers. Dunham had made her point. Later, when she played the army camps, she again took a strong stand against the military segregated policies. No one can say for sure what effect Dunham's outspokenness had on her career, but it is now obvious that the 1940s were her peak years. She kept her company alive for 3 decades, although there were always financial difficulties. In 1945, the Dunham School in New York moved to 220 West 43rd Street, where it continued to operate until 1957. A year later, the Dunham School was renamed as the Katherine Dunham School of Arts and Research. Its components were the Dunham School of Dance and Theater, the Department of Cultural Studies, and the Institute for Caribbean Research. Teachers in the dance division included Todd Bolender, Ballet, Marie Bryant, Tap and Boogie, and Jose Limon, Modern Dance. The Dunham technique was taught by Tommy Gomez, Archie Savage, Lavinia Williams, and Sevilla Fort, who also taught ballet. Teachers in the drama division included Herbert Berghoff, acting, John Pratt, visual design, and Carl Vollmer, history of drama and playwriting. Among the performers who studied at the school over the years were Arthur Mitchell, James Dean, Peter Gennaro, Marlon Brando, Chita Rivera, Eartha Kitt, and Jose Ferrer. In the 1950s, she was back in Hollywood for Mambo and segments of Green Mansions, which she choreographed. In 1962, she launched a spectacular production of Bamboche. For white America, she had at first been an agreeable social symbol, simply the Negro making progress in a free society. But once she took that symbol business seriously and spoke out, she was no longer needed. Then too, who was to say what effect her marriage to John Pratt had? Throughout the 1950s, Dunham and her company toured Mexico, South America, Europe, East Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and North Africa. Against advice, Katherine premiered her ballet Southland at the Teatro Municipal in Santiago, Chile. Its story centers on the lynching of a black man falsely accused of sexually assaulting a white girl in the American South. Dunham's dramatic treatment of it was shocking. Under pressure from the U.S. Embassy, which objected to the negative picture of American society it gave to foreign audiences, the ballet was removed from the program. In the 1950s, Katherine, no doubt feeling the stings of bias against her company, publicly asked why the State Department had not backed a group that had already performed in 38 countries. The familiar fighting spirit was still there. Katherine Dunham's career and her position in American popular culture was never a relaxed affair. Yet Dunham, like Lena Horne, introduced the idea that the black entertainer indeed did have a specific responsibility to his or her community. Signs of trouble for Katherine's company began when their third European tour ended in Vienna. Because of bad management by their impresario, the company was stranded without money. To raise funds, Dunham quickly negotiated contracts for television shows and a club date. The Dunham Company eventually disbanded. Dunham assembled pickup companies for later special events, but 1960 effectively marks the end of the continuous history of a company of dancers trained by her in the Dunham technique and coached by her to perform Dunham choreography. In 1962, Katherine Dunham, a few former Dunham dancers, and a royal troupe of Morocco appeared in a revue, Bamboche, at the New York's 54th Street Theater. The title is a Haitian term for get together and have a good time. After 8 performances, the show closed. It was Dunham's last appearance on Broadway. In 1963, Dunham was called upon to choreograph a production at the Metropolitan Opera, directing dances for Giuseppe Verdi's Aida. It was the first time in 30 years that a black American had been given the honor of choreographing at the famed New York Opera. In 1964, Dunham began a collaboration with Southern Illinois University choreographing Charles Gounod's Faust. Dunham accepted a position at Southern Illinois University in East St. Louis in the 1960s. She founded the Performing Arts Training Center in East St. Louis, setting up a dance program for disadvantaged youth with the hopes that she could use art to keep youngsters from violence and gangs. According to the New York Times, Dunham said her goal was to make the individual aware of himself and his environment, to create a desire to be alive. She counseled youth as well, calming their angry spirits with her soft but firm voice and the power of her presence. Katherine wrote several books, many published under the pseudonym K. Dunn. Her books included 1946's Journey to Accompong, 1959's A Touch of Innocence, Memoirs of Childhood, 1969's Island Possessed, and 1984's Dances of Haiti. In 1977, the Katherine Dunham Museum External and Children's Workshop was opened in East St. Louis. The museum collection consisted of furniture, paintings, musical instruments, costumes, decorations, photographs, sketches, ethnic art objects, and a cross-section of personal belongings documenting Dunham's life. In 1982, she retired from Southern Illinois University. In December of 1983, Katherine Dunham was one of 5 recipients of the Kennedy Center Honors in Washington, D.C. At the evening performance, Agnes DeMille made the presentation to Dunham from the stage of the Opera House, giving a graceful, affectionate tribute to her friend and showing film clips of Dunham's signature works. Dunham and her fellow honorees, singer Frank Sinatra, actor James Stewart, stage and movie director Elia Kazan, and composer and critic Virgil Thompson. Watching from the presidential box, they were seated with President Ronald Reagan and First Lady Nancy Reagan. Katherine had a deep connection to Haiti, starting with her time there as a young anthropology student. She felt a kinship with the Haitian people and took on their plight as her own. In 1961, she established a medical clinic there. In 1992, at the age of 82, Dunham went on a 47-day hunger strike to protest the treatment of Haitian boat refugees who were fleeing their country but were turned back. Later in life, the honors poured in. She was considered a living, breathing historical institution in and of herself. Throughout her distinguished career, Katherine Dunham earned numerous honorary doctorates, awards, and honors. Among the lists are the Presidential Medal of Arts, the Plaque d'Honneur, Haitian American Chamber of Commerce Award, French Legion of Honors, Southern Cross of Brazil, Grand Cross of Haiti, NAACP Lifetime Achievement Award, the Albert Schweitzer Music Award at Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Academy Laureate, and the Urban League's Lifetime Achievement Award. Ms. Dunham's recognition also includes a star on the St. Louis Walk of Fame, inclusion in the book I Have a Dream, and the Women's International Center's Living Legacy Award. In her final year, she received an honorary degree in fine arts from Harvard. And Jacob's Pillow gave a special tribute to Katherine Dunham for her 93rd birthday. In 2000, Katherine Dunham was named America's Irreplaceable Dance Treasure. By the late 1990s, she was widowed and living near the St. Louis area. Her friends moved her to New York to help provide care for her. By this time, Dunham was nearly bedridden with severe arthritis. She died on May 21, 2006 in an assisted living facility in New York City. She was 96. She is survived by her daughter. Her legacy continues through the efforts of her daughter, Marie Christine Dunham Pratt, with the Katherine Dunham Center of Arts and Humanities and an Institute for Dunham Technique Certification. The living Dunham tradition has persisted. Katherine Dunham was a woman far ahead of her time. Her technique was a way of life. Over her lifetime, Katherine Dunham accomplished many firsts as a dancer, choreographer, anthropologist, educator, author, and world humanitarian. As an artist, her striking dance innovations remain a source of inspiration for dancers and choreographers to follow. Katherine Dunham, Queen Mother of Black Dance and Onyx Queen.
I was actually born in Chicago, but we were living then in a small town, Glen Ellen. You've heard of it. I think now it's quite a big town. It was a very tiny little suburb then. And my mother was a school teacher, principal, assistant principal in a school in Chicago. She came and went every day to her school. My father was a tailor. He was an apprentice to German tailors. And he had a lot of that Germanic attitude toward discipline that he must have gotten from these people that he was apprenticed to. He was very successful in his business. And my mother's death when I was 3, I think, was a great shock to him. He was a very young man. He was, I believe, 21, and she in her 30s when they married. So,
was she? I believe I read somewhere that she was French Canadian, or
yes, she was French Canadian. And when she died, my father then gave up his ambitions to establish something in Glen Ellen or Chicago, and began touring as a traveling tailor. I think that he left us. My brother and I. My brother was 6 years older than I.
Albert.
And yes, Albert. We stayed with relatives, and until my father came back and brought a new bride. Annette Dunham, who was really the only mother that I ever knew. The other mother I'm aware of and conscious of, and I always say I can remember when I came home from the hospital, and just being a newborn. But Annette Dunham was our mother, and we then lived in another suburb of Chicago. It wasn't really a suburb, Joliet, and it's a big town now. Then it was a small town, and that's where I spent my adolescent years, there in Chicago.
Help me understand how your parents came to marry, because interracial marriages, and particularly that kind of age disparity, is very rare.
Yes, it was very rare. It astonishes me even now, but they did, and they fell deeply in love, married. And that's when my father, I think, probably decided that he could raise a family better in a small town. And I've heard stories, when I was a child, I'd hear stories of how he slept on the property while the house was being built. He slept there in a work shed with a shotgun beside him in order to be sure that there'd be no disturbance and no interruption of his plans or his family life. And we did live, our neighbors, we had no very close neighbors, but those few that we had seemed to tolerate us, I don't know, but we didn't really need neighbors because we had a full family. My mother brought her family from her first marriage. She brought them to live with us. So I always had half brothers and sisters who were grown and had children who were, some of them were older than I. And this made our big community there in Glen Ellen. We lived there as a very happy, a well-adjusted family until my mother's death. Then, of course, when we had to go and live with with our half brothers and aunts and so forth in Chicago. It wasn't easy because I think that was the very deepest period of what's known as the Depression, a real problem to just get, I think, rent and food money. And that's what I remembered from my very young childhood. I remember those years of deprivation, but we were much loved by my Aunt Lulu, my father's sister, and she had a beauty shop in downtown Chicago. Now, this was also very unusual, but with the beginning of the Depression, things were difficult for her. And then began the influx of black people, Negroes from the South, and that made a difference in Chicago, where beforehand my father had been welcomed as an apprentice. My Aunt Lulu had been welcomed as a beautician. That was no more the situation. There began to be a real resentment toward these people coming from the South and taking work and money away from the needy in the city. So I think that was the beginning of a period of real racial tension in Chicago. I felt that I'd come home in many ways. I never felt a stranger. I never felt myself to be an outsider, especially after I was initiated into the Vodun in Haiti. I felt that these are people that I know, but I should know more about. And it was always a thing of questing, whether it was a meal at somebody's house and different food that I wanted to know about and how to make it, or whether it was going to a ceremony. I felt I belong here. I didn't feel that I wanted to come back and stay forever, but I felt that somewhere or another were bridges and ties that I was destined to cross. I wanted to bring those people more into our lives. I wanted to bring them into the whole thing of being black, and I wanted them to know about Africa, of course, but I wanted them to know about North America too.
And there seems to have been a very strong spiritual connection.
Mm-hmm. There was without doubt. I felt comfortable spiritually. I felt I'd like to know why they worship this or that God and who that God is. I didn't have to worship that God, but I had to just had to know it. That's all. I just wanted to know. And interesting thing is they accepted that. They accepted my curiosity, my interest, my desire to know, and my willingness to go through whatever they went through in terms of initiation, for instance. My willingness and eagerness to be initiated into their cults was important to them. And of course in the other islands, like for instance in Jamaica, with the Maroon people, it was just a matter of, they'd never had anyone from the outside spend the night. Herskowitz had been there in the day, but no one had ever spent the night, and that was my journey to Akambong, my stay with them. So it was my interest in being a part of them that made them open up to me. And this has followed me my entire life.
With all of this wonderful material, was it very clear to you then exactly what you were going to do with it and how you were going to know?
I didn't know. No, I didn't. I wasn't sure that I wouldn't lean more heavily on the academic side. I still had that thing of, because of my brother and because it was a little snobbish, I guess, too, that thing of I ought to be a better scholar. Then it dawned on me after many years that I was not only a scholar, I was an innovator. And that gave me such a, really, it was like a whole new life to know that I had brought things to this point. And that's when I think I began to enjoy my mature life. I really did, and I still do. It's good to know that something needed to be done and that you did it. And with me, it was good to know that these people needed to know more about themselves, and the world needed to know more about them. And those things I was able to do, and I felt very accomplished in doing them.
Hannah, my darling, I will follow you into the sunrise under desert sky. We fly, rise together with our hearts upon our sleep. Oh, to see, we two will breathe like a queen of our distance between us. Heart sail with love for you. Love you, I love you, I do. Love you, I love you, I love you, I do. Now come around, sweet red earth will hold you like the strength you bless to me. True, we engage humility. Watch me struggle with your words. I wear the truth, for they made me. We'll see in time, opening our hearts and nurturing our mind to shine. I love you, I love you, I do. Love you, I love you, I love you, I do. Oh, it sets our heart to fire, sweet you and I. Honey, don't you know it sets our heart to fire, sweet you and I. Honey, don't you know we two will pulsing through this light. Honey, don't you know we two will pulse always love you,
Hello from Australia. My name is Nicholas Sabatino and I'm a candidate for Dunham Teacher Certification through IDTC, that is the Institute of Dunham Technique Certification. Before I continue, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the traditional custodians, that is the First Nations people of this land that I'm videoing in from today, the Gimwe Wallabara Yidi people. I'm videoing in from Cairns, which is in North Queensland, a northern state of Australia, close to the Great Barrier Reef and the Daintree Rainforest. I'd also like to acknowledge the First Nations people of where you're all zooming in from as well, and pay my respects to them also. Part of Ms. Dunham's legacy that I'd like to talk about, that I celebrate and appreciate when I'm practicing Dunham technique, is intercultural communication through dance. So intercultural communication is one of the methodologies of the Dunham technique, and when practicing that, it creates opportunities to gain greater understanding of that culture that is incorporated into the movement that you're practicing. The beautiful and important thing about intercultural communication through dance, or practicing intercultural communication through dance, is that it builds awareness of the broader community and beyond our own experiences. To share a personal example with you, prior to starting my Dunham technique journey, I had very little knowledge of African diasporic cultures and traditions beyond what I'd seen in the media and in some brief travels to the United States. Having practiced Dunham technique with teachers who shared information about the folkloric and cultural traditions of the movement that Ms. Dunham incorporated into her technique, Dunham technique opened a window for me to be able to observe and learn about traditions and cultures from communities that I hadn't experienced or witnessed before. So through practicing Dunham technique, we get the special opportunity to learn about other people and other communities through dance, and we get to celebrate those things as well. I believe this is a really precious and beautiful gift. Honouring cultural practices that we learn of other people and their communities is important to me as a First Nation Australian, as this is a way we can show respect to one another. And in doing so, we're building awareness of our wider community, and often we find commonalities with one another, whether that's social or spiritual or physical practice. And I might be biased because I love dance, but I think dance is a beautiful and very natural way for us to share who we are and our identities with one another. So I want to finish by expressing my gratitude to Ms. Dunham for inspiring us to use dance as a vehicle to showcase what makes us us and what makes our communities unique and beautiful. I also want to thank my Dunham teachers and Dunham family who has shared this knowledge with me too. For my fellow Australian folk, or those who don't have access to in-person Dunham technique classes, I invite you to check out IDTC, that's the Institute of Dunham Technique Certification, and Kumbe, Centre for African and Diaspora Dance. These organizations offer online Dunham technique classes, so that could be a way to experience Dunham technique from afar. Sending out lots of love to you all. Thank you and take care.
Hello, good people. How y'all doing? Peace and light and love to you all as we come together to celebrate Mother, Madam, Katherine Dunham's 114th birthday on this second annual virtual global celebration. Love the title. Really quickly, if I could just reflect on where Mama Dunham kind of resonates in my spirit based on where I am right now in my life. I think it's very important understanding who she was, not just as a choreographer or anthropologist, but understanding who she was as a woman, as a mother, as a mentor. And one of her most greatest gifts, I believe, resides in her humanitarian efforts to allow community to engage in a way where it is authentically embodied. And so we can look at her in several different facets as a teacher, anthropologist, choreographer, a priestess, but I want to look at her as a humanitarian. It takes a person of special character that has been anointed with a certain gift to understand the importance of spirituality and its alignment inside of what we do every day. And amongst her studies and trainings and scholarships, her deciding to want to embody an art form in a way where people had an experience that was far beyond technique, that was far beyond placement, that was far beyond really being at the ballet bar, right? Her field work. Listen, when you want to really get into what the diaspora is and what culture looks like and what community engagement looks like, you got to do some field work. And so I am every day inspired by her drive to go beyond, to go with the people, to go amongst the people, and then to be greeted by the people and given a wonderful gift to be a part of who they are in their culture is what Dunham technique is to me. And so as we observe her life, 2006, her transition, 2023, 17 years later, what a blessing it is for people to still acknowledge who you are after you've been gone in a human form from us for so long. So if only I could live a life as Katherine Dunham inside of this idea, it's a legendary and iconic moment. So I thank the Most High for being able to have this opportunity. But let me leave you with this. Instead of us always thinking about the methodologies, the philosophies, and the theories of who she is, let's think about her humanitarian efforts to continuously plant in communities that did not have access, the alignment and spiritual connection of who we are as African people, who we are as African American people, and what we bring to the forefront that nobody else can bring. And that's our spirit. So I lift her up, Ashe. I lift her birthday up, 114 years, Ashe. And I hope that we continue as a community to recognize her gifts and offerings as a humanitarian. And I will continue to walk my walk because of Katherine Dunham. Ashe, peace and light.
Warmest greetings from Denver, Colorado. I'm Cleo Parker Robinson, founder and artistic director of Cleo Parker Robinson Dance. It is my great honor to be a part of this virtual global celebration of the immortal Katherine Dunham as we celebrate her 114th birthday celebration. You know, this is Medal for the Arts that we received at the Kennedy Center was the last time we were together. And I'm so proud that we were there, able to make her so proud of the work that we were doing in her honor. And that was in 2005, and she passed a year later. So during the 53-year history of my company, I've been asked many times to speak of my relationship with Miss Dunham. So it's my pleasure to present these excerpts from those various conversations and presentations that we had together. I know we all feel Miss Dunham's presence with us each and every day, urging us to seek our highest selves. So as we dance the path towards true equity and justice through the arts, may we hear her voice always in our hearts and our minds and our spirits, guiding us, forever moving forward as we elevate all people everywhere. So we say, Ashe, Ashe, and I say, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Thank you, Ms. Dunham. Ashe.
Katherine Dunham is one of the greatest dance legends in the world. She was certainly my role model, and I am so grateful that she is still in my life at 90. We are still celebrating her wisdom. She brought people together through dance. Miss Dunham also brought African dance and dance from the Caribbean to this country. She is one who lives the dance. Dance is a way of life. And she has inspired non-dancers, dancers, children, elders, people throughout the world with this magic of dance. Not only artists, not only dancers, but many of the world have understood now the impact that her work has had and continues to have. Having compassion is what she teaches in the dance itself. That we see the form and we see dancers dancing and people coming together and sweating. But what she is teaching under all of that is true compassion. And we feel privileged that she is being honored by all the great mayors in our country. She was in Denver working with, oh, here she is, Katherine Dunham. Whoa! Yes, 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 Miss Dunham herself.
I know you've heard about it, the occasion when I was in Lexington, Kentucky, and the audience was totally segregated. I did not, foolishly, I didn't think about it because I was so busy with the company, and that has saved me so many, many times. I was just too busy to get into what I considered the small things. This turned out to be a big thing. It turned out that no black people could sit in the orchestra seats. And I, after going through a whole lot of resistance, threats, you name it. I did everything possible to be able to get on that stage and feel good about it. And I couldn't win then. Therefore, I decided if I couldn't win at the beginning, I'd win at the end. I did the show. They loved it. Maybe the show was better than it had ever been because everybody was uptight. And in the end, I told them we would never come back until we could appear before people who were sitting next to each other. People of my color were sitting next to people of your color. A lot of people in the audience didn't know it. They had no idea that this was the case. And this is one thing I have to say, you have to be very, very careful about racism. There is conscious, active, violent racism. There's a kind of racism that is simply pure ignorance. People just don't know. And they don't know, and they don't think, and they follow. And all of a sudden they're faced with something which is against their Christian principles, social values, everything. But they did not know that until it was put before them. That night I decided to put this before them. Pinned on the back of one of my fancy little skirts. No whites allowed. I think that's what it said. Which was sort of a rude thing to do, I know. But I was so upset. And I said at the end, until we could sit next to you, I wouldn't come back. And then after that, they got to thinking about it, and they said, well, we want Paul Robeson, we want Marian Anderson, so we better get ourselves together. And they got themselves together, and they sat next to each other, and none of it rubbed off, so they were very happy. I think that at the University of Chicago, when I decided that I would not be an anthropologist per se, I would always know and love anthropology, but I would not be like the Herskovits or the people who were influencing my life at the time, Redfield. I felt that I got my satisfaction and feeling of accomplishment in life from dance. And I think that's when I decided this is what I want to do. I will not give up anthropology. Two of them came together in my own thoughts about form and function and dance anthropology and so forth. And meeting of arts and science, very, very important to me. And I'm glad to have been one of the forerunners of that fusion. But nothing satisfied me as much as the investigation of dance, the participation in dance, then the creation, not only of dances, but later the creation of the people who did those dances. And that's been one of my big things in life. I like to see people develop, an individual or a group. I like to see them begin to blossom. And I think we have so little of this. Most people live and go through life, and have a family, and die, you know. And I think that the whole thing of being able to feel I am, and I am this, and I want to show this, I want to be this, and really blossom as a person or as a community. Now I feel I'm looking at communities. And the healthy community is the community that feels that it's worthwhile, that it's doing something. And so this is my life. I can only exist where this feeling of accomplishment is foremost in people's minds.
When you first were developing your love for dance, or it was just developing naturally in you, were you taking classes as a child, or was it the effect of seeing dancers and musicians around you?
Well, I took some classes. My teachers who influenced my life, I had a Russian teacher, Ludmila Speranzova, I've written about, you know, and Vera Mirova, those people. And certainly I appreciated moderns. I never studied Graham technique, but I could appreciate it. And since my life was one of research and development more on the folk and primitive areas, there is an endless, vast sea of material. There was one thing led to another always. There was no stopping, no sitting down, no resting points. It was always a vast sea of motion, movement, and it was up to me to see that it was directed toward the right thing of beauty, of whatever, the intention, joy, pleasure, fulfillment.
There's a fine line to it, but baby, I'm on it. Yeah. There's a fine line between love and hate, you see. Can't wait too late, but baby, I'm on it. There's a fine line between love and hate, you see. Can't wait too late, but baby, I'm on it. Can't worry about what a nigga think to see, and that's liberation, and baby, I want it. Can't worry about what another nigga think, now that's liberation, and baby, I want it. Many times I sit back and contemplate shake that load off, 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 shake that load off.
Look in your face, you're a superstar. Niggas hang around cause of who you are. You get a lot of love cause of what you got. Say they happy for you, but they really not. Sell a lot of records and you roll them in. Fall up in the spot, now you're losing friends. All you wanna do is give the world your heart. Record label try to make it compromise your art. You make $1 million, make $1 million more. First class fraud, treat you like a nigga pole. You wanna say wait, but you're scared to ask. Your world starts spinning and it's moving fast. Try to stay sane, it's the price of fame. Spending your life trying to numb the pain. You shake that load off and sing your song. Liberate the minds, then you go on home.
Hello everyone from Georgia. My name is Rachel Tavernier. I'm originally from Haiti, immigrated to the United States 30 years ago. And I started my journey in Dunham Technique in 1982. And it's been a nonstop, beautiful journey. So I'm actually a master teacher of the technique, and I'm a co-director of IDTC, the Institute for Dunham Technique Certification. I'm also chair of their technique committee. So we work in certifying people who are not only around the country, but the world. And it's a labor of love. And it's my great pleasure today to teach this class to celebrate Miss Dunham's birthday. So we're gonna start, and our usual way to start is by with a breathing exercise, and the breathing exercise has different purposes. So we breathing in air, we are feeding the body with air, and we are exhaling. So we're thinking inhaling the positive, exhaling the negative, but also the breathing exercise helps us to center ourselves for class, to really go deep into ourselves, to establish a purpose for our presence here today, for taking the class, and establishing an objective for what we want after the class to happen after the class. What kind of positivity, positive vibes that we're going to carry with us outside when we leave the class through our daily life. All right, so we're gonna, and I hope the sound is gonna be okay and that everybody can hear me clearly. So we're gonna inhale 4, and then we're gonna use the belly, what we call the belly breath. So you're gonna inhale and fill up the abdomen with air, and not just use the upper torso to the torso and the top of your lungs to breathe in and move the torso up and down. So this is gonna stay quiet. We're gonna fill the abdomen with air. We're gonna inhale 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna hold the air, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're gonna exhale on 8 counts, squeezing the abdomen to chase the air out. And then we're gonna keep doing it, and then I'm gonna prompt you to, if we add a plie, and then we're gonna just breathe in 4, exhale 4. At one point, I will tell you when. And that's what it's gonna be. So while you're standing, we're gonna stand in Let me make sure you see my feet and you see my arms completely. We're gonna stand in Dunham first, no wider than your hips. Your arms are gonna be relaxed. And your weight is not gonna be onto your heels completely. So keep your weight over your arches without tilting forward. So you're pulling upward and you're thinking about a rod running through your body, through the crown of your head, down between your feet. And that's your axis. So you work along the axis. You're gonna drop the tailbone and lift the front of your pelvis, and then you're gonna have the neutral pelvis. You're gonna close your rib cage, except that it's gonna expand with the breathing, but do not hyper extend your rib cage. But the heart part, the heart region is gonna be open. So we want to say open the heart, the upper chest. Drop the shoulders and keep your chin leveled, not raised. I said leveled, so it won't drop. As you breathe in, you can close your eyes or not. That's your choice. When you inhale through your nose, when you exhale through your mouth, try to make a noise, a hissing sound, or a deep sound. There you go. To exhale. That's your choice. So we're going to inhale 2, 3, 4, hold 2, 3, 4, and exhale 4. You stand in Dunham first. The arms are relaxed to your side. Inhale and 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale 8 counts. 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. Inhale. 3, 4. Hold. Exhale 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. One more time. Inhale. Make sure your weight is over your arches, not on your heels too much. Exhale. Last time. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. 8 counts. Now we're gonna inhale 4, exhale 4. Inhale 1, 2. Exhale, plie, bend your knees. A stretch. Inhale, plie, exhale. Again, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Open your eyes if you have them closed. My arms flow presentation. Middle presentation. Not too high. Your hands are slightly cupped. High presentation. Wait a second. Press the air down. Stay there. Again, low presentation. Middle presentation. High presentation. The left side. Low presentation. that was our placement exercise. Now we're gonna go to warming up the spine, warming up the back of the legs. So we're gonna do some roll down. So I'm gonna turn a little bit on an angle so you can see when I bend my knees. And also, if you taking the class actively and you want to check me, turn sideways. So when you're down, you can turn your head and see if you need help. Now, if you're here, you would have to lift your head and it's not very comfortable. So turn sideways for this one. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna be standing in Dunham first. Remember, it's parallel, no wider than the hips, neutral pelvis, close the rib cage, all that good thing, and along the axis. So we're gonna roll down, starting with the head. Don't roll the shoulders, just let the head drag you down and everything becomes heavy. So we're gonna go down on 4 counts. As we're going down, we're gonna please. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna press 5, 6, 7, 8. Press again. 2, 3, 4. Roll up. 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're gonna do it again. Then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6, 7, 8. Stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll up. 6, 7, 8, and again. So the first time you press and you press. And again, and the second time you press, then you stretch and bend and come back. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not going to press anymore. We're going to stretch the knees. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and up. So now it's just stretch and bend, stretch and roll up twice. And that's going to be it. All right? So let's do this. Roll down. So we might go back to the beginning and do the whole thing. So like I said, turn sideways so you can see me if you need help to remember the sequence, but I'm going to call out things. So we stand in Dunham first. Slightly, relax the arms. Remember, you're curling in. Don't sit on your heels. Your weight over your baby muscle. Oh, sorry. I have to change the music. Yeah. That's your tempo. So 8 counts, and then we're gonna start right away after 8 counts. Sorry. Then up first. Neutral. Ready? 5, 6, 7. Roll that forecast. Clear. 1, 2, 3. Press. 5. Press the 5. That's the head. Press again. 4. Roll up. 1 vertebrae at a time. Repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. And press. Relax the torso. Relax the head. Press again. Roll up. Starting with the lower back. Second part. 1, 2, 3. Press. Walk down. Stretch the knees. Slowly. 1, 3, 8. Roll up. Repeat. And 1. And press. In the thighs. Stretch the legs. Clear. And roll up. Now remember, there's no more pressing. Drop your arm. And stretch. And easy press. More. Open. Switch arms. And go. Go. And don't let your knees move. Keep your knees in place. Stay center. And other side. Press. Other side. Drop the tailbone. Open. Back time. And 1, 2, open. And 1, 2, open. Again. 1, 2, open. And 2, open. Now you're gonna make a fist. Elbows. Now you're gonna press in and open. Like you have a big balloon that you want to pop. Press. And create. And press. 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 Stretch your knees and keep pressing. Press. Engage your lower abs. Just watch. You're gonna twist. Center. Twist. And then you're gonna do it without center. Don't let the bottom move. Stay and only the top is moving. So the bottom part doesn't move. Here we go. And twist. Right. Center. Center. Now, no center. Go through, right to left. Make sure your arms don't go behind you. With center. Center. Strong arm. Through, no center. Up. Stretch up again. Stretch out and 5, 6, 7. Here we go. Now we're gonna go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Engage your lower abs. And open. And breathe in. And stretch. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. Very good. All right. Hopefully everybody's getting warm. We're going to go to isolations. Isolations are a very important part of Dunham technique. And when you go to your jazz class, different classes, you see people doing the exercise of isolation. So actually, Miss Dunham was the one who really it's not that she invented isolation. And when you go around the world, the cultural dances in any country, they have some kind of isolations. But to put it in a classroom setting, codified way to do it, she did it. So we are again, we're going to go to, so for those who don't know, we have a little way a way to find the Dunham first. It's not 100% proof, but you get to really close to it. So you turn out in what I call an easy ballet first, because I'm not turning out completely like if I would be asked to do in ballet. So my natural turnout, and if somebody is born with a natural turnout, you don't go there. You don't want it to turn out. Then you raise your heel in the mirror leve, twist to parallel, bring your heels back. So that should be about the width of your pelvis. Now, if you have a long foot, the longer your feet, the wider it's gonna be. So you try not to go there. So you have this certain adjustment to be made depending on your body. So but you know that it should be about your hips width. So we're gonna try. I'm gonna give you the rhythmic pattern. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, and so 8. From there, quickly come back, and then we do the same thing, looking side to side, and we do the same thing, tilting. So when you go front and back, down and up, don't just think about I'm dropping my chin. Think about I'm stretching the back of my neck. I'm stretching the front of my neck, and you don't want to collapse in the back and hurt and risk hurting your neck. So you should be able to put your palm in the back and have your head back. And this is more stretching the front. Same thing side. You're thinking I'm bringing my ear to my shoulder, it's fine, but also think I'm stretching the opposite side. All right, so same thing. So when we finish the tilt, so we finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. We're gonna be on your left. So you're gonna drop, half circle with the profile. Drop, half circle, and done. We're gonna take the shoulders. So we're gonna go up and down, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Same rhythmic pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Same thing front and back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. So what you're thinking now is, don't move the arms too much. You know, really concentrate on the shoulders. So when you finish 5 and 6, 7, 8, we're gonna roll twice back and twice front. All right. So 2 circles and 2 circles. Quickly, you're gonna go to Dunham low presentation, and we're gonna do the rib cage. So we're gonna go front and back, same rhythmic pattern, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Same thing side to side, and then we're gonna do one slow circle, right, and one. Shoulders were 2 quicker, and this is 1 slow and 1 slow, okay, on one side. Then we're gonna plie, make a fist, and that's quick. Boom, inverted low presentation with a fist. Pelvis, front and back, contract, release, same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Again, side to side, 7, and then 1 circle, 1 circle, circle, circle. And then your task is gonna be to try to follow the leader. All right, so now I give you an idea. You have the rhythmic pattern. I'm gonna call out things when they happen. Oops, sorry. What'd I do? There you go. Again, and 1, 2, press the shoulders down, 5 and 6. Now let's warm up the feet, the ankles quickly. So we're gonna stand in open parallel, which we have about an inch or so between your feet. So you're gonna go, let me turn sideways so you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At 8, you switch foot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, and a slight turn out, not too much. When you turn out, you don't need to do this to turn out. Stay, just squeeze, and whoop, everything rotates. Okay, same thing. So when we go 8, and if you want, you can place your arms in Dunham second, but they cannot be length. All right, strong and stretch, grow tall, waist from your waist down, you plank yourself from your waist up, you fly up. All right, but your arms counter the lift, press it down. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 8, and so quickly. Now, next part is, so when you finish, you can drop your arms. So you're gonna go 1, and you're gonna have a little bounce in the neck in this one. 1, flex, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, 8. Be back. 8. Circle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that last little circle is going to be a little faster. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See how faster I went? 7, 7, 8. And that's quick. Same thing with the other leg. And you have 8 and same thing. Same thing, turn out to the side. If you want, bring your arms out to the side. Even if it's not on one, when you remember, if you feel like it. If not, bring your arms slightly behind you so it won't be in the way of your leg and it won't be hanging front like this. If you decide to keep it down, slightly behind you. All right, let's try that. Working through the feet, warming up the ankles and the feet. On top. All right, ready? Parallel, about an inch, 1 inch and a half, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the left. Now to your point. On the back. Turn out and up. It's quick. Because I didn't expect it to be quick. When you don't move, the music doesn't feel as quick as when you move. So let's do the last part this way. So we're gonna go. We're gonna keep the tempo though. 1, 2, 3, 4, the whole 8 count, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, reverse 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, roll your point, 3, 4, plié, and stretch, other side, 2, 3, 4, 8 count, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, the whole 8 count, 5, 6, 7, 8, reverse 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, roll your point, 2, 3, 4, plié, turn out, and sit there. All right? So we're going to do it with the arms à la seconde when we go à la seconde. Sorry about that. So just that second part. Little space. Left. Here we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, circle. 2, don't let your leg move. First your ankle, reverse. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Way. Okay. Other side. Up, 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 up. And circle. 2. Leg, immobile, and 1. Quiet leg. Roll your way. Plié, turn out. And up. 6, 7, 8. That leg there. Pull straight from your standing side. Way. Plié. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Circle. Pull up on your standing side. And way. Plié, hold it down. Press. Parallel, then up first. Coming up. Open parallel. That leg first. Now bring your heels out back and heels in. Bow leg first. Bring your toes in. Toes parallel. Open parallel. Bow leg first. Now last side. Bring your heels out back. Up first. Stay there. Stretch. Breath. Down. Forward. Breath. Down. Breath. Shake it out. All right. Good. Now let's go to we're gonna do some Dunham exercise at the bar. For those who are new to Dunham, Dunham is like ballet. You have bar work, center floor work, across the floor. So we have some key exercise. So some of them I want to hit with you, and I might mix two together because we don't have like 10 hours to work just for that class. So we're gonna stand at the bar. That would be the bar. If you don't have a bar, you have a chair. If you have a desk, a table, something about waist high, that's fine. All right, so if you don't have a bar and you want to do it without help, you're gonna have your arm Dunham second. So this is gonna be key for your balance, okay? If the weight get heavy, they're not gonna help. You're gonna be falling all over the place. So if you don't have help, you can also have your hand on the wall. So you're gonna lift from your waist up, like we said before. Make sure always your lower ab, your core, and everything is really working and helping you. All right? Close that page. So we're gonna start. Let's see, I do it with if you have a bar or help. I'm gonna stand on a slightly, not facing completely, but a slight diagonal. My feet are in open parallel, a little space between the big toes, about an inch. Low presentation, you're gonna prepare your arm 1, 2, 3, 4, and your right leg is gonna slide behind you, and we are now standing in Dunham 4th position. All right, so we're gonna do heel presses. So You're gonna bend the standing leg. That's what it's gonna be doing. Bend and stretch each time. That's your standing leg. Not bend and halfway. Completely stretch, not sitting back on your knee and hyperextended. Extending, and so you're gonna pull up in your quads every time. Now this leg, the right leg, is gonna go. So I'm as high I can go on with my heels. So when I bend the front leg, I'm gonna press my heel back. If you look from the front, that will be wrong because I turned it out. Has to stay parallel. See the back leg has to be parallel. Your hips have to be square. All right. Then when I stretch, my back heel come back up. So when I go down, my heel go down. When I go up, my heel goes up. And make sure you're not shifting your weight back and front. So we talked about the axis before. You have a plumb line running down your body. You have a pole running down your body. You go down that axis and up, not front and back. All right. So if your foot is too far back, you would have to, either your heel doesn't touch, or you're gonna have to move back to have it touch. Okay. So make sure that your leg goes exactly where it's supposed to be. You're shifting. So it goes 1. We're going to press 7 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lift, plie, lift. So every time your foot goes down, you're going to bend. Then the other one. That's and 8. Okay. So 7 and 8, and do the same thing with the other leg. So you go to 7. Your 7 is where you're going to peel your foot off the floor and lift in what we call a long attitude. This is a short attitude. This is a long attitude. It's not a kick. It's a lift. You lift. Everything is moving. To lift your leg, make sure you're not sinking in your pelvis. That is stay neutral. So it's not a question of height, it's where your body can go. All right, then when we finish the 7th, we switch. Now we're gonna do it 3 times, 3 presses. 1, 2, 3, lift, plie, lift, again 3, lift, plie, lift. Now we're gonna do 1. 1, lift, plie, lift, 2, lift, plie, lift. Let's do 3, lift, plie, lift, 4. Last one, you're gonna stay. You're gonna extend, flex, come back to your bottom 4th. Just this. So press 7 and transition to the other leg on an 8, 7 and 8, then 3, 3, and then once, but the once is 4 times. All right, let's try this. Heel press. It gives you a good tempo for this. That's a good one. Give me 1 second, let's do our find a good tempo. So it would go like this. Ready? Those are your heel presses. Heel presses. It was still on the quick side, but that's good. So now let's try some second position plie to warm up the hip joint here and everything. All right, so we're gonna go in Dunham second. Dunham second is wider than the ballet second. Ballet second would be this wide. Dunham, you go here even wider. So when you plie, the goal is to have your shin bone perpendicular to the floor, not on an angle. So in ballet, you would have the knee over the toes, so that's on an angle. In Dunham, you want it perpendicular, so you have to be wide enough. Your goal, I mean, the ideal would be to have the under part of your thigh parallel to the floor. But everybody's different, so you go where your body can take you. All right, so we're gonna go. Arm is low presentation. Make sure it's not here. All right. We go plie 1, 2, 3, 4, up, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to bring the arm up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stretch. 6, 7, 8. Now instead of going slow, we're going to go down on 1, and the arm is going to shoot out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. I'm sorry. Yes, right heel down, left heel down, 2 heels down, 2 heels down, come up. Take a breath. Some of you might feel a burn in the thighs. So to try to not let that happen, you're gonna breathe throughout the exercise. So that brings oxygen to your blood, feeds into your muscle to help not for the lactic acid not to build and burn. All right, so down 1, 2, 3, 4, arm, stretch 2, 3, 4, open arm, down 1, 2, 3, 4, bring the arm forward all the way down, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now go straight into plie and press. 1, 2, 3, 4, right heel, left heel, 2 heels, come back up. Take a breath and repeat. And that's all. It's gonna be very simple. It's just to warm up. Ready? Come on, why you come 2 times? Let me check this one. Yes, that's good. Ready? Open legs wide. No presentation. Plie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stretch. Arms up to high presentation. Arms all the way down. Now gonna plie and press. Just press. 1 heel. 2 heels. And come back and next up. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, and come back. All right. So we're gonna just take the second part. Okay? The plie and the presses. Everything this. 6, 5, 6. Plie and press. Right heel. 2 heels twice. Rise. 2. I want to give you something. What's that? Hold on. It's my music. Let's do a little bit of leg swings. If you have, no, that's fine. Let's do a falling recovery. So, because we don't need the buckles. You're gonna prepare the arms up. Now, remember what at the beginning when we were doing the arms and the breathing and the warm-up, and I said invert the arms with a high release. So we're gonna start like this, but this is gonna be like a prep movement just to prepare to go into fall and recovery. So we're gonna go, take a breath and fall, right? So watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, flat back, 6, 7, 8, fall, 2, 3, 4, come back up, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, flat back, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one, it's not going all the way up. You're going to come 5, 6, just there. All right? So when you do your flat back, you're pulling forward. You have like energy shooting out from the crown of your head forward, like a beam of light out of the crown. So do not drop. This is the same position that you hear. You just fold here, right? You don't sink in the lower back. So the lower abs have to be engaged to support your lower back. I'm not contracting. I'm just supporting. So I would sink here, okay? And then the pull forward. You're not sitting, see how I'm on my heels? Your weight is on the front of your foot, over your arches or on top of your metatarsals. All right, and pulling forward. So the first one, when you go down, you unplie, you release, everything is released. So you can be here if you cannot go lower, that's fine. If you, wherever you can go, all right? Then you're gonna reach, do not glide forward, like your headlights. Your arms are gonna frame your body. This is old time Dunham technique. So you have your inverted low presentation, but it's gonna be elongated. So you can frame your body. That's where you are. Do not squeeze your shoulder blades. Now, from here, when you fall again, your arms are gonna reverse. You're gonna relax. Wherever your body can go, but relax. And then you're gonna reach, come up to your presentation. That's the first time. Then you go again, take a breath to go. Now, when you don't throw your head back. It just seems that way, but it's not. Just remember what we said, we're stretching the front. And go. Reach into your flat back, deep mouth, light out the crown of your head. Fold again. Now bring your hands on top of your knees. I mean, not on your knees, on top, right here. Flat back. Now we're gonna do what we call ripples. So ripples like a little wave, like this. So it's gonna start from the base of your spine with the contraction. And you're gonna roll. And you're gonna roll. That's your ripple. See, it's just rolling through your spine. Rolling through your spine. So it's gonna be, that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, roll up 5, 6 to your beginning position. No, 5, 6, bring it up 7, 8. And then you take the beginning again. Here, now instead of rippling, we're gonna undulate. We're gonna do undulation, but a big one where the legs are gonna be involved. We're gonna go 1, 2, release, 2, 1, 2, release, and roll up to finish. So fall, recover, fall, recover, fall, recover, fall, recover, pull, roll up, 6, 7, 8, fall, recover, fall, recover, fall, let me slower, fall, recover, roll down. So let me make sure I have a good tempo for this one. And I wish you could ask questions if there's anything that is let me find you a hold on. Wait. Tempo is very important. Let's see that. Hold on. Let's do one time. Let's do four. Up. And bring your arms up. All right. So when you get to the oscillation, it's gonna go. Yeah, right. So we're gonna do 4 ripples and then 4 undulation instead of the 2 I said before, because then my phrasing wasn't good. All right. Here we go. We're gonna stand in Dunham first, hands in low presentation, and then we're gonna prepare the arms. First, low presentation, left to front, go to back, neutral, bring the arms. Here we go. And fall, flat, fall, and up, fall, flat, fall, and head. Bring, go left, bring, go left, bring, go 4 times. Whoa, roll up, position, bring your arms, from the beginning, and again, remember to bring your hands to your knees, and contract, release, contract, release, contract, release, contract, release, contract, up, bring your arms, last time, and go. Recall. Recall. Last slow. Arms in position. And one. Check. Release. 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 Roll up. And stay. Shake it out. Shake it out. All right. That's good. All right. So those were your your fall and recovery. All right. Without the bar from standing position. So when we do without the bar, you don't start from standing, you start from flat back and you fall from there and you recover from there. So you did with standing up, it's done also with in progressions where you can travel with it. You step and then you do it traveling down the floor. All right. For these, you have to have a very strong back. All right, let's do some movement from the progressions of, from Ms. Dunham. There's a lot of different, a lot of the vocabulary is really large. So we're gonna do some key ones. So the Dunham walk, signature step, the Dunham walk. Usually we start the progression with it. So we have Dunham walk half time, Dunham walk on time. We have the double step, and we have the Dunham walk with a step up. Okay, it's all different type of the walk, and so the story and one of the theories of the Dunham technique, form and function. So you have, when you see something, that something is just there to be. All right, that something usually has a meaning. So, or you see something, there's a purpose for that thing. So it's all in your everyday life. You see form and function for everything. So for the Dunham walk, we're going to see the form, and the function in class is one thing. The function in class is to, let's say, that could be because of how it emerged, how it was created, had to do with what Ms. Dunham experienced in the Caribbean. So that could relate to intercultural communication, because she saw something from another culture, and then that what's the word, informed her movement. So in the class, that you could take this out of doing the Dunham walk. All right. So to tell you the story about Dunham walk is that Ms. Dunham went to the Caribbean for studies. Everybody here know it, even if you didn't know it before. When you felt, well, if you didn't know it, I don't know, it might be some people came here for the first time, never heard of Ms. Dunham, and need to know. But you know, she had studied in the Caribbean. So, because she was an anthropologist, she saw women, particularly in Haiti, coming down from the mountain, the hills, and walking to the bigger cities with big baskets of goods, like vegetables and everything, eggs, on their heads to go sell in the city. Heavy load. So it's not, we're not talking about one, most of the time, one basket. You can see one basket, but sometimes baskets piled up. You have a larger one, a medium one, and then usually a little one at the top. So it's like a pyramid. So you have the heavy vegetables, you know, potatoes, carrots, and stuff at the bottom, everything heavy. Middle one is things that are more like green onions, parsley, and stuff in the middle. And then on top, usually you have a little basket and they would have eggs. So it varies. Sometimes you don't have all that pile, but it's nonetheless a heavy load. And usually, sometimes they don't hold it because their hands are occupied, either by holding a child, usually a little girl that has a little basket on her head because she's being trained to carry the load. You have to start at a young age. And on the other hand, she might be holding some chicken or some live chicken or a little chair, something on her arm. So you might have an arm to hold. So remember isolation? So we did these, but these are also part of our isolations. Okay, so you see this in Eastern dances, but that's also here. Okay, if the basket moves, you catch the weight. So you walk, and it's all that happens. So your body has to be straight, cannot collapse because the weight will drop to the ground. So that's what she saw. And they were going down little paths, and she saw them. That's what she envisioned when she went back and she did the Dunham walk. And that's a picture she had on her mind, those women with the big load. So for me, Dunham walk is not just I'm carrying the load because my life is so hard. That's what I have to do to survive. But also it shows with the carriage in the Dunham walk. It's very like you see pride, you see poise, you see, for me, I see resolve, I see strength, in the Dunham walk going. So it's like you have a wind behind you that pushing you and letting you, pushing you down. So there's rise and fall in it. And that leg goes over, and I also say, go over the rocks, so you don't want to be not kicking the rocks in the road. It's like you have a rock in front of you, go over the rock and step over the rock and step over the rock. So we're gonna try this. We're gonna do half time and just half time. We're not gonna do on time. So you're gonna go as far back as you can in whichever room you're standing. If you're in a studio, you're lucky. If you have your living room, you know, that's small, we can walk. So if you have very little space, you can make circles around yourself. You can go back on your tracks. You can make squares. Okay, we're not gonna do a lot of them. It's just for you to experience. So we're gonna start. So I'm standing. So behind you is upstage, right? And your right side is the side of the stage. So I'm upstage right. I'm sorry, no, that's left. All right? And I'm going to start with my right leg. So my right leg. So I'm going to prepare my foot on the walk. All right? So the first thing I'm going to rise and 1. Okay? So the breath is on end. And then I fall. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So at 8, you can be facing anywhere. You don't have to do the same pattern I'm doing. But after 8, so your arms are down, you're going to take your right fist on your hip. You're going to look over your shoulder. Or usually, traditionally, that was a position for women. And men would either hold their belts or make a fist, but whichever you want, either 2. So we want 1, I want 1 here. So everybody can do whatever you want, this or this. So after the first 8 without arms, let's do 4, looking over the shoulder. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and now your arms are gonna go up like you're holding a basket. So it's gonna be 5, for me, it's gonna be 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, nothing, 4, and then the last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so it's gonna be nice and slow, and it's continuous. Continuous is like a never-ending rolling movements, like you're pedaling on your bike. All right. So that's the story of the Dunham walk, where it came from. And she told us one time she was, I think it was Jamaica, that she saw a woman with a chest of drawers on her head going down little path, and it was like it was nothing. All right, so you know, strength. Your body does things that you know, when it's time to do it and there's no way out but doing it, it will do it. All right, let's do another step. It's called this. It's done in Shango, the piece that Miss Dunham created. Shango is a piece where she used different part of diaspora's religion. Like there's a bit from Haiti, the voodoo. There's a bit, you can see the Santeria in there, and you know, she mixed the different, but they're all related because the root is the same. And some from the Baptist church, something, and it's all intertwined in that piece. So some people didn't understand that for the first time they saw, and they were saying, "Oh, no, it's not voodoo," or "No, it's not Santeria." It's a mix of all. She wanted to show a little piece of each. So that step is the ending step of Shango, right? And that's the last part. So we're gonna call it walks in. That's your open parallel. Walks in open parallel. So you can make a fist. They're facing each other. Your arms are not going to separate. They're going to stay together. The torso is going to twist right to left. See, like when we were warming up. So it's going to go this way. So we're in flat back in plie, and then it's going to twist. The goal is to twist so much that your face is to the ceiling. But again, if you have any back issues, just do what your body can do. All right? So if it's just that, because your body can only do that, it's completely fine. We are experiencing the movement, that's fine. So your feet are going to go 1, 2, 3, and pull. 1, 2, 3, like a little ball change. Okay, so step, 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 ball change, step, 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 ball change. Okay, that's the end. But you're going to start by doing 8 straight. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now 1, 2, ball change. 1, 2, ball change. Now when you do the ball change, you're going to double the elbows. The ball, that's the ball change. Okay, so 8 straight. Then you go 1, 2, ball change. 1, 2, ball change. All right, just we experience it. So this is really as flat back and plie as you can. This is a traveling step, like you would fly down the diagonal with it. So we're gonna do it in place because of space issues in our, living rooms or bedrooms, and so let's see. That's a little bit more up tempo. So let me give you something really, really. Where is it? Okay, a little more upbeat. So we are in open parallel. We're going to plie. And here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So what we're gonna do is a little combo out of it. So we're gonna start like this. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, ball change, ball change. So we're not gonna do the 8 first. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you're gonna do a 3-step turn. So let me see, I can have 3 steps. 1, 2, 3. You're gonna contract sharply with the whole body. So when you turn, your arms, you are here. You're gonna extend the chest on 1, hold on 2, extend the chest on 3. Now we're gonna contract on 4. Your arm are gonna cross over. Now that contraction is like somebody punched you in the stomach. It's a harsh, strong contraction, not a It's ha. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Return. 1, 2, 3. Contract 4. We do the same thing the other side. 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if people have trouble turning, you can do it without the turn. You just walk, 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 if you cannot turn, all right? Or if you don't have space and you're scared of breaking stuff around you, just walk without the turn. Now, when you do the turn or the walk, when you do this part, don't travel. So it's not that I'm gonna go step far to go, okay? Almost under my body. Just, take as small step as you can. All right? So let's review again. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Turn to contract. When you contract, drop your head. Turn to and contract. And when you contract, either arm, I don't mind. When you contract always from the base of your spine. It's like you're bringing your pelvis to your shoulders and your shoulders to your, actually the thigh or even. So don't sit on the back leg. Your weight would be well distributed, let's say almost middle of the body. You have a little more on the front leg because you need to move that one. So don't sit on the back leg. Make sure it's free enough that you can move to the next one. All right, that's your contraction. So don't go there to go low. C-shaped contraction. Big letter C right here. And your arms are gonna frame your head right there. So don't bring it down. Your contraction is gonna be, no, that's this one. That's this one. All right, I'm gonna keep going. So we just finished the contraction here. So my right foot is ready to go. All right, from here, I'm gonna kind of hop onto my right leg. It should be a chug. This is part of the chug series in the Dunham technique, where you go down the diagonal with a chug. But again, because I don't want to travel, I'm gonna kind of, it's kind of mix of hop and chug. So it's not jumping, it's just like a little hoppy here. So it's called a donkey kick. This leg is gonna go back, 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 like I'm poking back. Not here, okay? Just keep your thighs together and just go poke, 2, 3, 4. So I was here, so I finished. My top is gonna go here. I'm already in the contraction. So that's not gonna change except the arms. It's gonna go here at the waist. So that's 8, and I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. So you see how my arms follow what my leg is doing. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm gonna go downstage, which is your computer, your phone, whatever your camera is, and you go your audience. So you walk and you clap. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is from Churros. You can find it from Churros. Now on 4, when you clap, your feet, let me go here so you can see my feet. So it's walk, 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 and then you're gonna do a little chug on 2 feet, like this. 4. That's your 4, that's your clap. So it goes here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from here, you're gonna take the left leg, and then you're gonna do the donkey kick, poking back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you're gonna go back up where you came from. 5, 6, 7, chug together. Okay, let's do the second part. So we finished turning. Donkey kick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Windmill. 5, 6, 7, 8. Donkey kick with your left foot up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Walk back. 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we can take that from the beginning. So, since I've been moving non-stop, I'm just gonna play the music, talk. I cannot see anyone. Let's see. Because all cameras are closed. Let's see if it's true. Yep. So let's do, I'm gonna pretend that I can see you. I'm gonna imagine you. You're gonna do it for the brain, okay? With the music. Jamila, I just love the picture that you have with the little heart in the woman.
Thank you.
Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7. Turn. Contract. Turn. Contract and poke. Windmill with your arms. Poke again. Windmill with your arms. Any questions? You don't have to open your camera if you're taking the class. If you have a question, tell me. That would be my dream to have. Okay. So I guess everybody got it. Yeah, it's not too fast. We can do it. So we're gonna do it. I'm gonna add a little bit to it. It's not gonna be too much. So we finish. So this is called traveling windmill arms, something windmill arms. Because a lot of steps were not named, so we're trying to figure out how to call them. It's like you do it with windmill. So don't bring two arms together. It's one arm, and the second goes good. And then one arm, second goes. So when I say poke, I'm talking about the donkey kick. Windmill, clap. Windmill, clap. Now we're gonna turn, and it's called notch turn. So my right foot. Remember I said to make the little child? Yeah. So if you don't make the little child on 2 feet, that's fine. If you do a dig, that's fine too. So you're gonna step on your right. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Left and 2 and 3 and 4. Arms are gonna go right front, don't touch. Room. Back arm is going to round back to kind of match the front. You're going to tilt and spiral back. That's the position. Okay, so you're going to go. We just finished here, and then you're going to step on your right, turn and 2 and 3 and 4, turn and 2 and 3 and 4. Now we're going to make a step from Haiti, Congo Payette. Feet are going to go 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Hips are going to go 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Arms are going to go 1 and look, 1 and look, 1 and look, 1 and look. That's your Congo Payette. So let's take it from the poke. Donkey kick. E, E, E. Windmill. Clap. E, E, E. E, windmill. Notch turn. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2. Congo Payette. Look to your left. Look to your right. Look to your left. Look to your right. Okay? Up to here. For the brain. We're not doing full out yet. For the brain. Just the last part from the donkey kick, the poking foot there. We are in contraction, that's where we come from. 5, 6, donkey kick. 1, 2, 3, windmill. Donkey kick, windmill. Notch turn. And turn. Congo Payette. Congo Payette. I hope everybody got it. Let's do it for the brain from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Turn 2, contract. Turn 2, Donkey kick, 1, 2, 3, windmill. Donkey kick, ta, ti, ta, windmill. Notch turn, wrap her around, wrap her around. Hips and hips and hips. Okay, here we go. That was rehearsal. Let's take a breath. Take a drink of water or something. Then we're gonna do from here. So when you finish the Congo Payette, you're gonna just go very easy. So 2, 4, 8. Right leg is ready. You're gonna trudge. All right, trudging. Make sure your feet are flat. You're not articulating your foot, and you stay plie. All right. So we're gonna go like this. Same arms as the beginning, and then you're gonna do shoulders, shoulder isolation. And then from here, you're gonna go 4, 5 and 7 if you go towards the back. So you have 16 counts to make half of, to curve. So it's not gonna be a full circle. You make a loop, not a loop, a half moon, and come back center with 16 trudging with, so the first 8 we're gonna do here. Now, instead of just straight forward, we kind of like go like this. So it's gonna go up, down, okay? A little bit up, down, up, down, up, down. 6, 7, 8. Then we're gonna go. And this is very John Peters that I used to teach at, she passed not long ago, at Alvin Ailey's. That's one of our class movement across the floor, trudging with shoulders isolation. All right? So let's do it from the beginning. Let's try full out. And we just added the 8 with the fist and folded arms, and 8 with the arms. Let me show you the arms. Oops. So your palms are going to be up, and then you're going to isolate. So when you come last, the 16 is going to bring you here, and then we're going to pull down to finish. So it's a one shot, full out, okay? And then we're going to cool down. So let's do this thing about today's class in celebration of what would have been Miss Dunham's 114th birthday. So let's try to be joyous and give it all right? Remember, as low as you can, as contracted as you can, as tilted as you can, as spiraling as you can, all right? And give it up. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. right, keep going. Exhale. And take a breath again. Exhale. Last one. Undulate your hands. Sway right to left with your torso. Sway, keep your hands in front of your feet. Grab the back of your ankles, stretch your knees, drop your torso. Stretch your legs, drop your torso, grab the back of your You're gonna roll up on 8 counts. Nice deep breath again. Thumbs up. Undulate your hands. Bring them down. Stretch. Feet together. Hands on your heart. Thank you. And I hope you have a great end of the week. And then take the positive that you got from the class, hopefully, out to the world, out into your life, not just for the weekend, for the rest of it. All right. Thank you, Ms. Dunham, for your legacy. Thank you for a wonderful place to be, to feel safe, to be able to share with others, from my own culture and from other cultures, and pass your legacy on. All right. Thank you for supporting us, and peace. Thank you very much.
At 96 years old, despite being long confined to a wheelchair, dancer and choreographer Katherine Dunham could still feel the rhythm. And even greater than that, if you were in the room with her, you couldn't help but feel it too. In 2006, Katherine Dunham would have celebrated her 97th birthday. However, she passed away just 1 month before reaching that milestone. But not even her death could prevent her loyal friends and students from both sides of the river from celebrating her life and legacy.
Hi, how are you?
So on June 22nd, Miss Dunham's birthday, hundreds of people jammed the Desley Theater at the Missouri Historical Society to pay tribute to the matriarch of black dance. Dunham combined her knowledge of cultural anthropology with dance movements, pioneering dance techniques that launched black dance as an art form in the United States. Her contributions to her craft are immeasurable, but to the people in this auditorium, it was her human nature they were most grateful for.
It is indeed an honor to be the mayor of a city that Katherine Dunham chose to live in. She could have lived anywhere in the world, but she chose East St. Louis, and for 35 years I have known her, and I am honored that you have taken the responsibility and the courage, but more importantly, the love to honor her in this way.
Certified Master Dunham dancers from around the country.
Indeed, Katherine Dunham could have lived anywhere. She was a world-renowned choreographer and dancer.
You ain't only classy, you are highly selective.
She danced on Broadway, in films. She danced her way all over the globe. But in 1967, Dunham chose to call East St. Louis home when the city was in the midst of a dramatic decline. Once it had been the hub of one of America's major industrial and rail centers, with a busy downtown and a diverse population. But in the 60s and 70s, East St. Louis was fast losing factories, jobs, and most of its population, and would become one of America's most disadvantaged cities, almost all black, dealing with poverty and crime. But despite the area's economic decline, East St. Louis retained a strength in families, churches, and culture, and so Katherine Dunham chose to stay.
Miss Dunham saw in us often what we didn't see in ourselves, and she loved us far more than we tended to express our love for ourselves or each other.
Miss Dunham has a way of pulling the good out of everyone. At that point in time, there was a lot of gang rivalry going on, and she just could not understand how these people were hurting each other. So she tried to channel that anger into something positive.
Dunham offered the young men and women of East St. Louis alternatives to violence through what she knew best, dance. To her, dance wasn't just simply moving your body. It had a much deeper meaning that young people needed to discover.
When I was coming along, there were a lot of little odd, different kinds of things, you know. But I think that people have lost something. They've lost the idea of what dance is. You know? Everybody seems to be in it just for a matter of personal pleasure. And there's more to it than that, you know.
Such as what? What are
Such as expressing your culture, expressing the meaning of your life, the meaning of the people that you came from, the meaning of your family and your roots and that kind of thing. Dance does this, you know. It's in there. We just have to take it out and use it.
Katherine Dunham was born outside of Chicago in 1909. Her mother died when young Katie was just 4 years old, and for the next few years, she and her older brother Albert Jr. lived with relatives as their father traveled as a salesman. It was during this time that Katie became exposed to the world of entertainment, going to local theaters, seeing live performances up close. Dunham began dancing herself, appearing in various productions, but planned a career as an anthropologist, not a dancer. So in 1928, Dunham enrolled at the University of Chicago. While she worked on her anthropology degree, she did continue to take dance lessons and perform. She even founded her own student dance company. During her studies, she was introduced to the concept of dance as a cultural symbol and began to study the anthropological roots of dance. After her graduation in 1935, Dunham accepted a fellowship to study anthropology and dance in the Caribbean. There, she earned the trust of the natives of Haiti and Jamaica, inviting her to join them in their most sacred rituals. It was this experience that changed the focus of Dunham's life and the development of modern dance. Dunham returned to Chicago in 1937 and immediately began incorporating African and Caribbean styles of movement into a new modern dance technique.
Her technique, which is totally different than what any of us had ever had, but even today it's different. It's a whole, she really created a technique that is unique unto herself.
In a nation where there had been no path for black dancers, Dunham formed this country's first black dance company and took them all the way to Broadway and Hollywood.
She just got into the center of your body, and I will tell you something. There wasn't one part of your body that didn't move. Not all at once, but you had to separate, you know, from the muscles here to the stomach muscles, to the pelvic muscles, to the hips, to the knees, to the ankles, the head, the arms, the chest. Everything was separated, and that's what I found hard. Doing that, it was like doing, you know, this. It was extraordinary.
Katherine Dunham and her dance company received enthusiastic reviews from both critics and audiences. They toured throughout the United States, Latin America, Europe, and Dunham didn't just receive praise for her dancing and choreography. She was recognized as a scholar and anthropologist.
She just was interested in other things. This was a very intelligent woman. This was not, as they might say, just a dancer who happened to have a talent as a choreographer. This was a brilliant woman. And you knew that when she was teaching you. It wasn't always about just steps. It was about your soul.
And it's a matter of people themselves seeing and knowing what's around them, and understanding them, understanding their own roots. It's very important.
Dunham broke down dance barriers, blending her unique dance movements with other genres such as ballet. But she often found herself on the front lines of discrimination, performing in theaters where she herself would not be allowed to buy a ticket. In 1944, at a performance in Louisville, Kentucky, The crowd cheered for more after the curtain closed, but instead of an encore, Dunham announced to the all-white crowd that she and her company would not return until people like her could sit with people like them.
And do you realize how hard that must have been? At that time, she was really breaking all kinds of barriers, and she was going out on a limb, and she was putting herself up there, going against the tide. And this was a very difficult time, and she was one of the first.
In 1941, Dunham married John Pratt, a costume and set designer who happened to be white. In the beginning, their friends and families disapproved of their union. Interracial marriages were not common in those days, but the couple's obvious devotion to one another dispelled the negativity. Dunham would only wear costumes designed by her husband, and their collaboration resulted in her exquisite stage presence. In 1952, Pratt and Dunham adopted a daughter, Marie Christine, and Dunham and her new family toured the world with her dance troupe.
I would certainly say that the travel has been one of the very important things. And if I had not traveled, there are so many things I just wouldn't know. I think it's 57 countries of the world. And that's a lot.
Dunham disbanded her troupe around 1960, and even though her life on stage was coming to a close, she was far from retiring from the world of dance. And her social activism? Well, she was just getting started. A relationship with Southern Illinois University brought Dunham to the Edwardsville campus in 1967.
She just really turned the tide of the sensibilities of the black students on campus, because there were very few African American professors or artists in residence at that point in time, and we needed her. She gave us a sense of completeness, of pride, sense of really owning some portion of that facility.
Dunham also called Haiti home, where she embraced the local culture and witnessed up close the discontent within communities. But she was astonished at the anger and violence between the young people of East St. Louis. And from that point on, building on the good that did exist there, Dunham sought to change that.
She was a catalyst for change, but a magnet that attracted the best in us together in one place. And she never apologized for being in East St. Louis. She just said, come and see and feel what I see and feel, and help me make this grow.
To better understand what the streets of East St. Louis were like, to know what she was really up against, Dunham began interacting with younger gang members. On one particular evening, Dunham found herself right in the middle.
The police were looking for me because I was being suspected of some of those things of that era. And they arrested me, and they didn't know who she was, and she inquired, and they arrested her.
Dunham kept her identity a secret because she wanted to experience how the average black individual was treated while in custody. When her identity was revealed, she was released with an apology, but not before news of her arrest reached the East Coast.
She was supposed to be in Carnegie Hall that night for a performance, but they had to announce on stage that she was in jail in East St. Louis.
Her arrest did more than just give her an understanding. She gained the trust of the young people, and that gave her the start to make a difference.
After I was released from jail, she asked me if I would help her with her program at SIU. Performing Arts Training Center was the first program, and I was willing to help do anything I could.
Dunham opened a community-based arts and education program in East St. Louis, offering not just dance and education, but also an outlet.
She offered them another way to expression, and it'd be a positive thing.
And then there are so many dance formations that actually show different, the way people prepare from different islands and different countries in Africa to prepare for battle. So she taught them movements with meaning, and why, if you fight, why you fight, and give them examples of other cultures and how it was for food, or how it was for land, or how it was for family and my brother, and how they did it with dignity and not vanity.
Katherine Dunham didn't just come through East St. Louis, vow to make a difference, and disappear when the going got tough. She planted roots. She and her husband owned a home and other properties. She opened a museum in East St. Louis to showcase her collection of African, West African, and South American art. The museum houses more than 250 pieces from more than 50 countries. Daryl Braddocks, the young man she helped all those years ago, is the museum's curator.
This is how the griot, the historian of the tribe, talked about kunta with a kora, which is a predecessor to harps and guitars.
In 1982, using money she received from a grant, Dunham opened the Katherine Dunham Children's Workshop behind the museum. Throughout the summer and school year, the workshop offers dance programs free of charge to the children of East St. Louis.
Because her intent was for every child to be able to have, without the obstruction of money, exposure to the philosophy, the dance, the arts and crafts. We're in the public schools. This was always a dream of hers, always.
Dunham did require that the children work, and work hard. There is a minimum grade requirement of a C average.
It's a twofold thing, you know. The children learn how to dance, and then they learn how to balance dance and schoolwork at the same time.
Dunham lived the rest of her life working towards securing her legacy, a legacy that involved much more than dance.
She had a multifaceted world in her. She was an artist, she was an author, she was a choreographer, an anthropologist, a philanthropist, you name it, she had been there, you know. And I think this is what she wanted the children to know, that you don't have to stop at one thing. You know, the world is filled with different things to do, and she wanted them to know that you are part of it.
And I hope to make a difference. But it's up to the people themselves, you know, to do a lot of work. And this I'm not too sure about. I want them to take nothing for granted, to take everything as possible. And that, I think, is a big problem here, for people to be able to understand that they have it. They just have to use it, you know? And I think we've never really done that. I think if I look at the history of this area, we have never really used everything that we have.
Are you sure it's going to be an hour or so? She's going to be here? You got an hour. Okay.
The people of East St. Louis took on her challenge, using everything they had to bring Katherine Dunham home. In recent years, Dunham had been living in an assisted living home in New York, making regular trips back to East St. Louis. But she wanted to come home for good. She wanted to secure her legacy here. So to prepare for her arrival, individuals, small businesses, large businesses, contractors, designers, young people, old people, all gave of their time and resources to renovate her aging home and make it accessible and comfortable for her.
The people that worked with us, like the Metro East contractors, they gave us 3 for 1. For every $1 the state paid them, they gave us 3 in labor and more. You could go there on the weekends and you'd see our former mayor, Bill Mason, on a lawnmower or pruning the flowers, or a painter who he and his brother after hours would do more work so that they can come in on schedule and give us the quality services. So it became a labor of love, money, donations. So when you say the community gave, they gave in a very priceless and loving way.
So that was the plan. Katherine Dunham was coming home. Her legacy was secure. Her home was finished. The money had been raised to continue the programs. But when she arrived for what would be her final homecoming, they discovered she couldn't stay.
We brought Miss Dunham home in the fall of last year, and we couldn't keep her. Just when you staff, food, transportation, the reality of we needed to do more than just pay the bills, we had to take care of her. After 3 weeks, she had to go back to New York.
Dunham had had a successful career, but by the time she was 96 years old, she didn't have any money left. In New York, she had the security of friends such as Harry Belafonte to help take care of her, so that's where she had to go.
I was very hurt that she had to go back because it's, oh no, how am I going to fulfill this vision for you without you?
But just before she left, she addressed a crowd at SIUE for the last time, and she assured them that she would be back.
I knew I'd be back. Just like when I leave, the next, whenever it is I leave, I know I'll be back, you know. And part of the reason I come back is because you all will it. You don't know it even. You don't know that you're bringing me back, but you are. You got a little string of lights here, and a string of lights here, maybe not as strong as this one, but these two get together and they pull on me, and I come back. And that's what I intend to keep doing.
To ensure that would happen, the people of East St. Louis went back to work again to raise more money. Grants were received for programs, and they had raised enough funds to care for Miss Dunham. Everything was falling into place. She could finally come home. In their last telephone conversation, Charlotte Otley told Dunham they had finally achieved what they had been working so hard for.
And she said, Charlotte, there's that again. She was calling me Charlotte. That meant something was happening. She says, I will not be coming home. I said, oh, Miss Dunham, everything's done. And I rattled off this list of everything that was done. And she said, I know. But I wanted you to hear it from me that I will not be coming home.
But Miss Dunham did know. She knew that the good she always saw in East St. Louis had prevailed, that her vision was secure, and her legacy would live on. Katherine Dunham passed away 4 days later.
It was such a numb, I think, before I could even cry. On one hand, I felt, God, thank you that she heard and knew that her vision, my task, was done. And that those around her had a level, they had stuck together, and there was an appreciation of her, and the legislative, everything had improved. So I said, let me be thankful for that. And then this whole thing of, so where do we go from here? Because we can't faint.
Katherine Dunham affected the lives of so many people in this region, but in her eyes, it was the people here who touched her. She once said that when she was away, it was East St. Louis, Illinois that was missing from her life. But thanks to her legacy, Katherine Dunham will always be in East St. Louis.
He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hand. He got the whole world in his hand. He got the little bitty babies in his hand. He got bitty babies. He got the little bitty babies. He got the whole world in his. Hallelujah.
I want to see all human beings enjoy the expression of dance. As a young girl growing up in Detroit, my sister Marianne and I, we watched this travelogue that came on Saturday afternoons, knowing that at the end would be footage of these indigenous people doing these incredible dances and singing and making music. We were just fascinated. I am Penny Godboldo, a dance artist and a master teacher. Yes, when I discovered dance, it just became a way of life for me. I analyzed my life and realized that I connect on a very fundamental level to the philosophy, theories, and methodology of the very first dance anthropologist, Katherine Dunham. As a choreographer and teacher, I like to give voice to the dancer and the community surrounding the dancer. I feel empowered to make dances about social justice and to try to change the lives of both dancers and audiences. It's always been important to me to make my family and community proud of me. I remember my mother told me when I was very young that I am a born teacher. Miss Dunham told me that I am a spiritual guide. I call myself a dance artist. Peace, love, and understanding is really what the world needs right now. And I plan to keep promoting these things with my art for as long as I live.
know you've heard about it, the occasion when I was in Lexington, Kentucky, and the audience was totally segregated. I did not, foolishly, I didn't think about it because I was so busy with the company, and that has saved me so many, many times. I was just too busy to get into what I considered the small things. This turned out to be a big thing. It turned out that no black people could sit in the orchestra seats. And I, after going through a whole lot of resistance, threats, you name it. I did everything possible to be able to get on that stage and feel good about it. And I couldn't win them. Therefore, I decided if I couldn't win at the beginning, I'd win at the end. I did the show. They loved it. Maybe the show was better than it had ever been because everybody was uptight. And in the end, I told them we would never come back until we could appear before people who were sitting next to each other. People of my color were sitting next to people of your color. A lot of people in the audience didn't know it. They had no idea that this was the case. And this is one thing I have to say, you have to be very, very careful about racism. There is conscious, active, violent racism. There's a kind of racism that is simply pure ignorance. People just don't know. And they don't know, and they don't think, and they follow. And all of a sudden, they're faced with something which is against their Christian principles, social values, everything. But they did not know that until it was put before them. That night, I decided to put this before them. Pinned on the back of one of my fancy little skirts. No whites allowed. I think that's what it said. Which was sort of a rude thing to do, I know. But I was so upset. And I said at the end, until we could sit next to you, I wouldn't come back. And then after that, they got to thinking about it, and they said, well, we want Paul Robeson, we want Marian Anderson, so we better get ourselves together. And they got themselves together, and they sat next to each other, and none of it rubbed off, so they were very happy.
Thanks for watching Deeper Than Red. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media. Katherine, the woman known as the queen of modern dance, looked out into the audience. The crowd roared for her to give them an encore. But Katherine had other ideas. My dance company and I will not return to Louisville, Kentucky until the city desegregates your theaters. The crowd gasped in shock. It was 1944. The civil rights movement wouldn't begin until years later. Katherine was again ahead of her time in dance and social activism. Katherine was always drawn to dance as a young child. However, her family encouraged her to be a teacher. After high school, she enrolled in the University of Chicago and studied anthropology. Katherine was fascinated with the anthropological roots of dance. She immersed herself in studying the dances of the African diaspora. In between classes, Katherine studied dance with Ludmila Speranza, a former ballerina of the Moscow Ballet Company. Katherine formed the Negro Dance Group, one of the first all-African-American dance groups. A wealthy patron enjoyed a performance of the Negro Dance Group so much that she offered to fund Katherine's studies in dance and Caribbean culture. Katherine studied cultural dances in the Caribbean for 2 years. She earned the trust of Haitian natives and was invited to join them in their most sacred rituals. This experience changed the focus of Katherine's life and the development of modern dance. Katherine returned to Chicago in 1937 and began to change dance forever. With ballet as the foundation, Katherine infused Afro-Caribbean styles and movements. Her technique was different from anything that had been done before. One dancer described Katherine's technique as using every part of the body to dance. Each muscle would move separately. Katherine choreographed her dances to a wide range of rhythmic tempos, rhythms that had never been used by Western dance companies before, and her audience loved it. While Katherine broke down barriers with dance, she still experienced discrimination everywhere she went. She would perform in theaters where she herself would not be allowed to buy a ticket. Katherine began refusing to perform in segregated theaters. Despite the obstacles she faced, Katherine and her dance company were enthusiastically received all over the world. She and her dancers performed in Broadway shows and Hollywood feature films. Katherine even opened her own dance school, the Dunham School of Dance, the first of many dance schools. In a nation where there had been no path for black dancers, Dunham created the country's first black dance company. She brought them all the way to Broadway and Hollywood. The Dunham dance technique is still used all over the world to this day. Thanks for watching Deeper Than Red. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media.
Ando azokwe akisara famio moke wara koko na ngunjana yanga dakwe moke sina yanga datizo na menikete ye na maboko pade sozo kwa ke totonzara zara ke fazo sinda ke fazo Africa nyela sara simo totonzara tonga soe Africa nyela sara simo totonzara tonga soe.
Shalom, shalom from Dimona, Israel. My name is Elsa, and welcome to the second annual Global Virtual Dunham Celebration. We honor Ms. Dunham's global impact and the blueprint she left for us to be our true, authentic selves through movement, action, and constant change. The youth represent that change.
And just like Miss Dunham, many of us around the world are in service to nurture, to love, to guide, and secure the youth so that they too can reconnect with their authentic selves and uplift humanity to create a brighter world. Please enjoy the Dunham Virtual Global Celebration. Her legacy lives in all of us. In celebration of Miss Katherine Dunham's 114th birthday, this presentation will highlight the youth of the After School Dance Enrichment Program with Elsa in Dimona, Israel. Featuring excerpts from interviews with selected dancers, we will hear the voices from their experiences in the program and see their June 2023 culminating performance. Miss Dunham's legacy lives in all of us.
I like to see people develop, an individual or a group. I like to see them begin to blossom.
Being a 16-year-old living here in Dimona, Israel, I mean, a lot of people may think that it's different than other places, but we really do the same things. Like we go to school, we have after school activities that we go to. Yeah, it's just like any other city. It's just, as far as like my specific culture, it's just a little different. I mean, culturally, we all live in one area, and it's like one village, one neighborhood. Everybody knows each other. Everybody helps each other out.
Living in Dimona, Israel, for me as a 17-year-old girl, it's very eventful and it's a great experience. We have a great culture, and I love the culture, and it's very meaningful to my life. So I like living in Israel, and I like being a part of the community. It makes me happy.
Maybe wake up, because I'm giving the energy to the people that's in front of me. I'm saying, wake up, y'all. I'm saying, I'm giving the energy that I have to the people in front of me.
Like a boom, clap, clap, a boom, clap. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
I felt clear, just letting go all of that off my chest. I felt very clear, and I had all my family with me, my cousins. I learned to believe in myself and give the energy that you gave me and put it in my mind and control.
Dance to me is not really like when other people hear dance, they hear like just moving your body, but when I hear dance, it's like telling a story and like letting go of all your problems. It's just something that I like to do even on my free time, like even when I'm not in class, I just like to dance.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, y'all.
I like to dance because it entertains me, and my favorite part was when I perform. My favorite dance was If You Really Want to Dance because I like the energy, then I like that the way we move our bodies. I dance because it makes me happy. My favorite style of dance is hip hop because you really get to like put a lot of energy in it. Dancing at New World was really fun because I saw all of my family. They were right there cheering me, cheering for me, cheering me on. And I just really felt the beat and really just did as best as I can.
When we went to Jerusalem, we learned part of Sente. It was a really cool experience because we had live drummers there. We had a teacher that was his culture that taught us, and it was fun to learn the different steps, even though like one of them specifically was kind of tricky, but it was just a good environment, good vibes, and everyone there just paying attention and giving honor to the culture that we're learning. So that was cool.
What challenged me the most was Sente. When we went across the floor learning it, and it was really fast.
It's good being 5 years old. It was so amazing how people was looking at us on the stage. I said, it's good for me to just learn how to dance, be great in dance, and like be amazing in dancing, and like learn how to dance on Sente. Learn how to dance like not looking at people. I believed in myself.
One of the things that I think you should know is don't always try to be like anyone else. Like if there's this one person in your class that's a faster learner than you, don't beat yourself up just because you didn't get it the same time that they got it. Just take your time and learn at your own pace. Living in Dimona is great for me because I have a whole community here that knows me and gets me, and I know them and I get them. Like we connect in a different way because I grew up with them and most of these people know me. I know most of these people, and it's just great to be in an environment where everyone loves you and everyone cares for each other.
Things that I love most about being in the community is like our culture and our traditions. We have a lot of fun traditions. We have the New World, and that's one of my favorite holy days because we get to dress up and look pretty and honor the pioneers that left from America to come here.
The name of the dance is called Hambawena. It's about moving your body and getting into the groove of the music. Just letting your spirit just flee into the music. That's pretty much what it is. And doing that song was a kind of tribute to South Africa because that song was very popular. And it was really special just to showcase my culture.
I traveled to South Africa in December. The dance that I learned there, it's Zulu. When we did that Hambawena dance on New World, I had one of my friends that I met there come and perform it with me, which meant a lot because she's South African and it's a South African dance. And it was just a nice experience, and it felt good to make her kind of proud for presenting her culture and blending it in with ours.
I said that I want to have another level of my dancing because dancing means a lot to me. I stayed for an extra hour to learn more dances. It felt good because everybody that saw me over there, they didn't take me down, they took me up.
Performing is always a big thing, and every time when we perform, like before the performances, I would always tell myself, you know what, you got this, you're gonna get out there, you're gonna do great. But every time we get a bit closer and closer to the stage, you start to feel nervous, which is why it's good to know people, and it's good that you have friends and stuff in the dance class because they're there to support you, and backstage, they tell you you got this.
Dance for me is a form of expression. It's in some way a way of life. Dance is a type of art. I'm an artist, so I sometimes do art and dance. Dance is beautiful. It's unique. It may have a different meaning for different people, but for me, it's a way of expression.
That it's not all about dancing, it's about having fun, about enjoying the dance, enjoying the class, enjoying the people around you.
Joining this dance class was, in the beginning, I was a little scared, but to be honest, everybody was very welcoming, and I gradually warmed up to everybody.
Being a dancer with my also made me realize that even if I don't think I know how to dance, I still can dance and do what everybody else is doing in the class. And it made me realize that everybody is the same in some way.
When I dance, I feel very happy. I love dancing so much. It makes me feel like I'm floating, or I'm just free. Yeah, I'm free. I don't really think when I dance, I just move to the beat. I like jazz because it shows my theater side, the big performance face. The movements, I love it. The way you're supposed to act, feel. It's a feeling of you're the queen.
Being part of the program, it gives me something to do that kind of helps me build myself and also entertains my passions. This is like my second family. We come here once a week, we make friends. Sometimes we get help. I've had many times where my teammates, they actually help me out with a lot of things.
To be a dancer in this program, you should have an open mind, and you should not give up and think you can do something, because you can.
Dance to me is an expression. It helps me cope with stuff. Like, let's say if I'm having a bad day, I dance to relieve stress or to bring my mood up if I'm feeling down.
And also, even if you do mess up, you're just supposed to like keep going. And you know, you have your team behind you, so if anything happens, you're supposed to have your team. That's why it's important to create a bond.
Dance to me is a way to express how I feel, and it's just dance give me a lot more confidence. Dancing from the world, at first I was really, really nervous. And then I got on the stage and basically all the nerves just went away and I just had to have fun.
My favorite part was about people's energy and just knowing dances that I never thought I would be able to accomplish. I found out new things about myself that I didn't know. I learned that in order for you to want something, you can't just stand there and then moan about it and be ungrateful. You have to go there and you have to apply and adhere all the stuff that you need to do in order for you to get what you want.
That I can push myself, because some of these dances are pretty long and like energy consuming. Throughout the year, I've gotten better at pushing myself a little harder than what I thought I can do.
I tell myself that this is the last time I'm performing and you have to do the best that you can. That's how every time I go higher and higher and higher, because I just tell myself, what if this was your last time performing and this is what people remember you by? So you have to give it your all. I heard this saying that you live your life better knowing that someone else's life is better just because you live. And I think that's my purpose on life, just to help people and just to make them laugh and make them happy.
I was really happy I got the solo, and I felt like it's my time to shine and I'm doing this. So I had fun, and then I was so happy because like when I did that last step, it was really hard and the stage was shaking and I was so scared. And then everybody was like, woo! And then we started to dance.
I would say it's really fun being in this dance program because, like I said before, you're with people you know, you enjoy dancing, you dance, you can, outside of dance class, you can practice with your friends and family members as well that are, you know, my cousins, and I have family here in dance class. The huge tip is enjoy yourself. Don't focus on if you didn't get the step or not, because you will get it eventually. It's just to focus and make sure you're enjoying the dance. I would say don't think it's what you think it's on TV. It's like you come and you dance, you go home or whatever. I would say it's more of a place where you can be you can be who you are here.
Sente was definitely the most energy consuming, considering how long it is and how much energy you have to keep putting in throughout the whole dance. Like, you have to have like high energy throughout the whole dance, and that's pretty hard.
I would say probably the energy. I keep forgetting that energy is a huge thing about dancing, and you could do a step without energy, and you can see it's a big difference when you dance with energy.
This year was the most challenging was Sente because the big girls danced with us and it was like pretty hard for everyone to just like dance together in one person because some people was going the wrong way and people messing up, and it was just really challenging.
My favorite style would have to be traditional African dance and jazz. What I like about traditional African dance is the different moves and like the technique of the traditional African dance.
Well, I would say the best part of being in this dance class is that I know a lot of people here, and it isn't like what I thought dance class would be. Because, we come, we sit, we talk to each other. It's not like we just come here, dance, and then leave. You come, you know people, you can talk freely in here. It's not like you have to, be scared to speak or anything.
I bring forth good ideas. I have a visionary man. Came to this dance class because I want to learn more styles of dance, and I want to make myself better and grow as a person. This year, I learned that I reached greater levels as far as self-awareness. Also, the mental journey that it takes to actually continue to come and put in the effort despite how you feel that specific day. I feel free. I let go of everything that may be going on in my life or any troubles that I may be having. It's like everything goes quiet sometimes. Like the world kind of just fades out a little. And then I really get into the music. I mean, being an artist to me is an important thing. Because, as I said, it's a way of expression, and I feel like many lessons can be taught through these different ways of expression, like dance and art. And I just really want to use my art that I paint or dance or create to kind of convey messages that are needed and important in this time.
Thank you.
In 1933, the city of Chicago stages a World's Fair titled The Century of Progress to gloss over the Depression's misery. To involve African Americans, a special day-long event is mounted, featuring reenacted scenes from history, mass choral performances, and dance. Organizers hire a college student and budding choreographer named Katherine Dunham to recruit and train dancers.
There were about 30 of us, and she walked over and she said, "I'm Katherine Dunham." At this time, we didn't know who she was, and she extended her hand to me, and I just knew I would dance forever, because this is what I had been waiting for all my life.
After the event, Dunham retains a few of the performers to become the core of a new dance company, a goal she had sought for years.
Katherine Dunham had chosen 6 or 7 of us, and she asked if anybody would be interested in becoming a member of this company that she was forming. And of course, I was the first one to raise my hand.
Dunham calls her troupe the Negro Dance Group, and though it enjoys some local notoriety, attracting audiences is an ongoing struggle. Dunham wonders whether a future in dance is truly viable and continues her academic career, concentrating on anthropology at the University of Chicago. During one course, she learns about the work of Melville Herskovits, a prominent local professor, who was a driving force behind the study of African folkways.
What makes the 30s an important moment for discovering African culture has to do with anthropologists during this time period, many of whom have traveled to Africa, and those who haven't have at least traveled to Haiti or Cuba or Jamaica, places that still have strong evidence of African folkways and language and movement still very much alive and well in those communities.
When Dunham sees footage Herskovits filmed of indigenous West African dance, her own ideas about the relationship between culture and society crystallize. She resolves to merge her two passions, dance and anthropology.
Miss Dunham is an adventurer. She wanted to get into the African culture. I think she had this burning desire to be exposing her audiences to something new and different. She always wanted to educate her audiences, not just entertain.
Not long thereafter, a board member of the Rosenwald Foundation attends one of Dunham's storefront concerts and learns the young dancer is studying to be an anthropologist. It is suggested Dunham ask the foundation for funds to do field research.
Picture going in front of the Rosenwald board to ask for money to go study dance, which had never been done before, had never incorporated anthropology and dance before. And she's this little woman from Glen Ellen, Illinois, going in front of this very powerful board to ask for money, $2,400, which was a lot of money.
Dunham proposes to study dance in Africa. Legend has it that she appeared before the board, dramatically stripped to her dance togs, and provocatively demonstrated what she wanted to study.
I would not audition that way. For me to snatch off my skirt, and well, I was far too modest, and stand there and rehearse in shorts, I don't know what I would have had on, and do some primitive movements, was not possible. So I had to be able to get that fellowship and still be holding my honor on high.
The Rosenwald Foundation decides to sponsor her trip, but suggests she take a crash course in theoanthropology with Melville Herskovitz. He warns Dunham that it may be dangerous for a woman to travel alone through the continent. Instead, he suggests she explore the roots of African culture transplanted to the New World in the Caribbean. In June of 1935, Katherine Dunham, armed with her notebooks, movie camera, and a head full of research ideas, departs for the islands.
You'll find that the hills have a kind of internal strength, but deceptively smooth and soft in outline. And the trees spread thick foliage. And then, of course, the wind blowing, and you see the swaying, whether it is sugarcane or coconut trees, swaying, you get that kind of rhythm as well. These are the sort of things that visually make an impression on the choreographer.
You see the people coming from the mountains, the people who are going to sell in the market. They have the basket, fruit basket, vegetable basket on their head, but big, large basket, full, and they don't even touch the things balance on their head, and they're coming down. But the way they're walking, their skirts swaying. Like they're dancing. While they're not dancing, they're just walking. But to people looking at them, you see them dancing because they just swing, swing, swing.
Dunham's first stop is Jamaica. There she lives with the Maroons, a people in isolated mountain villages who were the first Caribbean slaves to wrest their freedom from a colonial power. From the Maroons, she learns firsthand how deep-rooted African ways are in the New World. In Trinidad and Martinique, she studies how traditional African dance movements have been fused with European steps and dance figures. But it is Haiti which has the greatest impact on Dunham. The island has been independent since the early 1800s and unfettered by colonial rule. African customs and dance have become deeply woven into the fabric of daily life.
And there's this sense of this incredible kind of root African culture that is very much at work there. Haiti has this aura of independence, but also of the unknown blackness that is both alluring on one hand, but also scary on the other hand.
She could see clearly in the Caribbean the things which had been driven underground in her own United States. A place like Haiti, they were able to shape their own way of being, their own sense of self on their own terms. And that is what the dance is about.
From the minute I went there, I could see that I could not learn the dances without knowing the people. I wanted to find out the style, formation, type of choreography, type of steps used, and so on and so on, for this single community to have made a firm part of their culture.
Katherine wanted to live with the people, to see how they live and how they act, and in doing so, sharing their life. She managed to have their confidence, so they could reveal things to her and let her attend ceremonies that they wouldn't let, or the people would not.
The ceremonies Dunham attends include Vodun rituals. Vodun is a blend of African and Catholic practices, and dance is an integral part of the religion.
Vodun is a religion that came from the west coast of Africa. Dahomey, Guinea, Senegal. The words voodoo means spirit. It's a general name for all deities. It is a set of beliefs and practices which deal with the spiritual forces of the universe.
In attending these ceremonies, Dunham is a rare witness to rituals where the dancers become possessed.
The most difficult thing is to describe possession, because it's not something you can describe to anybody. It's a spirit that mount the person. They say mounting because you're like a horse. The person become a horse, and the person who is riding the horse control the horse.
Dunham spends months in Haiti. In time, it is suggested that she become initiated in the Vodun religion.
I didn't ask to be initiated, but you were picked up for a reason. And my reason was because I did the Yombalu well. That kind of rhythm, which was slow and which was very involving the whole body, and what you'd feel quiet and soft and slow, and so big at the same time, was wonderful.
You can see it. The rhythm is Yavalu, is bim, bim, bam, bim, bam, bim, bam, bim, bam, bim, bam. It's a slow rhythm, a dance of supplication, a dance of prayer, and it's just very moving very slowly because it's you're imitating the movement of the snake. You keep singing that song all the time, but the movements are very fluid.
I'm sure that Miss Dunham, in going to a lot of the ceremonies, experienced almost out-of-body experience. Not being possessed as they were, because this was their culture and their training and their religion, but simply for the joy of movement. And anyone who has ever danced, and you finally conquer a movement that you've been working on for ages, knows the joy of the body and the mind and everything coming together. The unison of the movement, the heat of the room, the smell of the room, the beat of the drums, those little ladies dancing. She got caught up into it totally. And there's no better joy than for your body to just dance. To just dance.
Haiti, 1936. For Katherine Dunham, the American dancer and anthropologist, Haiti is the last leg of a year-long study of Caribbean dance. Her research into why black people dance the way they do should have been completed by now, but she's reluctant to go home. The more she observes, the more she understands.
Dunham was tracing her own roots. You know, her roots as a black person, a person of African ancestry. She would have seen dance as a means of communicating, as a means of expressing life and living itself. The European influence now is also there, but the slaves and their descendants took many of the European influences and transformed them. And that is what the dance is about.
I wanted to know what drove her, what made her go to the roots of her heritage. Her answer was really simple. She wanted to dignify the material. She had seen how this material that she was using as her source was such an integral part of the culture that it came out of. She wanted to bring that as truly and honestly as she could and put it on stage and show people its beauty and its glory.
In Katherine Dunham's United States of 1936, the limit of what the black dancer could achieve is known as Negro dance.
Well, if you were a black dancer, all you could aspire to was to be a shake dancer or a tap dancer or a contortionist or an acrobat, because that's all that was open to you.
We needed to see another vision of what black dancers could do. The black dancer did not have a choice. Maybe if they were my skin color or maybe a little bit lighter, they might be able to get into the chorus line. They could not be in any of the evolving concert stage because they were black. They were between a rock and a hard place, literally.
I had gained enough knowledge in the West Indies that I knew that I was doing some things from a point that was quite different from what the average person would see when he went to the theater or a rehearsal.
When Dunham returns to Chicago, she realizes that new choreography will have to wait. She must first teach her dancers the movements she's experienced and their spiritual dimension. She tells her company they'll learn the steps of the gods.
When she came back from Haiti, it was quite a revelation because we found ourselves doing things that did not even seem to me like dance anymore. There were a lot of voodoo movements and pelvic movements that our families were horrified when they saw us doing. A whole different concept of dance because we learned the spiritual part of the dance.
In time, these movements become the foundation of an approach to dance known as the Dunham technique, based on the principle of isolation.
She formed this incredible movement system, and that is still prevalent today, although she's not given credit for it.
You learn to move each part of your body separately, as though it has no connection with the other part of your body.
This was isolation of everything, the hands, shoulders, hips.
The movement of the head, the snap of the finger, the wiggle of the knees and legs. I don't think anyone ever mastered it as well as she did. And contract.
Dunham builds her technique on her knowledge of ballet, modern, and Afro-Caribbean dance.
It covers the whole range of training the body to move. What was added were the African elements 4.
Her technique was the hardest technique I had ever done. You did all the head movements. Head moves to the side.
Now narrow with the feet.
Head movements, I had never done this before, where she said, pull through the ear and go off on the side. All these things, spinning the head around. So the head dances. Then we went to the shoulders.
And up and down, and up and down.
To the rib cage.
And out first. Chest way out, clear.
To the hips, how to contract the hips front, isolate the hips to the side, to the back, to the side. How to circle the hips, up and down.
Take the hands up.
Then you put all that together and you move across the floor.
Right. 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 Circle it around. Reach out. Reach out.
But of all the Caribbean movements Dunham teaches, the most exciting comes from the island of Martinique. There, men perform a fighting dance called the Agia. A fusion of African and European combat styles, the Agia developed because slaves were not allowed to possess weapons. The Agia is martial art disguised as dance. As a tool, Dunham uses film she shot in Martinique to teach the dance to her company. She decides to build her first new choreography around the drama of the Agia. Dunham premieres her dance in Chicago on January 27, 1938, less than a year after her return from the West Indies.
It was just a love story of a fishing village. I was a fisherman, she was the girl, and the devil was the other one who was mean. But it was just a Romeo and Juliet.
Katherine Dunham is one of those people who could be dismissed as an anthropologist, lifting things from the field onto the stage. Not at all. She was an artist as well, and in fact, a theatrical artist. She understood the theater of much of what she saw in the field.
She knew that she wanted to make this material palatable to a broad audience, but she was definitely going for the heart and the essence of a culture.
L'Agia becomes an instant success. But Caribbean-inspired material is not all Dunham wants audiences to appreciate. All along, she sought to build respect for African-American themes as well. The chance to do this comes when the company is invited to New York City. In a new show for Broadway, Tropics and La Jazz Hut, she creates a duet she calls Barrel House Blues. It's based on the slow drag, a couple's dance common to the juke and the honky-tonk. The piece is controversial for audiences in 1940.
Barrel House Blues was depicting the time in Chicago when it was cold, and just knowing this lonely woman who felt a little beat up went on in a bar and had the time of her life. Just for a moment, finds this young man and fantasizes.
The critics were just baffled. They were ignorant to the fact that this was a combination of the authentic with the artistic. So they reverted back to their safety of it was sizzling, it was hot, it was torrid, it was sexy, and all that business.
Though the reviews are enthusiastic, they're laced with a tone of condescension. John Martin, America's leading dance critic, calls Barrel House Blues an incredible vulgarity in the New York Times.
Like any innovator, you're bound to give your audience trouble, and Katherine Dunham did. what they saw, many a critic dismissed as cabaret. And they felt it had no depth. That wasn't true.
It was sassy, and she was courageous. She would always take risks, always with her material, even though they may criticize her, like maybe that was too risque. She wanted them to know we're complex people.
Here's someone who said this is important, vernacular dance. The idea of looking at the blues experience in the body, the idea of looking at the jazz experience in the body, the idea of looking at the spiritual experience in the body through dance, that's a powerful legacy.
John Martin said, when he was reviewing Katherine, it's not designed to delve into philosophy or psychology, but to externalize the impulses of a high-spirited, rhythmic, and gracious race. And I asked Katherine at one point about her feelings about John Martin's take on what she did. And she said in this very, very ladylike, subdued way, he was trying to be helpful. And that's essentially the way you have to look at it. The man's not trying to be malicious. He's not trying to be mean. He just doesn't get it. And he's not the only critic who didn't get it.
Celebrity ignites a hectic pace for Dunham. She lectures at Eastern colleges on Caribbean culture, writes magazine articles for Esquire under the pseudonym K. Dunn, and lands a starring role in the hit Broadway musical Cabin in the Sky.
What she had was a combination of magnetism, sexuality, and pure impact that can only be described as star quality.
She had that power that when she came upon the stage, you had to look at her. This was Katherine Dunham.
She was helped a great deal by her husband, John Pratt, who was such a creative person with lights and sets and knew just how to costume her.
John Pratt was such an integral part of Katherine Dunham and the Katherine Dunham Company. You might want to call him Mr. Katherine Dunham, but he was stronger than that.
It was a fascinating relationship because they were both very strong. They were both geniuses at what they did, and I know Miss Dunham inspired him.
Dunham also acquires a reputation as a woman to be reckoned with. In 1943, she tangles with the director of the film Stormy Weather. Stormy Weather stars Bill Bojangles Robinson and Lena Horne, but it's Dunham who steals the show.
Well, there's that wonderful scene in Stormy Weather when there's the kind of breakaway and Lena Horne is standing beside the window. Of course, Lena's the star of Stormy Weather. But let's face it, when we pan away to Katherine Dunham and she stands with her 40s fashions, the hat tilted to the side of the head, one sees power.
But she actually has to negotiate her place and her sense of self and her sense of who the black dancer was in America at that point with the director of the film. He wanted the whole scene to be the hookers and pimps on the street. She says, no, nothing doing. All of a sudden, we're in another world, a dream world. She has negotiated in that particular film a sense of our perspective on who we are, this larger sense of the black self that we ourselves define.
The Dunham Dance Company is one of the best-known dance groups in the world, and yet it is difficult keeping the troupe going.
The Dunham Company was characterized by the fact that it was constantly in a state of bankruptcy. It could be a little less bankruptcy or a little more, but the basic situation was always either mild or extreme desperation.
To pay the bills, the company tours constantly and performs in nightclubs and private functions. Celebrity is a mixed blessing.
We were traveling and performing in a time of extreme segregation. In the Warriors, we got mixed in with troop trains, and Army personnel would get very hot about it. They'd begin to smolder. They would pass through our car, which they were not supposed to do, and let loose with epithets like, how come the niggers have got sleeping accommodations and we don't?
But Dunham refuses to be intimidated. At every turn, she uses her fame to counter racism. Wherever she goes in the U.S., she tells the press about hotels which deny her accommodation. She rejects engagements before segregated audiences and speaks out on civil rights for Negroes, even during World War II, when some thought it unpatriotic.
Legacy Day, is it not? This is about African Legacy Day, is it not? And there is no person who we owe honor to more than Katherine Dunham for bringing an African legacy dance to this country. In the late 1930s, she went to the Caribbean in search of our African roots. As early as the 1930s, when there were still blackface minstrel shows, and brought the integrity of African culture that was being kept in the Caribbean to these United States, and began to teach black and brown people about the integrity of their culture, that it was not about being a minstrel, but it was about being a proud black person, exhibiting the elegance of African-based dance in our country.
Dance is healing. Dance is powerful. Dance is a celebration. Dance is a prayer. Dance is a storyteller. And we at Eastside Arts Alliance honor the stories of third world people of color at the Katherine Dunham Dance Stage at our annual Malcolm X Jazz Arts Festival. We are a living testimony of the legacy of Malcolm X. We are a living testimony of the great Katherine Dunham. We use dance as a means for our liberation, empowerment, and knowledge of self. The Malcolm X Jazz Arts Festival is where we come together to honor the ideals of Malcolm X and celebrate our collective Black self-determination. At this festival, we recognize and celebrate jazz music as America's classical music. On the Katherine Dunham Dance Stage is where we get down to the cultural dances that come from us, the people of the African diaspora. We honor the beauty, strength, resilience, and joy your dance works brings to the stage and into the hearts of our people. All power to the people! Dance, y'all. Dance. Here are a few of the companies that have presented their work on the Katherine Dunham Dance Stage at Oakland's Malcolm X Jazz Arts Festival. Ile-Omade is an African-centered school founded by Wose community of the Sacred African Way in Oakland. They are dedicated to the call to be keepers of the legacy. An independent and private school, they provide instruction to children from preschool to the 8th grade. The dance teacher is Taiwo Kuji Chakalia Setu. The drumming teacher is Kele Nitoto. Aguacero is a performance education project focusing on the traditions and creative expressions of Puerto Rican bomba music and dance. An aguacero is a sudden heavy rainstorm, usually followed by a refreshing sky clearing and gusts of sunshine. The spirit and practice of bomba is like an aguacero. It is intense, healing, and promotes life and growth. The artistic director is Shafali Shah and musical director Hector Lugo.
Oakland. I am Baltimore. I said I am Oakland.
All my life I has to fight. All my life I has to fight.
Bahia Movement presents Black Arts Movement, Black Lives Matter. This piece will address the constant struggle that blacks and minorities face daily. It will also show that it is time for us to wash our souls and do a spiritual cleaning with our Goddess Mother, ruler of all bodies of water, Goddess Mother Yemaya. Bahia Movement is choreographed by a mother-daughter team, Afia Thompson and Nafi Thompson. The Black Resurgence, Oakland's original Boogaloo Steppers. Many of hip-hop dance origins come from the state of California and are influential in the development of the hip-hop dance the world knows today. The Black Resurgence are pioneers in the hip-hop dance and celebrated their reunion at the Malcolm X Jazz Arts Festival. Diamanakura West African Dance Company presents Mandingo Jola Suite. Lingin is a communal rhythm and dance originating from the Mandinka people of southern Senegal and parts of Gambia, West Africa. The dance is done in the celebration of naming ceremonies, weddings, planting, and harvest ceremonies. Some say the dance is an imitation of the egret or crane bird in flight. In Kong is a harvest dance of the Jola people, also in the Senegambia region. Jola dance and music resemble that of the Mandinka and vice versa. The choreographers are Naomi Diouf and Usainu Kuyate. Dimensions Dance Theater presents St. Anne and North Rampart, choreographed by LaTanya D. Tigner. This piece depicts the New Orleans jazz funeral and second line tradition, during which folks take to the streets, leading processions and parading to celebrate the life and ascension of the dearly departed. The Kendra Kimbrough Dance Ensemble presents Clearance, Linking Our Passage. This work probes ancestral links to the Great Migration of African Americans from the South to the North and West. Choreography by Kendra Kimbrough Barnes. The Star Child Dance Lindy Hop Project is directed by Tracy Bartlow. The intention of this project is to reintroduce Black folks to the rich heritage of dances from the Harlem Renaissance. There is a chapter in the autobiography of Malcolm X called Harlemite. In this chapter, Brother Malcolm vividly describes the jazz music and artists he saw, and even spoke of dancing the Lindy Hop himself. As a core member of Eastside Arts Alliance and the curator of the Katherine Dunham Dance Stage, Miss Bartlow found it important to honor the dances of this era by teaching a dance demo on stage, creating a performance workshop, and presenting a piece for the Frankie 100, honoring Lindy Hop pioneer Frankie Manning.
Jazz music is America's classical music. This is our classical dance.
Thanks for watching Deeper Than Red. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media. Katherine, the woman known as the Queen of Modern Dance, looked out into the audience. The crowd roared for her to give them an encore. But Katherine had other ideas. My dance company and I will not return to Louisville, Kentucky until the city desegregates your theaters. The crowd gasped in shock. It was 1944. The civil rights movement wouldn't begin until years later. Katherine was again ahead of her time in dance and social activism. Katherine was always drawn to dance as a young child. However, her family encouraged her to be a teacher. After high school, she enrolled in the University of Chicago and studied anthropology. Katherine was fascinated with the anthropological roots of dance. She immersed herself in studying the dances of the African diaspora. In between classes, Katherine studied dance with Ludmila Speranza, a former ballerina of the Moscow Ballet Company. Katherine formed the Negro Dance Group, one of the first all-African-American dance groups. A wealthy patron enjoyed a performance of the Negro Dance Group so much that she offered to fund Katherine's studies in dance and Caribbean culture. Katherine studied cultural dances in the Caribbean for 2 years. She earned the trust of Haitian natives and was invited to join them in their most sacred rituals. This experience changed the focus of Katherine's life and the development of modern dance. Katherine returned to Chicago in 1937 and began to change dance forever. With ballet as the foundation, Katherine infused Afro-Caribbean styles and movements. Her technique was different from anything that had been done before. One dancer described Katherine's technique as using every part of the body to dance. Each muscle would move separately. Katherine choreographed her dances to a wide range of rhythmic tempos, rhythms that had never been used by Western dance companies before. And her audience loved it. While Katherine broke down barriers with dance, she still experienced discrimination everywhere she went. She would perform in theaters where she herself would not be allowed to buy a ticket. Katherine began refusing to perform in segregated theaters. Despite the obstacles she faced, Katherine and her dance company were enthusiastically received all over the world. She and her dancers performed in Broadway shows and Hollywood feature films. Katherine even opened her own dance school, the Dunham School of Dance, the first of many dance schools. In a nation where there have been no path for black dancers, Dunham created the country's first black dance company. She brought them all the way to Broadway and Hollywood. The Dunham dance technique is still used all over the world to this day. Thanks for watching Deeper Than Red. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media.
Alafia, bon dia, sac passe. My name is Katherine Scott, and I am better known as Scotty, and I am an ethnologist, a culture worker, a performance artist, and I do something that people call socially engaged art. But how I came to this is through my work with Dunham Technique and a lifelong commitment to working in community. Today, I just want to share a little bit with you so that you understand how Miss Dunham has touched my life and how she has really changed the way we talk about many things that we understand about culture, dance, people, development. You know, Miss Dunham was always in conversation with her peers. From an early age, she had a sense of what it was like in her community because she was in the center of one of the most robust times in African American history and culture, and in Chicago and in the Midwest. She was a part of that second wave of migration to that area when great talents in literature, art, music, politics, and Black thought were flocking to Chicago, which was another, I call it another coast, although it's in the middle of the country, because there was this vitality after the war where people were coming to, actually it's the third part of the war, post-war, people were coming back looking for jobs in the industrialization that was going on. But one of the things that was always true is that Miss Dunham talked about her hunger for learning. She says, in her own words, she said, I was always wanting to know more. And so fast forward to her time in Haiti and traveling the world, collecting information about cultures and people. And what you begin to understand is that this is a woman whose view of the world or way of looking at the world impacted forever what we did. In fact, you know, let's just fast forward to the 60s. The 60s was a vibrant time. There were political revolutions going on in South America and in Africa. There were liberation movements, decolonizing many different countries, and her influence can't be minimized. But one of the things that's really wonderful is that her sensibility was so profound that she had something that she called the World Dance Film Project back in 1964. And her desire was to create films to talk about the complex structures and the physical dynamics of culture as she observed it. She, through that project, began to influence things like the concepts of motion, the awareness of kinesthetic senses, customs and aesthetics that varied from culture to culture. And in her own words, she often talked about her dance form as a dance of liberation, not just a storytelling, but an awakening of senses for the audience and the dancers that she was training. Through her choreographic works, there's much to be said. And most of you know that, and if you don't know, you can look it up in her literature. And all throughout her writing, she emphasized the importance as dance as a social force and undoubtedly a contributing factor to the development of a new vital material and technique of great social significance. I mean, that's Miss Dunham's words. I spent time with Miss Dunham in East St. Louis, in Haiti, and in New York. So for 10 years, I had some of the most inspiring time of my life working with an extraordinary human being in collaboration with many others. Many of the people that you will know as certified instructors now. And, oh, by the way, I am a certified Dunham scholar. I think I'm the only one. Hopefully I'm not the last one. But in order to be a Dunham dancer, you had to have not just movement and technique, but you needed to know. You needed to know something about culture, something about life. In fact, Miss Dunham's whole thing is that life and dance are the same. Men move, people move, human beings move. And it is through movement as an expression that we begin to understand many things about ourselves. If you notice, one of the things that she talks about is freeing up that pelvic girdle. If you know anything about the kinesiology or the physiology of the human being, what you'll understand is that that is the source of and foundation of everything. So that movement or freeing up that pelvic girdle actually became the dance of liberation, freeing us from the rigid constraints of other techniques. But most importantly, if we're able to have that fluidity in that area, we're able to have a balance or a fluidity in our life. That's what she believed. The other thing that I want to share with you is that my time with her went from East St. Louis, like I said, to the Kenneth Center for her 90th birthday, where I witnessed, just people celebrating Miss Dunham's life. And I spent time with her up in Jacob's Pillow. There she dropped pearls of wisdom that I cannot begin to elaborate on here, but I want you to know something that's very important. The most memorable time with her was when I returned with her to Haiti when Aristide was reinstated as the president of Haiti. I was with her at Habitation Leclerc, which is her property in Haiti. That was a botanical garden and once the home of a very, very valuable clinic that provided wellness services to the community in Port-au-Prince. So Ms. Dunham was always concerned about the wellness of a community. She's often said that you can't have mental health without physical health. And she used her physical technique to actually begin to develop and help or emphasize the development of human beings as dancers, as individuals. It didn't matter what you were doing with your life. You had to move because we all move. Another thing that she would say is that I train the body so that we can clarify the mind and integrate the spirit. So in Dunham technique, we really do develop as spirit, mind, and body, which is a totally integrated human being. And that's some of the things that I wanted to share with you about Miss Dunham, that you can find in her writings and you can experience in the technique. And if you get the pleasure of ever seeing any of her choreographies, there's only a few companies that have it. The LA companies perform it. Cleo Parker Robinson has performed it. Lula Washington has performed it. Some of her ballets. you'll get to see how in her storytelling, she has integrated what we call organic movement or popular movement to tell the story, because she believed that in order to tell the story of a people, it had to come from the people. So I'm going to leave you with this thought. Dance like nobody's watching, because our freedom is in our ability to continue to move. So move with the spirit and in harmony with the universe. Asheto Ibanesho. Aibobo.
And I'm going to be doing a dance class with you today. This is not a spectator sport, so I hope that you're going to dance along. Shortly, I hope to be joined by my daughter, who will do some demonstrating, and so that I can have a live body to work with. And we're going to go ahead and get started. I guess I need to do a little sound check here. And I'm just going to assume that you can hear me and the music, and I'm sure that someone who is moderating will let me know if there's a problem with with the music and the sound. Okay. So for the sake of those who may not be familiar, let's go through a little port de bras, and then we'll get started. I'm just trying to improve my view here. Okay. So many of you probably already know the Dunham positions. First of all, I'm going to start with a Dunham first, which originates from, or can originate from, a ballet first, a gentle turnout from the pelvis, weight on the balls of the feet, turn the feet parallel, and the hands are placed at the tops of the thighs, not too close, elbows out to the side, and keeping the chest lifted. Do not concave the chest by pressing the elbows forward, but go straight out to the side. So we have low presentation, middle presentation, high presentation. Can you see my hands? I hope. Second position, we're going to go back to middle and then low. We're going to do some breathing, some port de bras, then some pliés and stretches to get us started. So let's just start with some breaths. Start with some nice deep breathing. We're going to breathe in 4 counts through the nose and exhale, 4 counts through the mouth. So everyone just relax your arms. You can relax your body for right now. And let's just do some nice breathing to get ourselves in the mood and get oxygen into our bodies and get our muscles ready to move. 5, 6, 7, 8. And breathe in. 2, 3, 4. And exhale. 6, 7, 8. And breathe in. And exhale. And breathe in. And exhale. And breathe in. And exhale. Let's go to low presentation. Breathe in, change. And exhale. And breathe in. And exhale. And in. And exhale. Back to middle. Breathe in. And exhale. Back to low presentation. Breathe in. And exhale. Now the pattern we're going to take is plie and stretch. And on the stretch, the arms change. And plie, 2, 3, 4, and stretch. 2, 3, 4, and plie. Arms change position on the straightening. 6, 7, 8, and plie. 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7. Here we go. And plie. 2, 3, 4. Change position. 6, 7, 8. And plie. 2, 3, 4. Middle presentation. 7, 8. And plie. 2, 3, 4. And high. 6, 7. Now 2 seconds. Plie. 2, 3, 4. Second position. 6, 7, 8. And plie. 2, 3, 4. Middle. 6, 7, 8. And plie. 2, 3, 4. And 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do that one more time, and I'm going to give myself a correction and maybe a correction for the rest of you. Take all of your counts. Let's make these plies juicy. So 4 counts to plie, and everything moves at the same time. 4 counts. Take all of your counts to straighten. All of your counts to plie. By the way, I have a screen over here. That's why I'm looking that way. And stretch. So I'm sorry if sometimes I'm not looking straight at you. It's because there's a larger screen over here. Okay, and I apologize for that. All of your counts and stretch. And take all of your counts and stretch. Here we go. Let's do this with some nice music. Also, I might want to introduce the inverted positions. So, inverted, if you're in low presentation, you're going to bring the elbows next to you. Arms are parallel to each other. That's the inverted position. When you are in flat back, this inverted position is elongated. So you don't want to have, this puts pressure in your shoulder blades, and you want to elongate the arm when you're in flat back. But this is still a Dunham arm position. So if let me go through the inverted positions. So if we're in low presentation, inverted low presentation. Now come to middle. Now when you invert, arms are parallel to each other. And there are various levels of that middle inverted position. High presentation, invert, arms are parallel to each other. We sometimes take a little high release with that high presentation, inverted presentation. Now let's open to second position. Invert. You see this arm all over the place. Back to middle, invert, and low. Okay. So there's a very lovely African summer tune that I want to use for this exercise. So your count will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's slow moving. Milk those plies, milk the arms. Here we go. Low presentation. Plie. 2, 3, 4, and change. 6, 7, 8, and plie. 2, 3, 4, go to high presentation. 7, 8, and plie. 2, 3, 4, and position. 7, 8, and plie. 2, 3, 4, and change. 6, 7, 8, and plie. Nice plie. Press the low presentation. And hold it right there. Now we're going to go to the inverted position. Here, invert. Here, invert. Here, invert. Invert. I decided to change the music because the music changes a little bit and it's kind of hard to follow the pattern. So, plie, 2, 3, 4, and change. 6, 7, 8. So now when we plie, we're going to invert. 3, 4, straighten and change. 7, 8. Plie, invert. 2, 3, 4, straighten and change. Okay, that's the pattern. Here we go. So we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 6, here we go. 5, 6, 7, plie, invert, 2, 3, 4, and straighten and change. Plie, invert, 2, 3, 4, and straighten and change. Plie, invert, 4, straighten and let's take it in 2 counts now. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. So I'm counting to 4. 2 counts. 2, 1, now we're going to do this. Okay, I sprung this on you. So now we have plie, invert, straighten, releve, change. Heels down, plie, invert, straighten, releve, change the arms. Plie, invert. 3 things happening when you straighten. Straighten, releve, change position. Don't forget, from second, go back to middle presentation. Dunham first. Low presentation. Here we go. We're going to go plie, releve, and plie. I'm sorry, that was plie, invert, releve, plie, invert, releve, change position, plie, invert, releve, change arms, plie, invert, releve, change arms, plie, invert, releve, change. Let's take a little bit faster. Plie and change. Releve, plie, releve, change. Plie, releve, change. Plie, releve, change. Oops, plie, releve, change. Plie, hold it there. Hold it there. Let's get moving. Let's get our blood flowing with something fun. So the pattern is going to be, I will mirror you. So this is your right, this is your left, I hope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go to high presentation. Invert the arms. We're going to take a fall. Plie, fall forward. Bring your chest all the way down to your thighs. Relax your head. Look between your legs to the back of the room. Hands gently brush the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Straighten. 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do that a couple of times. Make everything nice and juicy. And take all of your time. These falls just feel so good on the spine. Fall forward, chest always all the way to your thighs, and drop your head. I know that you like to look at the screen and lift your head, but that takes away from the position. You're in a relaxed position, no wrinkles in the neck, nice and smooth here. Look, your focus should be to the back behind you. Straighten. You're trying to keep your hands on the floor if you can. If when you straighten, your hands come off of the floor, it's okay. From there, you're going to roll up. We're going to do that a couple of times. Then I'll talk you through it all. Just stay with me, listen to my voice, and try to follow directions. Here's the thing. If you listen to me and try to do what you think I'm saying without raising your head a lot and trying to look and see what's going on, trust yourself and try to find the positions that I'm talking about, because when you lift your head to look, it puts a strain on your neck and a strain on your back. So just try to listen and follow and trust yourself that you're doing the right thing. So when I say fall and that your focus should be to the back of the room, don't look around trying to figure out if that's the right thing. I'm saying look to the back of the room. Process what I'm saying. Look to the back of the room. Look behind you, between your knees. No wrinkles in your neck. You can't lift your head without putting a wrinkle in your neck, correct? Straighten the legs and roll up. Now, after we've done that a couple of times, we're going to roll straight down. Well, nah, we'll do this again. We're going to fall again. We'll do some plie and stretch. Plies and stretching here. Then we're going to walk our hands out to a downward dog. As best as you can. Press your back flat. So you're working on the flat back here. We're going to press your right heel and your left. Do a tread. Walk the dog, right and left. Try to get your heels all the way to the floor every time. Then, relevés, up and down 8 times. Then, flatten yourself out to a plank, straight arm plank. And if you're able, lower yourself to the floor. And we're just going to do 1 push-up. So from here, push up, lift your hips, walk your hands back. Bend your knees if you have to get your hands back. And we're going to roll up. Okay. I will talk you through it all. Don't worry. And trust yourself. So try not to turn your head trying to look at the screen to see if you're doing the right thing. Try to trust yourself. Okay, Dunham first. Reaching up. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. High presentation. Invert the arms. Fall. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drop your head. Look back at the room. Straighten your legs. Roll up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do that again. Reach up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, High presentation. Invert the arms. Small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Drop your hands. Straight stand your legs. Roll up. Chin to your chest. Chin to your chest. Around. 5, 6, 7. Breathe up again. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going. 5 and 6, 7 and 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4. High presentation. Invert the arms. Long 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Straight the legs. Roll up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the last time. Reach. High presentation. Invert the arms. Fall. 5, 6. Stretch your legs. Now stay there. And plie. And stretch. Let your head hang. Plie. And stretch. And plie. And stretch. One more. Plie. And stretch. Walk your hands out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stretch your flat back. Hold that flat back. Stretch. Heels are on the floor. Bring your feet closer in if you have to. Walk the dog. Press right to left. Press. Releve both feet. Up. Down. 2, 3, 4. 4 more. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, fun time. Walk out. Right arm flat. Lower yourself to the floor. Lift your hips. Walk your hands back. Bend your knees if you have to. Roll up. Chin to your chest. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rolling down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 plies. Here. And plie. And stretch. And plie. And stretch. And plie. And stretch. And plie. And stretch. Walk your hands out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Press flat. Pressing. Walk your dog. Press your right heel and left. And press. 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 And press. Releve up and down. And up. Down. You ready to walk out? So that straight arm plank. Walk out. Support your body. Lower your body. Breathe in. Blow it out. Push up. Lift your hips and walk back. Roll up and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lower presentation. Plie. Stretch. And shake it out. Breathe in and out. And in and out again. And let's do some isolations. I like to have fun with my isolations. So I have a foot pattern. Step, touch, step, touch, step, together, step, touch. Hopefully that's your right. Step, touch, step, step, together, step, touch. So with that, you can dance it a little, and whatever part of the body we are isolating, the direction that you're moving is the direction that you're looking, or the side that you're on even with the rib cage and even with the hips. So with the rib cage, it's a little weird, but we're going to go right and left and right, left, right. So the step together step is side, 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 side to side, or front and back, and 1, 2, 3. So whenever you have step together step, it's 1, 2, 3, side, side, side. So for instance, with the head, we'll go right and left and right, left, right, left and right and left, right, left. Get it? So when you tilt, right and left and right, left, right, left and right and left, right, left. Down and up. Okay. Is that clear? I hope. I'm just trying to feel you through the through the internet. I hope that.
It's clear, Miss Jen.
Is that Rochelle?
Yes.
Hi, Miss Rochelle. It's so good to hear a voice.
I know.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, everybody, let's try it. I have some more fun music. It's a little fast, but that keeps it interesting, right? Let's get the feet. Starting with the head, looking, profile, right, left. 1, 2, 3. Again. Tilt. Again. Down and up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Half circle, so we're going to go half, half, and all the way around. Half, half, all the way around. Again. Get ready for shoulders. Right shoulder. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Go forward. Go back. Go forward. Again, back. Forward. Rib cage, right, left, right, left. Okay, so for rib cage, I don't want to ruin our momentum, but let's go to low presentation. That gives your arms a nice position for that rib cage movement. Right, left, right, left, right. Okay, left, right, left, right, left. And I'm looking at myself. I'm sure others have this same, need this same correction. We're trying to isolate the ribs and not the shoulders as well. Right, left, right, left, right. Try to have these shoulders just as a result of the rib cage moving as opposed to tilting the shoulders. Okay, let's try the rib cage. Take a little drinky poo if you need to. I do. I'm in Southern California, by the way. I'm actually in the Pasadena-Altadena area, which is basically a suburb of Los Angeles. And I'm just so very, very pleased to be with you. And I want to deeply thank the sponsors of this endeavor, a very lofty goal, all these hours of Dunham, just so fantastic. So thank you, everyone. Anyone who is tuning in, thank you. Everyone who has participated, thank you. And I'm honored and humbled to be with you. Okay, if you have some sort of support, a bar, a chair, the wall, go ahead and pull it out. And we're going to very carefully start with our press-ins. If you are leaning against a support that is not permanent, that is not against, installed in a wall, then when you press forward, lower your elbows and take a downward press so that you still can get the stretch. You can stretch your Achilles, keeping your heels on the floor, but just very, very careful. And then, of course, for your flat back, no problem. But when you press forward, just do it very, very carefully and just try to make sure that you get that stretch in your Achilles. Okay, so we're going to start with press-ins. When you press in, you want to try to have a straight line from your heel to your shoulder with no break. So when you press forward, it's a straight line. You're standing up straight, and then you're taking it over to a diagonal and back up without a break in the body. So you don't want to leave your behind. No break in the body. Straight. Pressing forward, but not an arch either. A perfectly straight line. Then with flat back, we're going to start in plie. Flat back, and we're going to press. It's a little pulse through the back and through the knees, but it's not a big bounce, just a pulse. That's why we call them press-ins. So we're going to go 8. Pressing in, flat back, 8s, twice. Then regular straight legs. Press in, 8 counts, flat back. Make sure that you are on top of the leg and not leaning back. So you're perpendicular to the floor. Your feet are in Dunham first, and you're taking a little pulse in your back. Then we're going to take the press in releve, carefully. Press in, 8 counts. We're going to hold the releve into our flat back in releve. 8 counts each. At the end, oh, and by the way, low presentation, middle presentation, high presentation. Open the high presentation and go over to your flat back. When you're on the bar, that's the position of your arms. It's kind of an open high presentation. So the relationship of your arms to your body is the same as when you're in high presentation, except you have to open it to put your hands in position on the bar. So at the end, we're going to be in releve, flat back. I want to bring your right hand clear through to that low presentation, that inverted low presentation. Left hand, inverted low presentation. We're going to contract Roll up to the high presentation. Heels down, arms down, plie, and stretch. Okay. That is your count. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I hope the music is at the right level for you. Low presentation, preparation. 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go over to flat back first so that we already have contact with our support. Ready to press in? 5, 6, 7, press in. 2, 3, very carefully. 5, 6, 7, 8. Flat back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and again. Press in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Flat back. Oh, you know what? I did say we would start with plies, okay? Not as hard on the body, so plie. We're gonna do the 8s, then stretch. My apologies, plies first. Oh, my daughter will be joining me any minute. It'd be nice to have her body here. Here we go, over flat back, pressing in, and 1, 2, very carefully, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, flat back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, press in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, flat back, 2, this should be plies, 5, 6, 7, 8, then straight, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, flat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, again, press in, and 1, 2. When you have a partner, you can press in and counterweight yourself. 7, and in case we get 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go, releve, 8 counts, up and 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going to hold the releve in straight leg. 7, 8, and flat. 2, 3, 4. Go ahead, your head lower than your shoulders. 7 and 8. Press in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 6, 7, 8, and 1. This is it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold it there. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Slowly take your right arm off. Put it in extended, elongated, low presentation. Left arm off. Hold your releve. Now, bring your arm to the ground to low presentation. Contract. Roll up. Press up to high presentation. Down. Arms down. And how's everybody feeling? Mwah. Okay, well, you know, this is really weird for me as a teacher because I have to just, like I said before, just assume and feel your vibes through the internet that everything is okay. If it's not, I don't know what to tell you. Except, I don't know, maybe I can give you my email later or something and you can email questions. I don't know. I don't know what to say or do. Hi, Rochelle, what were you gonna say?
I love you.
I love you too. Oh, she's talking to Johanna. I love you, Miss Rochelle.
I love you both.
I love you too. Okay, heel presses. So we're going to step forward and extend our right foot back. And let's see, let me move this way just a little bit. And you're going to plie the front leg, lower the back heel to the floor. Make sure that you remain parallel. So we're going to press 1 and 2 and 3, all the way to 7. 7, and our change is and 8 and 1, 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. 4 counts, 1, 2, 3 and 4, then 2. So we call this 7-3-1 because in each of the positions or each of the presses you only do 7. You do 1 less than the count, and your change comes on the last count. So if you're Dunham enthusiasts, you all know this, but I can't take the chance that there's someone here who's never heard that before, right? So we're going to take 8, 4, and 2. Then let's turn and work the outside leg. So you can turn and you can turn that way. Someone's facing front each time. And we're going to work the outside leg. So now we're going to take 8, 5, and 6, and 7. But our change now is going to be a nice leg swing. So we're starting to engage the pelvis a little bit. So it's going to be swing forward, turn toward the bar, lift, and back. 5 and 6 and 7. Brush, change, lift, 1. Okay? 4 counts. We won't do 2. This is kind of a lot for 2. So we'll just do 4. We'll do 8 twice and 4 twice here. Okay? Then we'll start working with the legs a little bit more. Now I don't want to have something too fast. We're going to end with the foot to the back on the metatarsal. And that's not a good rhythm. And 3. Okay. Starting facing the bar. Feet together. Brush 1 foot back. Rest your hands on the bar. Make sure you're on the metatarsal and not turned out. Facing straight. Straight ahead. And 5, 6, ready, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 4 counts. Now, turn and 1. Nice leg swing. Brush, change, lift. Brush, change, 4 counts, twice. 3 and 4 and 1. 2, 3, and again. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 4. Brush, feet together. Go presentation. Stretch. Breathe in. And out. Breathe in. And out. Okay. And again. For me. And breathe in. And okay. Let's work our second position. So let's see, I'm going to turn the bar this way. And I'll go ahead and use you if you don't mind. So find your Dunham second, show your process for your Dunham second. If you know where it is, then you can just go out to it. But there it is, okay? So you go to your ballet second, and then you can go parallel and turn out one more time. Dunham second is nice and wide, and the ideal plie in Dunham second is with the tops of the legs, your thighs, parallel to the floor. Now, if it's not comfortable, you don't want to take it down that low. Go ahead and try it though. Go ahead and take it. So if you've really got it like that and you can hold that position without leaning forward or back, that is the ideal Dunham second position plie. But that's not where you should work. Not right away anyway, even, warm up to it first. Now, if you can work there, fine, but know yourself and know that if that's too deep of a plie, then that's not where you should work, because you don't want to sacrifice anything when you take that position. You don't want to have the knees rolling in or have your back tilted or lose your zip up and your zip down, losing the support of your core when you're in that position. Okay, I'm sure Ms. Rochelle talked about zipping up and zipping down, engaging and activating your abdomen, your core, your abdominal muscles, and making sure that you don't have a curve in your back. You want to have a natural, neutral spine, but not a sway back, and then not a contraction either. You want to be somewhere in between. So we're going to take plie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Press 5 and 6 and 7. Contract and release. Contract, release, contract, release, contract, release. Neutral spine and stretch. So you have release, then back to neutral and stretch. Then side to side, plie. 2, 3, 4. Press 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 to the right, left, right, left, right, left, neutral, and
sorry, I got it this time.
She just got here. It's okay. It's okay. She's here to help me. Then let's circle around to the right. 2, 3, 4, 8. Circle left, 8. Then plie, circle left. Straighten, circle right. Got that so far? Then plie. 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6, 7, 8. Lift your right heel and down. Force arch left. Heel down. Both heels up and down and up and down. We'll straighten. Give ourselves a little break. Same thing again. Plie. 5, 6, 7, 8. Left and down. Right and down. Both and down. Both and down. And stretch. Okay. Let's go that far and then I'll add the next exercise. Okay, so right now we are just plieing, doing contract and release, right and left. Circle in the plie, reverse the circle on the straighten, then circle on the plie, reverse the circle on the straighten. Plie, right heel, left heel, both, and straighten. Plie, left heel, right heel, both, and straighten. Okay, then we'll get into the lunge. Okay, let me find fun music. Fun music always helps. 5, 6, 7, and plie. 3, 4, press 6, 7, 8, 2. Okay. Shall we take this half time? Yes. So we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4. Press 5 and 6. Okay. My mistake. Contract and release again. Contract, release, contract, release, contract, release, center, straighten, circle to the right. Oh, take a breath, take a break. Breathe in and out. Okay, here we go. 5, 6, 7, circle right. And a 1, 2, 3, 4, reverse, straighten. 6, 7, now continue in that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, reverse. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, here we go. A little break. Breathe in. Blow it out. Breathe in. Blow out. Okay. We're gonna take the A, 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6, 7. Right heel, right and left and both and both and straighten. Breathe in, blow it out and plie. 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6. Left heel first, left and right and both and straighten and breathe. Again, everybody. 5, 6, 7, 8. Plie. 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6, 7, 8. And right and left and both and straighten. Breathe in. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7. Left side, left and right, and both and breathe. Breathe it out. Do what you have to do. We're gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4. First arch, drag, turn, lunge. Okay, so we're doing it here in the hamstring. 5, 6, 7, 8. Plie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6, 7. First arch on the right. Track, turn to your lunge. Straighten that leg, straighten that back leg. Stretch the lunge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you should contract and bring it in. Contract. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring it in. 5, 6, 7, and 8. And plie. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Left side. Contract. In. Extend back. Press the lunge. 8 counts. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Contract in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Together. 5, 6. Turn. 7, 8. Breathe in. Blow it out. Breathe in and out. Here we go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And plie. 2, 3, 4. Press 5, 6, 7, 8. Four start. Contract. 2, 3, 4. Stretch. 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now my count may have been a little bit off. 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Four start. Contract. Turn in. Stretch. 6, 7, 8. Contract. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe in. Out. Breathe in and out. You're gonna do it? Yeah? Okay. Okay. She wanted to do it again. Okay. Here, let me move this back. And maybe we can share the bar. Leg extensions. So we're going to take one on the right side. So actually we should be moving our left to mirror the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 4 times. Third time, 1, 2, 3, 4, and circle down. 7, 8. Fourth time, 1, 2, 3, 4, circle in. Okay, then change sides. So twice, regular. Third time, circle out as you bring it down. Fourth time, circle in as you bring it down. We'll change sides. That's 2. Third time, circle out as you bring it down. Fourth time, circle in as you bring it down. Then let's step and take it to the side. 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Third time, circle out. Fourth time, circle in. Turn to the other side. Same thing. That's it. Questions? I'll just do it. Listening for our rhythm. 2, 3, 4, and that's too slow. And these are all about the same time signature. Let's just take it a little fast. It's okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay. Right leg. 5, 6, 5, 6, ready, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, flex on the and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, circle down, and 1, 2, 3, 4, circle in, change, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, circle out, and 4, circle in, to the side, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, and 4, fast change, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and finish. Back to the bar. And since we have our backs to the bar, let's do some leg swings. We're just going to do 8. So you're going to brush past the supporting leg, past the supporting foot. Don't get stuck in first position here. Brush past it and lift. Slight turn out, brush and lift. So we're going to take 1, 2, 3, let me slow it down. Just 8 and change. That's a good tempo. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I be your dance teacher today?
7, 8. Change 1. Simple as that.
Right leg.
Now, after you've done right and left, let's turn and do parallel leg swings, front and back, front and back. Now, front, make sure to lift the knee and have the calf, the bottom of the leg, shoot for parallel. Yeah. No, I'm okay. Shoot for parallel to the floor, but don't have your attitude so elongated that it looks like your leg should be straight and it's just bent. So find that area between just a right angle and that obtuse angle, but not a leg that looks like it should be straight. So we're going to take front and back. When you brush to the back, try to remain parallel. You're not going to have a lot of separation unless you're super limber, a lot of separation between the legs. So think of keeping your knees close together and then extending and using that quad, stretching that quadricep back. Okay, so 8, 8, and then front and back 8, turn, front and back 8. Yeah, that's it. Just brush and change. Then front and back. Turn to your, so start on my left, yes. I think that's a good one.
And do what you like. Do what you like.
7 and
Left shoulder.
2,
Right shoulder.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and back, and 1, 2, 3,
We are warmed up.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 1,
No dice.
3,
No moves.
5, 6, 7, and okay, let's put away our support. Let's do a couple of things across the floor. Look at the time. Woo. Okay, this is what I always do. So let's start with our Dunham progressions. A slow Dunham walk, also known as step up, because you are stepping up and you're stepping over your obstacles. So we're going to take 4, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, then 8 counts, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last is going to be a cha-cha-cha, 7 and 8, so that you can change to the left side and 2. Now that's if you are in a little space like me. If you're in your living room, then you want to circle around to the other side. If you have it, if you're in a space where you can just go straight, that's fine. But prepare for the other side with a cha-cha-cha, with a 1, 2, 3. It all of a sudden just got really hot in here. just do double steps, just 8. So 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8. So now to change, it's just step, step. To change to the other side. 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8. And then you're on the other side. Okay? Here we go. Double steps. Now remember, in your double step, your feet do not come together. You double step, you step through. Step through. So it's not a pony. It's 1, 2, 3. All right, here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and do it again. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8. And 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8. Yay, okay. Let's do a little routine for the last few minutes. Because the time has flown by. I don't know where it's gone. So let's have a little fun. Starting off with just, I don't know why I love this movement so much, but my kids seem to get into it. I'm going to turn my back so that I can go to the right. So you're going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's the first movement. So you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. Now, if you can do a little leap into this, you can, or just a little hop. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Palms are, okay, hands are down, palms are down. Then you flip up on 1. And we're getting into some classic Dunham progressions. Okay, and just putting them into a little routine. So do that much, huh? 1, 3, and 4. Do you want? Yes, let's do Dunham arms on the turn. Dunham arms on the turn. 5, 5 and 6, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Beret and turn to your right. No, turn. It's turning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. End up front. Okay. And this goes with specific music, so let me get that for you. Yes, and work on it. So we have 5 and 6 and 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Here it is. Ooh, it's fast. I forgot how fast this is. So far, so good? Okay. Good for Johanna. Facing front. Now, we're going to take, okay, right foot. We're going to take a pas de bourrée. So it's just step, step, step. And this is going to be a pirouette. So step, 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 turn.
This way because I started with this.
Yes, yes, that's your front. So if you're here, if this is your right, you have 1 and 2. It's just step, step, step. It doesn't have to be backside out. It can be whatever you need it to be. But the arms need to go 1 and 2. So you can even walk 1 and 2. But this is a prep to do a little turn. And this is where I tore up my feet on this carpet. I have cuts on my feet. So pardon my little black socks. We do what we have to do, right? And you be careful. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can go 1, 2, 3, or you can do pas de bourrée. 1, 2, 3. Either way, the right foot needs to end up in front. So if I mirror you, 1, 2, 3. Little turn and stop. Turn and stop. Then the same thing again. Take that same foot back. So it looks like this. 1, 2, 3, turn, stop. 1, 2, 3, turn and stop. Now, let's bring them in. So 1 and 2, turn, stop. 1 and 2. The second turn is a double if you have space and the ability.
So I'm doing 1 turn. Just so you know.
So face that way and do it. Pas de bourrée. So just step, 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 turn and stop, step, 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 turn and stop. 5 and 6 and 5, 6, ready, and step, 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 turn, step, 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 turn. Got it? Let's go that far. The next part is easy. So she says. So just enjoy the music, and I will count it off for you. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Turn 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pas de bourrée, turn. Pas de bourrée, turn. So, pas de bourrée, or just step, step, step. Step, 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 turn, step, 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 turn. Next step is from rainforest, cross, back, reach and pull, cross, back, reach and pull. But it's fast. And all of this is going on, okay? 7, 8, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shoulder, back, reach, grab and pull it down. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. Top? How's everybody doing? I'm going to feel you through the internet and assume that you were saying, okay, let's go, let's try it. You know, at the beginning of this, there is a wind that blows through. So how about I start this music at the beginning and you let the wind blow you so it's going to go. You're going to take a little hinge back, like it's like you open the door. You actually hear a door opening and the wind blows you back. And you can interpret that any way you want. You can interpret it with a hinge. We did not work on the hinge today, so you may not be ready to do that. But However you want to make that happen. And then let's see some windy movement, okay? So just enjoy moving in your space, and then I will count it off when it's time to go. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. Okay? Don't forget. Have fun with it. Okay? Let that wind blow you around. There it is. Hear it? You have lots of time with this. Let the wind blow you. That's a long intro, so I'm going to cut it down a little bit. That's a long time to have the wind blowing or to be blown around. Let's try it one more time, then I'll add a little bit, just a little bit more, and then we'll cool down. Oh, you know what? I didn't, yeah. Hands here. And it's right, I didn't left, really, right, yeah. Because I was it's one, yeah. Cross, back, reach, and pull, and cross. Oh, you know what? Actually here. Cross, back, reach, and pull. I'm not really sure what they are supposed to be, but for our purposes today, put them right here. Reach and pull. Now, so this is going right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. So let's lean to the right. Let's do a little bit of the vocabulary that Ms. Rochelle did earlier if you were in class earlier. So let's take 1, 2, using that hip isolation, 3 and 4, lift, 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Again, 2, 3, 4. This time turn, 6, 7, and 8. So you have 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. And since we're being blown by the wind, let's continue this movement with spiraling arms. Okay, so new part. 5, 6, you do to your right. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. So.
Oh, this is the actual stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Actually, lean to your left. Yes.
This is the actual stuff.
Yes. No, you're facing the way it actually goes. Okay. So you would have 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Okay, and I'm going to go to my left. 5 and 6 and ready, go. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then I'll put a little tag on the end for fun. Okay? I don't know about that. Just another little step at the end. Let's go that far. Up and down, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, little fun at the end. 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do breakaways. So cross and open, cross, open and cross. Open and cross. Now let's take some what I call crazy legs for the kids. 5 and 6 and 7, 8. And 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, 8. So to the right, cross, open, and let's just do the same thing with our hands. Cross, open, crazy legs. 6, 7, 8. Cross, open, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cross, open. You know what? Let's open here. Cross, open, flex foot, plie, heel. Cross, open, and then whatever you want to do with your hands. 5 and 6 and 7, 8. Cross, open, 5 and 6 and 7, 8. Then we'll cool down. From the top. This is it. Blow it out. In. Blow it out. Let's do my presentation. Breathe in. Out. Invert. Fall. Take your time. All the way down. And let's lift to the flat back of the arms. Continue their pattern. Flat back. Hold your flat back. Make sure your focus is correct. Plie in flat back. And stretch. And fall again. Plie. Drop your head. Look at the back of the room. Lift your hands all the way up to the high presentation. Breathe in. Blow it out. Invert. Fall. Drop your head, look between your knees to the back of the room. Let the arms swing back to that extended, that elongated lower presentation. Flat back. Plie in flat back. And stretch. Fall in plie. Drop your head. Clear through your high presentation. All the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Breathe in. Blow it out. Press up to your releve. in with the plies that we did before. So we're going to take plie, stretch, and plie. The arms change position on the stretch. Plie, stretch, plie, stretch, plie. Arms change position on the stretch. So we're going from low to middle to high to second, back to middle and down. Thank you to my daughter for coming and helping out. Thank you to all of the sponsors and to our moderator. Thank you so very much. I once again and am honored to be a part of this presentation. So, Mr. Q, you can take it away. Excited to see what's up next.
Dit is Katherine Dunham, de leidster van een dansgroep uit de Antillen, welke zich in korte tijd een wereldnaam verwierf. Kort na haar aankomst op Schiphol zochten wij haar op in de stad Schouwburg van Amsterdam, waar zij zich gereed maakte voor haar eerste optreden in ons land als besluit van het Holland Festival. Met haar groep brengt zij de Caribbean Rhapsody voor het voetlicht. Een aantal rituele en folkloristische dansen uit het gebied van de Caraïbische Zee.
At 96 years old, despite being long confined to a wheelchair, dancer and choreographer Katherine Dunham could still feel the rhythm. And even greater than that, if you were in the room with her, you couldn't help but feel it too. In 2006, Katherine Dunham would have celebrated her 97th birthday. However, she passed away just 1 month before reaching that milestone. But not even her death could prevent her loyal friends and students from both sides of the river from celebrating her life and legacy.
Hi, how are you?
So on June 22nd, Miss Dunham's birthday, hundreds of people jammed the Desley Theater at the Missouri Historical Society to pay tribute to the matriarch of black dance. Dunham combined her knowledge of cultural anthropology with dance movements, pioneering dance techniques that launched black dance as an art form in the United States. Her contributions to her craft are immeasurable, but to the people in this auditorium, it was her human nature they were most grateful for.
It is indeed an honor to be the mayor of a city that Katherine Dunham chose to live in. She could have lived anywhere in the world, but she chose East St. Louis, and for 35 years I have known her, and I am honored that you have taken the responsibility and the courage, but more importantly, the love to honor her in this way.
Certified Master Dunham dancers from around the country.
Indeed, Katherine Dunham could have lived anywhere. She was a world-renowned choreographer and dancer.
You ain't only classy, you are highly selective.
She danced on Broadway, in films. She danced her way all over the globe. But in 1967, Dunham chose to call East St. Louis home when the city was in the midst of a dramatic decline. Once it had been the hub of one of America's major industrial and rail centers, with a busy downtown and a diverse population. But in the 60s and 70s, East St. Louis was fast losing factories, jobs, and most of its population, and would become one of America's most disadvantaged cities, almost all black, dealing with poverty and crime. But despite the area's economic decline, East St. Louis retained a strength in families, churches, and culture, and so Katherine Dunham chose to stay.
Miss Dunham saw in us often what we didn't see in ourselves, and she loved us far more than we tended to express our love for ourselves or each other.
Miss Dunham has a way of pulling the good out of everyone. At that point in time, there was a lot of gang rivalry going on, and she just could not understand how these people were hurting each other. So she tried to channel that anger into something positive.
Dunham offered the young men and women of East St. Louis alternatives to violence through what she knew best, dance. To her, dance wasn't just simply moving your body. It had a much deeper meaning that young people needed to discover.
When I was coming along, there were a lot of little odd, different kinds of things, you know. But I think that people have lost something. They've lost the idea of what dance is. You know? Everybody seems to be in it just for a matter of personal pleasure. And there's more to it than that, you know.
Such as what? What are
Such as expressing your culture, expressing the meaning of your life, the meaning of the people that you came from, the meaning of your family and your roots and that kind of thing. Dance does this, you know. It's in there. We just have to take it out and use it.
Katherine Dunham was born outside of Chicago in 1909. Her mother died when young Katie was just 4 years old, and for the next few years, she and her older brother Albert Jr. lived with relatives as their father traveled as a salesman. It was during this time that Katie became exposed to the world of entertainment, going to local theaters, seeing live performances up close. Dunham began dancing herself, appearing in various productions, but planned a career as an anthropologist, not a dancer. So in 1928, Dunham enrolled at the University of Chicago. While she worked on her anthropology degree, she did continue to take dance lessons and perform. She even founded her own student dance company. During her studies, she was introduced to the concept of dance as a cultural symbol and began to study the anthropological roots of dance. After her graduation in 1935, Dunham accepted a fellowship to study anthropology and dance in the Caribbean. There, she earned the trust of the natives of Haiti and Jamaica, inviting her to join them in their most sacred rituals. It was this experience that changed the focus of Dunham's life and the development of modern dance. Dunham returned to Chicago in 1937 and immediately began incorporating African and Caribbean styles of movement into a new modern dance technique.
Her technique, which is totally different than what any of us had ever had, but even today it's different. It's a whole, she really created a technique that is unique unto herself.
In a nation where there had been no path for black dancers, Dunham formed this country's first black dance company and took them all the way to Broadway and Hollywood.
She just got into the center of your body, and I will tell you something. There wasn't one part of your body that didn't move. Not all at once, but you had to separate, you know, from the muscles here to the stomach muscles, to the pelvic muscles, to the hips, to the knees, to the ankles, the head, the arms, the chest. Everything was separated, and that's what I found hard. Doing that, it was like doing, you know, this. It was extraordinary.
Katherine Dunham and her dance company received enthusiastic reviews from both critics and audiences. They toured throughout the United States, Latin America, Europe, and Dunham didn't just receive praise for her dancing and choreography. She was recognized as a scholar and anthropologist.
She just was interested in other things. This was a very intelligent woman. This was not, as they might say, just a dancer who happened to have a talent as a choreographer. This was a brilliant woman. And you knew that when she was teaching you. It wasn't always about just steps. It was about your soul.
And it's a matter of people themselves seeing and knowing what's around them, and understanding them, understanding their own roots. It's very important.
Dunham broke down dance barriers, blending her unique dance movements with other genres such as ballet. But she often found herself on the front lines of discrimination, performing in theaters where she herself would not be allowed to buy a ticket. In 1944, at a performance in Louisville, Kentucky, The crowd cheered for more after the curtain closed, but instead of an encore, Dunham announced to the all-white crowd that she and her company would not return until people like her could sit with people like them.
And do you realize how hard that must have been? At that time, she was really breaking all kinds of barriers, and she was going out on a limb, and she was putting herself up there, going against the tide. And this was a very difficult time, and she was one of the first.
In 1941, Dunham married John Pratt, a costume and set designer who happened to be white. In the beginning, their friends and families disapproved of their union. Interracial marriages were not common in those days, but the couple's obvious devotion to one another dispelled the negativity. Dunham would only wear costumes designed by her husband, and their collaboration resulted in her exquisite stage presence. In 1952, Pratt and Dunham adopted a daughter, Marie Christine, and Dunham and her new family toured the world with her dance troupe.
I would certainly say that the travel has been one of the very important things. And if I had not traveled, there are so many things I just wouldn't know. I think it's 57 countries of the world. And that's a lot.
Dunham disbanded her troupe around 1960, and even though her life on stage was coming to a close, she was far from retiring from the world of dance. And her social activism? Well, she was just getting started. A relationship with Southern Illinois University brought Dunham to the Edwardsville campus in 1967.
She just really turned the tide of the sensibilities of the black students on campus, because there were very few African American professors or artists in residence at that point in time, and we needed her. She gave us a sense of completeness, of pride, sense of really owning some portion of that facility.
Dunham also called Haiti home, where she embraced the local culture and witnessed up close the discontent within communities. But she was astonished at the anger and violence between the young people of East St. Louis. And from that point on, building on the good that did exist there, Dunham sought to change that.
She was a catalyst for change, but a magnet that attracted the best in us together in one place. And she never apologized for being in East St. Louis. She just said, come and see and feel what I see and feel, and help me make this grow.
To better understand what the streets of East St. Louis were like, to know what she was really up against, Dunham began interacting with younger gang members. On one particular evening, Dunham found herself right in the middle.
The police were looking for me because I was being suspected of some of those things of that era. And they arrested me, and they didn't know who she was, and she inquired, and they arrested her.
Dunham kept her identity a secret because she wanted to experience how the average black individual was treated while in custody. When her identity was revealed, she was released with an apology, but not before news of her arrest reached the East Coast.
She was supposed to be in Carnegie Hall that night for a performance, but they had to announce on stage that she was in jail in East St. Louis.
Her arrest did more than just give her an understanding. She gained the trust of the young people, and that gave her the start to make a difference.
After I was released from jail, she asked me if I would help her with her program at SIU. Performing Arts Training Center was the first program, and I was willing to help do anything I could.
Dunham opened a community-based arts and education program in East St. Louis, offering not just dance and education, but also an outlet.
She offered them another way to expression, and it'd be a positive thing.
And then there are so many dance formations that actually show different, the way people prepare from different islands and different countries in Africa to prepare for battle. So she taught them movements with meaning, and why, if you fight, why you fight, and give them examples of other cultures and how it was for food, or how it was for land, or how it was for family and my brother, and how they did it with dignity and not vanity.
Katherine Dunham didn't just come through East St. Louis, vow to make a difference, and disappear when the going got tough. She planted roots. She and her husband owned a home and other properties. She opened a museum in East St. Louis to showcase her collection of African, West African, and South American art. The museum houses more than 250 pieces from more than 50 countries. Daryl Braddock's, the young man she helped all those years ago, is the museum's curator.
This is how the griot, the historian of the tribe, talked about kunta with a kora, which is a predecessor to harps and guitars.
In 1982, using money she received from a grant, Dunham opened the Katherine Dunham Children's Workshop behind the museum. Throughout the summer and school year, the workshop offers dance programs free of charge to the children of East St. Louis.
Because her intent was for every child to be able to have, without the obstruction of money, exposure to the philosophy, the dance, the arts and crafts. We're in the public schools. This was always a dream of hers, always.
Dunham did require that the children work, and work hard. There is a minimum grade requirement of a C average.
It's a twofold thing, you know. The children learn how to dance, and then they learn how to balance dance and schoolwork at the same time.
Dunham lived the rest of her life working towards securing her legacy, a legacy that involved much more than dance.
She had a multifaceted world in her. She was an artist, she was an author, she was a choreographer, an anthropologist, a philanthropist, you name it, she had been there, you know. And I think this is what she wanted the children to know, that you don't have to stop at one thing. You know, the world is filled with different things to do, and she wanted them to know that you are part of it.
And I hope to make a difference. But it's up to the people themselves, you know, to do a lot of work. And this I'm not too sure about. I want them to take nothing for granted, to take everything as possible. And that, I think, is a big problem here, for people to be able to understand that they have it. They just have to use it, you know? And I think we've never really done that. I think if I look at the history of this area, we have never really used everything that we have.
Are you sure it's going to be an hour or so she's going to be here? You got an hour. Okay.
The people of East St. Louis took on her challenge, using everything they had to bring Katherine Dunham home. In recent years, Dunham had been living in an assisted living home in New York, making regular trips back to East St. Louis. But she wanted to come home for good. She wanted to secure her legacy here. So to prepare for her arrival, individuals, small businesses, large businesses, contractors, designers, young people, old people, all gave of their time and resources to renovate her aging home and make it accessible and comfortable for her.
The people that worked with us, like the Metro East contractors, they gave us 3 for 1. For every $1 the state paid them, they gave us 3 in labor and more. You could go there on the weekends and you'd see our former mayor, Bill Mason, on a lawnmower or pruning the flowers, or a painter who he and his brother after hours would do more work so that they can come in on schedule and give us the quality services. So it became a labor of love, money, donations. So when you say the community gave, they gave in a very priceless and loving way.
So that was the plan. Katherine Dunham was coming home. Her legacy was secure. Her home was finished. The money had been raised to continue the programs. But when she arrived for what would be her final homecoming, they discovered she couldn't stay.
We brought Miss Dunham home in the fall of last year, and we couldn't keep her. Just when you staff, food, transportation, the reality of we needed to do more than just pay the bills, we had to take care of her. After 3 weeks, she had to go back to New York.
Dunham had had a successful career, but by the time she was 96 years old, she didn't have any money left. In New York, she had the security of friends such as Harry Belafonte to help take care of her, so that's where she had to go.
I was very hurt that she had to go back because it's, oh no, how am I going to fulfill this vision for you without you?
But just before she left, she addressed a crowd at SIUE for the last time, and she assured them that she would be back.
I knew I'd be back. Just like when I leave, whenever it is I leave, I know I'll be back, you know. And part of the reason I come back is because you all will it. You don't know it even. You don't know that you're bringing me back, but you are. You got a little string of lights here, and a string of lights here, maybe not as strong as this one, but these two get together and they pull on me and I come back. And that's what I intend to keep doing.
To ensure that would happen, the people of East St. Louis went back to work again to raise more money. Grants were received for programs, and they had raised enough funds to care for Miss Dunham. Everything was falling into place. She could finally come home. In their last telephone conversation, Charlotte Otley told Dunham they had finally achieved what they had been working so hard for.
And she said, Charlotte, there's that again. She was calling me Charlotte. That meant something was happening. She says, I will not be coming home. I said, oh, Miss Dunham, everything's done. And I rattled off this list of everything that was done. And she said, I know. But I wanted you to hear it from me that I will not be coming home.
But Miss Dunham did know. She knew that the good she always saw in East St. Louis had prevailed, that her vision was secure, and her legacy would live on. Katherine Dunham passed away 4 days later.
It was such a numb, I think, before I could even cry. On one hand, I felt, God, thank you that she heard and knew that her vision, my task, was done. And that those around her had a level, they had stuck together, and there was an appreciation of her, and the legislative, everything had improved. So I said, let me be thankful for that. And then this whole thing of, so where do we go from here? Because we can't faint.
Katherine Dunham affected the lives of so many people in this region, but in her eyes, it was the people here who touched her. She once said that when she was away, it was East St. Louis, Illinois that was missing from her life. But thanks to her legacy, Katherine Dunham will always be in East St. Louis.
He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hand. He got the whole world in his hand. He got the little bitty babies in his hand. He got bitty babies. He got the little bitty baby. He got the whole world in him. Hallelujah.
Getting ready to talk about the ghetto right on through here. Yeah. Ain't nothing but a party on. Showing up now.
I'm Heather Beale in East St. Louis. We're going to show you how the dances of the African diaspora became so deeply rooted in East St. Louis because of the legendary Katherine Dunham.
Miss Dunham was a phenomenal woman, an educator, an activist.
She saw the need for us to make connection to who we are as a people, to your whole self.
I wish that people knew about Miss Dunham's legacy in East St. Louis. I want people to look on that stage and see a beautiful reflection of themselves as Black people. I say I'm from East St. Louis with as much pride as can be. People just take care of themselves versus waiting for resources to the city like they provide the resources to suburbs. My dance philosophy is Black joy. I represent how we are at our backyard barbecues, how we are in our basement house parties, the places that we are free. And I use Dunham technique as my vehicle to do that. Katherine Dunham is the mother of modern dance, not just Black dance. She could have settled anywhere in the world, and she chose to settle in East St. Louis. I grew up dancing at the Katherine Dunham Museum Children's Workshop. Growing up in a Black cultural institution, words of affirmation were poured into us and they were drilled into us. So in my mind, well, East St. Louis is a city of champions.
I have been affiliated with the Dunham legacy for 52 years. Her whole thing as an anthropologist was, why do people like to dance? Miss Dunham went to Haiti to study dance. She went to Cuba, Martinique, Jamaica.
Her peers were creating work based off images that they saw, posters and whatnot. Ms. Dunham actually went to these places and she captured the dances on film. I can see where it came from. Dunham technique is a Afro-modern Caribbean dance technique that embodies your heart, your soul, your spirit, and your body. So there's a series of center floor work that we do, bar work, progression work across the floor. She was definitely a pioneer. A world maker. That's like my dance mama. She was Beyonce before Beyonce was Beyonce.
It was the late 60s, and she wanted to quell the violence that the young people were experiencing in East St. Louis. Dance, percussion, African study, anatomy for the performer. He had a complete program.
The class just blew me away. And I was just engulfed by that rhythm. It touched my soul. It was a cultural mecca that everybody from St. Louis, the metropolitan area, came there to get that spirit, to get that, and it was needed. Miss Dunham saw the value of connecting to her cultural identity. That connection is not limited to one particular place, whether they came from Africa and went to Cuba, or went to Haiti, or they ended up in Mississippi. That African diaspora is very important.
I'm most proud of being able to, that Ms. Dunham passed her baton to me, and I've taught thousands of kids. One of my favorite sayings from Ms. Dunham was to go inside every day to find the inner strength so that the world will not blow out your candle.
I was that kid that was walking around with my head down, not feeling confident. Ruby Street had a tremendous effect on me. She engraved in me to never walk with my head down. It takes blood to be related, but it takes love to be family, and I feel like we all have that.
Miss Street choreographed Maya Angelou's Phenomenal Woman. Imagine what that's like for a 15-year-old girl to embody it. You don't have any option but to be a phenomenal woman. Everybody who has come through that program has now gone on and have done things that the world and society tells us that we could not have done, but we're doing it.
I did a piece right after Mike Brown was killed. That was in response to the unrest, the social justice challenges and struggles that were happening right here in St. Louis. And so it does not stop in the classroom. It does not stop on the stage. We are important voices to make a change.
I have an army of people here physically with me that's powerful. You ain't even seen my ancestral army, and that's infinite. And so that's what it brings to the movement. Thanks for watching, everyone. Let us know where you would like to see If Cities Could Dance next. Drop your comment below. We out. We out.
great to be here next to all of you. Continue to shine.
Hello and welcome. I just want to give a little background about this program. Our Executive Artistic Director, Angela Lee, actually we formulated this program to bring the kids together out of the COVID isolation. So this is a program of Haiti Heritage Center, which has been continuously operating since 1976, for 46 years. The building you're in now was built in 1891. And so now we all are a part of the history and heritage of Haiti. Our Executive Artistic Director, Miss Angela Lee, has been here for the past 10 years. The reason why we're here now is because she has been a great steward of this institution. And with it, she has brought this phenomenal program into fruition. So right now, I want to thank Ms. Toya, Allende, and Bashir. But I want to be appropriate because sometimes people, the context is very important. You know, sometimes we don't understand why we're in the place we're in now, but we're here now because we're all here for a reason to celebrate the life of Miss Katherine Dunham, who would have been 114 years old on June the 22nd. We are honored to have in our presence Mr. Keith Williams, who is a master Dunham technique instructor. He trained with Katherine Dunham herself, along with many of her company members, too numerous to mention. But he is here in residence at Haiti, and he is now a part of the history of Haiti. So without further ado, I do want to bring him forward so that he can do his presentation. But thank you all, and we appreciate your continued support of Haiti.
Thank you, Carol. Greetings, everyone. First of all, I'm truly thankful, honored, and humbled to be here in Durham, North Carolina at the Haiti. It's a cultural arts center, Heritage, Haiti Heritage. And to be here with Baba Bashir Ayunde and Carol Lloyd. But more importantly, I'm very thankful and humbled to be a part of this global celebration of Katherine Dunham, who influenced my life just tremendously. Without giving a historical background, Ms. Dunham really paved the way for dancers, and the honor for me is being here to share this legacy with these young people. That's a beautiful part of the legacy. So to all the participants globally who are celebrating Ms. Dunham's legacy, we are truly honored to be a part of that. And without further ado, we'd like to start our class.
Where did Josh go? Yes.
So for today's class, we're going to use this space to the best of our ability. But I think the important thing to recognize about Dunham technique is the integration of body, mind, and spirit. It's the trilogy. So the physical movement, the codified technique is vitally important, but it's the integration of body, mind, and spirit. And one of the things that you would notice in the technique is the use of the port-de-bras, the carriage of the arm. And one of the things I like to say is that the arm is not linear, it's circular. So that's the energy of the continuation of life, the importance of the port-de-bras. So let's get started. You want to take this mic, because I can't teach it.
I understand.
Let's start off with
Perpetuo. No, Yambalu. Yambalu. Sharing the legacy of Katherine Dunham throughout the world, with the entire world, from our hearts to the entire world. We say Ashe. We sit at the feet and stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. We are proud and honored to carry on the legacy of Katherine Dunham that continues, a legacy that continues to enrich the world. It is important for our youth to know, experience, and utilize the legacy of Katherine Dunham in their lives. And to the world, we say, Ashe, Ashe. We say, Ashe-o. May the legacy of Katherine Dunham continue to live on through our hearts, through our communities, through our lives. Dunham technique, a way of life. Warrior. Resistance. A social activist, humanitarian, author, motivation, inspiration, mother, and healer. We honor Katherine Dunham. Ashe. Ashe. Ashe-o.
Aye, Babu.
That's it. I ain't teaching no more classes today.
Great job, y'all.
Rock steady, baby. That's what I feel now. Let's call the song exactly what it is. Step and move your hips with a feeling from side to side. Sit yourself down in your car and take a ride. And while you're moving, rock steady, baby. Let's call this song exactly what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is. It's a funky and love I'm feeling. What it is. In the hips from the left to right. What it is I might be doing. What it is. This bump and dance all night. Oh, feeling ain't got there. Rock steady, baby. Rock steady, baby. Step and move your hips with a feeling from side to side. Sit yourself down in your car and take a ride. While you're moving, rock steady, rock steady. Let's call this song exactly what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is. It's a funky and low down feeling. What it is. In the hips from left to right. What it is I might be doing. This funky dance all night.
Hello, my name is Penny Bodo. Greetings from Detroit, hometown of Clifford Fears, former member of the Katherine Dunham Dance Theater in the early 1960s. We are pleased and excited to celebrate Katherine Dunham's birthday, and we bring to you some of Dunham's classic bar work. The dancers are Celia Benvenuti, certified teacher through the Institute for Dunham Technique and someone I have mentored since the age of 6, and Crystal Cade White, former principal dancer with the Clifford Fears Dance Theater, both of whom are performers with the Penny Bodo Dancers. This bar work is classic Dunham technique. Celia's sequence is bar work that prepares the dancer's understanding of one of Dunham's signature pieces called Adagio. Miss Dunham's authentic choreography, Adagio, was beautifully executed by a member of the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater in New York for the Ailey concert, The Magic of Katherine Dunham. Crystal is executing classic Dunham exercises that prepares the body to then hinge with knees to the floor and recover with efficiency, grace, and finesse. The center floor work is known as progressions. These are exercises that come directly out of folkloric material from Miss Dunham's anthropological field research that she then developed into stylized Dunham sequences. We hope that you enjoy.
Siwa egule bombo siwa, siwa egule bombo siwa, siwa egule bombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule bombo. Oju mama siwa me
I want to see all human beings enjoy the expression of dance. As a young girl growing up in Detroit, my sister Marianne and I, we watched this travelogue that came on Saturday afternoons, knowing that at the end would be footage of these indigenous people doing these incredible dances and singing and making music. We were just fascinated. I am Penny Godboldo, a dance artist and a master teacher. Yes, when I discovered dance, it just became a way of life for me. I analyzed my life and realized that I connect on a very fundamental level to the philosophy, theories, and methodology of the very first dance anthropologist, Katherine Dunham. As a choreographer and teacher, I like to give voice to the dancer and the community surrounding the dancer. I feel empowered to make dances about social justice and to try to change lives of both dancers and audiences. It's always been important to me to make my family and community proud of me. I remember my mother told me when I was very young that I am a born teacher. Miss Dunham told me that I am a spiritual guide. I call myself a dance artist. Peace, love, and understanding is really what the world needs right now. And I plan to keep promoting these things with my art for as long as I live. Cultures is that we've had a chance to have some really serious and deep conversation with the girls about the intersection of African and African American culture and Latino culture. And not just talking about it, but dancing about it and drumming about it, so that the girls understand that this language is something that's theirs, but it's also someone else's. And that when we share in our cultures in this manner, we are all better off for it. So I've had an absolutely wonderful experience with these young women who were actually very young girls when we started this just before COVID.
Hi, my name's Marian Cox. I'm one of the directors with the Living Arts Youth Dance Ensembles. I've been with the Living Arts for many years now. I had the wonderful opportunity to work with Miss Penny and Celia and Mawan and Chimo and everyone else involved in 2019 when we originally started the Sofrito project. So building on that relationship that started between the dancers and Miss Penny in 2019, it was wonderful to have her come back and just build on those connections and revisit the material, revisit the technique, revisit the whole, what's the word I'm looking for, philosophy and everything behind Miss Katherine Dunham's technique.
We are the teachers and the artists behind the music to which these phenomenal young women that live in arts are performing choreography to. I'm Chi Amin Ra, composer of Kuba Melesi. Kuba referring to two things really. The Kuba Kingdom, which existed in Central Africa, and then Kuba, the country today. And Melesi, which means thank you in the Lingala language in Central Africa. And so it's saying thank you, Kuba. Thank you for all of the energy. The West Africans, the Central Africans, the Haitian, and of course the Spanish. And this amalgam of culture that has made Kuba one of the most powerful cultural forces on our planet. The music, the dance, the song, everything. So thank you. And so I'm on the musical side of this project, along with brother Ozzy Rivera, a percussionist and cultural giant in our community, and along with my brother Marwan Amin Ra.
My name is Marwan Teklab Asukile Amin Ra, and I'm honored to be here today. Dunham Dance has brought together a community of people who can at least start an intelligent conversation about mind, body, and spirit. And spirit is something that a lot of people don't understand, so I like having a community that can at least understand that the invisible things create what's visible, and it gives us an opportunity for necessary change, on the planet. So this community gives me a place where I can resonate with people.
My name is Galilea Galarza Martinez, and Dunham Dance has improved my life in many different ways. One way is it made me more confident, and it improved my life in opening myself up to new things. I was introduced to Dunham Dance through Living Arts and by Miss Penny.
Miss Penny Bodo introduced me to Dunham Dance. Dance, 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 work, work, work.
Good evening. I want to extend my thanks to all who contributed to the success of the virtual Dunham Global Celebration. What a wonderful occasion to come together and celebrate Miss Dunham's 114th birthday. We had celebrations from the entire community from around the globe. I want to extend a special thank you to all of the contributors and especially our sponsors. On behalf of the Dunham Institute, I'm Carol Lloyd, and I want to say big thanks.
You take